You're watching the Citizen Science Podcast, the one and only twin solar system podcast featuring Samuel Hofman, along with his team of experts as they discuss the very latest information about our binary twin solar system. Welcome to the show.
Okie dokie. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Citizen Science Podcast. And I am Rebecca, and I am happy you all are here. It's great to see you all again. It's been a whole week, and I've missed you all. But I've had a great week. It's been way nicer having more time to put into all the projects that we have. So it's a win-win for us all. So anyway, but I'm happy you all are here. Let's go ahead and get Sam. I haven't got a chance to visit with him yet much. Hi there, Sam Hofman. How are you?
Hello. I hope you can hear me out there in TikTok, YouTube. Yeah. Hi, everybody. Having a little internet trouble today. It's been a nice week, and we spent some days off. Mine was forced for quite a few days on Montana Skywatcher and Facebook. And I hope people who haven't talked to me all week don't take it personally. Have been a little disconnected because I've been out driving around and doing yard work and things like that. Even though it's kind of icky and nasty and rainy here, we are going to not have a drought issue, and lots of interesting weather on the way, and we'll talk about that in the middle of the show. And I've been doing my homework, and so it's been productive on one hand, although I've not talked to everybody around the world, and for that I do apologize from my cave here in Montana.
I've had a few people, just want to check on you because you have been away from Facebook for so long, but it wasn't by choice. You were on a ban of unknown reasons, so you didn't have any choice but stay off. So
we never know why, but there we are. And I've been having like internet stalls already. When we pre-show we tried to talk, and so it's entirely possible, everybody, that I'm going to be patching out again. Currently it does not seem to be doing so, but let's have a wonderful show, and we've got a lot to tell you about some really serious events that are coming up here. Stick around, everybody. I hope actually you'd stick through the entire show. If you don't, you can get a copy of this where you log in where you leave us off, and then tomorrow you can see this on YouTube on Nibiru Followers Anonymous on YouTube. And I highly suggest that you become a subscriber if you have not yet, because it's very important. And I have noticed, and I did do the math, that out of the 5.7 thousand subscribers, only approximately 9% of you are viewing our show. So I would hope that all of the subscribers would take the time to watch our and like and share and get the notification bell and all of that on Rebecca's Nibiru Followers Anonymous YouTube page, so that she can gain her plaque and her her million viewers. Or yes, a million subscribers is a high to reach. Let's reach for 250,000 subscribers. Come on, people, share this information.
That's
because
not that hard.
Well, we are. Michelle Mountain even contacted me about this. We are the cornerstone of the information about the binary solar system. There is nobody else that has this information documented and collected and correlated to a level of summation and proven information, because we are not guessing. All of this information is time proven, documented, because nobody else out there has taken the time. Even Mr. MBBB 333 and people like him, they hand you events, but there's no correlation or documentation or gathering of these events to a culmination scientific understanding, which we have taken. We are on our 14th year as of April this year, and as a group, this is why Samuel Hofman and his group of experts, because all of these folks here that we run through have been around for a very long time, and we're not seeing little pink fluffy unicorns dancing on rainbows here, which is one of my favorite posting songs when I'm going crazy. You can type that into YouTube. Pink fluffy rainbows dancing on rainbows. They even have a 10-hour version of that song, and I highly recommend it for those days you're going crazy. And all of us do go crazy because this subject is crazy. This is off the scales, the coolest freaking thing that ever happened. And yet somehow all the new folk out there, and I'm not trying to down them. Yes, it's hard to believe, but guess what, guys? It is.
I know. It's harder to believe because of how close they are. I mean, people believe there's a solar system. A lot of people, surprisingly, but not the way we're talking. Like in the drawing back behind us here, it's pretty much like that. And those would be like the size of a asteroid, so sounds like Sam is cutting out. Let's go ahead and get our next host on here with us. So
really freaking happening. Now last week
I'm gonna get
am I back?
You're back. Yeah, cut out for a moment. But here, hello, Mr. Jesus Marquez.
Hi guys, how y'all doing?
Good to see you. Good to see you. It's been a total reunion show for sure for me.
Yeah.
I know, it's unfortunate.
We have a bunch of people on here already.
We sure do. We haven't got that far along yet. Let me go ahead and get the next host on here with us. It's Miss Gillian Watson in Scotland, way over in Scotland. Hi there, Gillian.
Hi, Gillian.
How are you?
Yeah, please. I was quickly spelling out again.
Yeah. Okay. Hopefully it gets better. Yeah. Hopefully it gets. I don't know.
Yeah, he picks his picture pixelates, and then we lose him, and then he gets better, and then he gets better. So it seems like it'll be in and out as we go throughout the show. Hopefully, it doesn't get.
We'll understand. Right. So I don't see Christopher yet. I saw him a moment ago, so I'm sure he'll be back in a moment. So, but we have such a good show today. With all the extra time, it's allowed me to, put together even more for us to talk about. So we don't have to worry about running out today.
Did you see the stuff about Italy? Did you see the quake swarm in Italy?
I did. I have some clips on that. So we'll be looking at that too. But that's just it. There's so much to talk about. Not only what we're seeing, the things that we're seeing, but all the events, and I had somebody, again in TikTok land say, blah, 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 we'd be seeing effects if this was real. I'm like, where do you start with people? I don't know. Don't get me started. But hey, Christopher's
here. Well, the
here.
thing is, if you're not directly affected, sometimes you act like it's not happening. And that's the problem that we have, a huge problem that we have, is that because it's happening in other places of the earth and not exactly here. Well, I mean, it's happening here, but not to everybody.
Right. If they don't see it in their world, it's not happening.
Is believing.
Right. It's like, okay. So I need to make more videos about what's happening. Hey, Christopher.
Hey, guys. Sorry about that. Technical
Kuchuris.
difficulties.
Yes.
It's like a glitch kind of day. It must be a glitch day.
Yes, I understand technical difficulties. I just got booted off again.
Oh no!
Yeah, you did. You sure did.
Well, we're all back together now.
Yep.
Isn't that nice?
Yeah, it threw me off of StreamYard.
You're kidding.
Yeah, chuck me clean out.
Yeehaw!
Wow. Thank goodness you know the way back. So
hey, this might be solar. It might not be. Yay, Christopher! Oh, I was just saying. I think it. Go ahead.
You're all too excited tonight.
You're fine. Yeah. You're fine. We're round up. We got a lot to say.
Yeah, we got all sorts of stuff to talk about this week.
Right.
Yeah, I told you week would all refresh us and we'd all be happy and ready to go again, and rather than
I do feel more
buying the gun. Yeah, I got I got immediately after last week's show, I got shut down and because I said something or posted something somewhere.
Yeah, they're sensitive.
And you do not meet community standards. I mean, it was more hamster nipples. I'm telling you.
I got 2 fact check things. 2 posts disappeared.
That's
Two.
weird.
I was wondering about you, Sam. I hadn't seen him in a few days.
Yeah.
I was like, either he's taking a break or
I think I either had
or he's time out. So.
I think I had a 5, 6, or 7 day vacation, and I tried to post this morning about 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock this morning, and I couldn't post anything. I couldn't even open anything because it scrolled and scrolled and scrolled. And then around just after noon, I did a test post, and it actually went up. And but then for well over an hour, it was like zero. There was zero post reaction reach, according to that. So it was like I'm totally stalled out on everything, and like you got to be kidding me. And yes, I actually did stick my head on the chopping block. Now that I'm standing in the middle of the audience on my soapbox, so there, we are seeing a definite intervention from other forces that we do not claim publicly, because we're not going to add power to them, but it apparently does exist. And here we are. Let's have a great show, guys.
Right.
Yeah. Aloha from tropical Montana and my cave. I can still talk. Yay for now.
I know, it's good to hear you, Sam. It is. It's been a whole week now. But what I wanted to say about Christoper real quick is how he has made it to over 1,000 subscriber followers actually over on TikTok. And what that means, the most important part of that, it's like a milestone on TikTok, is because it allows you to be able to go live. I mean, that's a nice ability, because sometimes when things are just right and you're in the mood, magic.
And Christoper, we talked about this earlier, and my far-seeing skills do work. So you keep rocking those sunglasses, sir, and you are you're going to end up on Jimmy Kimmel, I promise you.
I know. I've been working on him making an intro for his show. He didn't even have a show yet, but I'm making an intro like he does. But I made this for him today. Actually, I threw this together.
I did see it. It's very nice. Yes. I shared it around those who were at home.
Right. Oh,
that's
boy.
awesome.
Yeah, sticking them sunglasses.
And you look famous, like a movie star in Greece.
Yes, I know. I mean it. That could be an intro right there.
I told you. We have our man on the scene reporter from. We could never ask for anyone better. Christoper, you are the man, and I respect you, sir, as who you are and what you portray, and what I read in you, and whom I see inside of you, and your lovely wife and your family. And again, reach out to your father and thank him for his visit with us, because I still appreciate his conversation. Which leads us forward to we have a guest today. That is an old member of Montana Skywatchers 1 and 2 that goes back very, very many years, and I treasure him and I appreciate him, as well as many of our worldwide, around the world members who have all made all of this possible. All of this information is documented and gathered through what we call our community, our network, and if we're going to far reach, we'll go over to our Nibiru army, or whatever you want to call it. Our Nibiru is already here system, our sky groups and all of our sister sites and everything. We're a collective, and we're a good, wonderful group of people. We're all together. We're working for a common goal. We are not talking out our noses, pardon the expression, or our backsides. And all of the information that all of these people here today before you are talking about is time-proven information. We've documented it for over 14 years now. So folks out there, you newcomers, we're not crazy. We're not, although this is crazy. Ask Jesus, this is crazy, correct, sir?
This is absolutely nuts. Absolutely bananas. Yeah, absolutely. And I want to say thank you to Patrick.
And yet we still... Yeah, I saw some shots from JD today, and I have a message for Andy Pohl in the UK. I have not viewed your material today, although I did see that you sent it. I will go through it. I apologize. I've been a little bit behind the scenes because they kept me on.
Yes.
Yeah. Right. So there's a lot of information that's coming in from around the world. I'm going to let Rebecca go from here, and
okay.
I have storm information to talk about. So go ahead.
Okay, well, I want to take a look at the comments because I haven't had a chance to even hardly get delve into that. But you know what? I have discovered something. I'm quite certain that, because I always, talk about who's on first, whatever, first person. And
thank you, Patrick H., for your super sticker. Sorry, I had to.
Yeah, no, I didn't see that. Thank you, Patrick. Yeah. Really, yes.
I looked. You talked about the comments. I went there. So anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Well, what I was just going to say was I've noticed that whoever types in the first line, a few hours later, it could be a different name. It doesn't stick. So just so everybody knows, if you've noticed that, I've noticed that too, because I noticed like that. Not that I'm not happy to see Dubaloo, because here's Dubaloo, and they're in the first row today, but I noticed it was somebody else earlier.
Thank you, Dubaloo.
I don't know, guys, but regardless, I'm happy you were here, Dubaloo, and here is Esther.
Hi, Esther.
Good to see you.
Hello, Esther.
Hello,
our
Esther.
worldwide members.
Yes, and T. Racy.
We reach out to all of our friends out there around the world.
A drum roll.
How many people does it say is watching? Because my phone says
39.
Oh,
39. Yep.
How do I see that? I just always get it.
Come on, guys.
Okay, and then here's Marquez in Netherlands.
Come on,
Netherlands
5,700 subscribers. Why are you watching?
In the
Come
house.
on, people, wake up. Watch the video. Watch the video.
Yeah. We're getting there. It is slowly growing. I mean, it's not overnight, but each
what, guys? We are the number one information source on this darn planet, trying to reach out to everybody to share this information with them, including documentation of asteroids that are causing unbelievable weather patterns to our planet right now. And you don't want to hear this? Please do continue.
Yeah, trust me, I know. Okay, and then Michelle is here, everybody. Of course, Michelle is here. So good to see you, Michelle. And
hi,
Joyce. Hi there, Joyce.
Hi.
Hello. Good to see you. And Amy, our good friend Amy, also in the Netherlands. Oh, no, Newfoundland.
Newfoundland.
I did not realize she was in Newfoundland. I really didn't. But that's it. See how we're so cool, how we're all spread out, but we're all here right now. That's the fun part. Hi, Amy. And here is Experimental. Hello. Good to see you.
Hello.
All right.
Hello, Experimental.
Okay. I knew it. Brendan from Ireland is here. Good.
Always.
And Robin. Hi there, Robin. Good to see you.
Hi, Robin.
Always is. Oh, and the one and only Egg. There is no other. I'm sure of it. I'm sure she's probably the only egg out there. Okay, on YouTube at least. So good to see you.
I am really enjoying the vibe right now. I'm enjoying the 1 week vibe that there's an energy level we missed. We drop back to once a week, and there's a definite energy charge that's nice.
Yeah, they do say anticipation makes the heart grow fonder. And,
yes, less is more.
Yeah, less is definitely more. I do think there's a better energy because it's once or twice a week. It's a lot. It is a lot.
Not only that, Jesus. During that week, your beard grew. You're sporting a new do here, bud.
I am. I've never had it this long, and I'm trying to get used to it because I want to sport the scruffle.
Yeah.
See how it goes.
Yeah, there you go.
I've never allowed it this long. It really bugs me.
I noticed that immediately. I waited till now to mention it.
Yeah, I don't be letting it go. It's no shave November for me, so.
And for you new folks out there, the reason that I don't move and I'm very holding still regularly, with my hand, and my elbow and my chin is so sore from holding still this long. No, my fever is so bad up here in Montana, from my Montana Skywatcher cave, that I cannot run my camera and my microphone at the same time on StreamYard. Because I completely cut out and I get thrown off the site, which shows you how bad my internet is. Yeah, and thank you, members, for the wonderful top of the line microphone that I'm using currently, and with my boom that I added to the, and anyway, only through your donations, people out there, are we going to go forward in our internet And if I had a group of people to actually mail me enough money, I could actually maybe, if I was rich enough, and I'm not, get up to the point where I could, pay for Starlink. There's a huge initial first cost, but then my microphone to you guys, and you could actually see my face and me talking. But unfortunately, I need an upgrade, and that costs money. And Rebecca requires finances as well. And I appreciate all of your super stickers here on this site as well. The only way we can move forward is through your help. And I realize fully right now, the economic situation is entirely horrible. But there's you'll say there's even a site for it. It's called Buy Me a Cup of Coffee. But if all of you guys out there would mail Rebecca $5, either through these cash apps, Venmo, PayPal, or if you want to mail me $5 to the P.O. box listed before you. We thrive on these donations, and we cannot upgrade our systems. I can't get better. I can't go above the local internet problems that we have unless I have funding, because I'm already, guess what? My damn internet bill went up again this month. I'm paying $160 a month now for what you are listening to, which is terrible internet that I can't upload. And Montana has the worst upload speed next to Alabama, I think. I mean, I don't, that's an exaggeration, but I'm sure there's states very similar to Montana. Maybe we're the worst. I don't know. But we're on old fiber optic cables. My download speed is great. We can play games. We can run three systems at once in the house, which is not good. On my upload is absolutely terrible, and it takes 4 days to post a 15-minute video, and then it tells me it's failed. And waiting that 4 days, I just stopped doing it after 10 or 12 times of trying to upload a video to you folks out there. Otherwise, I would be more predominant in filming things as well as myself and giving you better videos, including the Understanding the Sky series or the earlier Radio Wasteland programs, or what we're now doing, which is the Citizen Science Project podcast and these live shows for Nibiru Followers Anonymous. And I hope every one of you people out there actually make sure you listen to our weekly shows, because the information we gather you will not find anywhere else. And our team of experts have gathered this from around the world. We're not guessing. We know what we're talking about. Please continue, Rebecca.
Okay. Well, I agree completely. I mean, it just takes somebody open enough to take the time to look at all the evidence. You can't, it's hard to just take it all in a paragraph or two or whatever. They got to be open-minded to begin with. So,
I
have notes for this.
It's the big picture that I think that makes us different from anybody else, is that we're taking one thing and correlating with world events and world and other people's posts, and comparing it and matching it. And I think that's what makes the difference between us and everybody else, is that we have an overview.
I took notes on that this morning.
We have like a bird's eye view.
We have to. Well, we have to talk about it. It's incumbent that we talk about, media inclusion. If you do not watch the media, you are uninformed. If you do watch the media, then you are misinformed. There are so many factional, misguided, uninformed people who do not research. Their initial quest, including a great deal of our generally accepted media, is ABC, CBS, etc., NBC, and all the way through all the spectrum, all the way to even NHK News. The trick is they all seek to be first on information. They want to be first, and then then they'll say whatever they have to say, but you will not see a retraction of their misguided over enthusiasm. It's become almost national inquiry. So my biggest part, I took notes on this morning, and I told myself I've got to tell people in the media out there in our show today, we have to be discerning. We have to look at who posted this. Is this MSNBC? Is this Fox News? Is this Jakarta? Is it NHK? Is it who posted this? Is this some guy that's talking out his ass because he has a political bias or an emotional bias or a economic bias? So we have to weigh. We have to weigh what we're watching.
Yeah, absolutely.
Go ahead.
Sam, there's a perfect example. I saw a video, and I'm not going to mention names because I hate politics, but they were showing about a video about somebody's rally, right? And they were showing a video that there was over 100,000 people there. And
I know exactly who you're talking about.
The Bronx. It was supposed to be in the Bronx, but the video was actually from St. Louis. Somebody came up.
They used five different. They used five different pictures for that comparison.
Tell me you don't know the Bronx.
Yeah, they used five different pictures.
Without telling me you don't know the Bronx. So it was
information. Yeah, and the actual count of that event was anywhere from.
I don't even think the guy did it on purpose, or maybe he did. But the point is that he was misinformed. Whether it's because he didn't know any better, or because he did it purposely to misinform. You have to be really careful on what you take as fact these days. The
actual count that fed out through radar and think tanks was approximately 5,000 to 8,000 people, and they were already attending a very large facility party along that beach area.
Yeah, it was a spillover from the.
And it was a spillover from the traffic. Yeah, from the beach traffic, and then most people walked away. Now, if you go back and you look politically, okay, we won't go into too much political, but there's a lot of that going on, and there's an absolute misinformation going on in the information, in the direct effort to show you there's a circus over here and don't look over there. And this is why we're talking about misinformation, because there is so much more going on in our country right now, except the circus is being shown, and they're only here for the next few weeks in the local arena for you to watch now and be completely distracted about what's going on in our weather right now. Anywhere from the Midwest, from Minnesota to Texas, today is going to see one of the biggest superstorms in recorded history. Wow. It is beyond 5 times above the normal storms that we saw in the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks. You think of all the towns that just got wiped out throughout the central United States is bad. Last week, the week before, wait till you see what happens tonight. Everyone from Texas,
there was a
Minnesota,
tornado in Iowa. Sorry, Sam, go ahead. I'm getting a little ahead of myself.
Yeah, I have those figures. There were 700 tornadoes this week. This week.
700 tornadoes. Wow.
Now, these are reported. Now, they're not long.
By a mountain range, Sam.
Tonight. Oh, God, I have.
Tornadoes by mountain ranges.
No. You and I are going through the northern. These are Arctic rotational low pressure systems that are going over the top of Montana, Idaho, Washington, and they're dumping in on top of UNG, Utah, and they're going over through Colorado, and then they're sweeping in this hooking into the plains, literally eastern Colorado, Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma. Now that is the cold front. That's a cold hooking in low pressure system that just went over, which is why we had snow here the other day. Now that is now over Colorado, moving downward, going into the plains right now, coming down off the Rocky Mountains, over the top of them, dropping in. Now that is going to meet the California jet stream, which is coming across the Pacific Ocean into California, over the top of Arizona, into New Mexico. And now they're going to have high heat warnings today in New Mexico. Now that hot air below the cold air moving into Oklahoma and Texas today is going to meet the Gulf Stream, jet stream we've been talking about for months now, where this Pacific Ocean weird, odd jet stream is going over the top of the Mexican Rockies, Yucatan Peninsula in a way we've never seen before. And that moisture that is being pushed up southward towards northwards, northeast, is going to meet that hot pressure system, the cold pressure system, and the moisture pressure system from the Gulf of Mexico today from 3 o'clock in the afternoon on, and then the high winds will form. And because all of these pressure systems are going to jam into each other, it's going to stall, and it's going to go straight up to the highest recorded barometric pressure elevations they have ever seen in history. Today.
Wow. I downloaded a video from YouTube if you want to take a peek. I don't know. It's a guy talking about this.
Yeah, well, so let's see who and what has to say what.
Let's get it.
Please do.
Let's see who it is.
Really weird.
Hey, I spent the last week doing my homework, I promise you.
2024. I am making this video ahead of what will hopefully be our last string of major severe weather outbreaks in this really active and potentially even historic sequence of tornado outbreaks and severe weather outbreaks that we've been seeing since April. As we go towards June, things are going to calm down a little bit, but man, things are not going to be calm this weekend and maybe even during the beginning portion of next week. Here's a look at the current satellite imagery as I am recording this video. We've got leftover clouds and storms once again as a result of big storms that happened yesterday moving across the Great Lakes in the lower Ohio Valley. We've seen this a million times. These clouds yesterday produced some big tornadoes. Riley Dibble himself got one on camera here down there near El Dorado and Altus, Oklahoma. This ended up being a pretty big tornado. A lot of people got photos and videos of this thing. Thankfully, it occurred in a very rural area. I don't think there was a structure hit or damaged by this thing, but it went.
I'm stalling again.
It was a very big tornado at one point. And speaking of very big tornadoes, here's just a little.
I was gonna say I'm gonna skip forward a little bit. This is a decently longer video, like 14 minutes.
And he's talking about May 21st.
A tornado out.
Okay, so
now it's not going to cover a large area.
I'm in the green zone.
Man, so the parameters in place for tomorrow are absolutely off the wall.
Yeah, I was going to ask
what I'm talking about here on the simulated radar. A lot
that was revised this morning.
For that enhanced risk of severe weather is going to be mostly over by the time this video goes up, especially up here in Illinois. You're seeing those storms this morning and early.
It was revised to even stronger.
Recording and editing this video.
Yeah, they're expecting a 5 out of 5
in
to a high extreme,
Iowa,
not
and
4
Illinois
out of
this
5.
afternoon and evening as well, around 5 or 6 p.m. Some more strong storms will roll through. Those will get to Chicago around 8 p.m. And that is actually going to lead into these
and that is
popping up down here in Texas and Oklahoma.
Tonight's storm. They've revised this since. It's going to be slower than this, and literally by 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, it'll run through Indiana, Illinois, etc.
It's going to be mostly over by the time we get into mid.
They revised it as more. They want to upgrade it, but they don't dare.
I bet.
The equations in the higher elevations is what's scaring the living crap out of them, because of that. What it's going to, where the arrows are pointing right now, right there, that circle, with the formation, when that formates, is going to go higher, and it's 5 times what is normal. The computer models are calling for that supercell to rise up to about 50 to 60,000 feet. And it's going to explode from there. And everywhere in a bow shock, electrical, rounded, we talked about the bow derecho, which we can't call a derecho, which they are still calling a derecho, because the derecho is only a Southern American, California, Arizona, Mexico, Texas sandstorm. This is not a derecho sandstorm. This is a bow shock electrical formation of an on-land hurricane, because there will be, no matter what they're telling you. Look at that right there. That is a formation of a hurricane on land, moving in the middle of the northern jet stream, the Pacific jet stream, the California Pacific jet stream, and the now new Pacific Mexican Rockies Gulf Stream jet stream. That meeting right there. See the white, hit pause, please.
Yeah.
Okay, that is 11 right there. 15. See those numbers in the middle?
Yep.
Yeah.
That is on a spectrum of 1 to 10.
Oof.
That's off the chart.
That's off the charts then. Huh.
It is off the charts. Now, they've gone through the computer simulation models from Europe, and I went through this week. This simulation goes to a 53.
Wow. That's insane.
53 on a 1 to 10 scale. This goes to a 53.
Jesus.
This right there, you're looking at the blossoming of all of those systems from the cold northern Arctic to the upper left corner, and the centralized heat wave that's coming in straight across from Colorado, etc., moving to the east. And then the southern jet of the Gulf of Mexico moisture all slamming together right there in that white purple square is where that meeting is going to cause the biggest superstorm we've ever seen.
Wow.
Tonight. And look where Tulsa is.
Yeah. I was going to ask Rebecca, how's your weather
Oklahoma
there? I mean,
City is dead center.
Right now it's not bad.
This is going to formulate.
You know, I met a couple. I met a couple from Oklahoma recently, and I was asking them about how their weather was and if they had gotten hit with the tornadoes, and they were saying that. I told them I have a friend in Tulsa, but she always says that it goes up the turnpike, any supercells, and it just kind of misses her. They were telling me that the reason for that is because because of the population in Tulsa is so high that it makes warmer air, and that's one of the reasons why Tulsa really never gets hit with the tornadoes. So
that's interesting.
I was like, well,
storms usually bypass. They usually veer to the north or to the south. They kind of follow turnpikes for some unknown reason.
Because there's warmer air because of the high population, the density of the population. They explained it to me on a more scientific, but I was driving and I only held on to so much of the information. I was like, I gotta tell Rebecca that, that's not a bad thing to hear, because it's such a
regardless of the tornado
in Oklahoma, it's one of your biggest populations in the whole state. So
regardless of the tornadoes, there's going to be a high wind event and a heavy gorilla-sized hail from Kansas all the way down to middle Oklahoma and all in Arkansas and Missouri and Iowa and Illinois, and overnight is going to be a horrendously large high wind event. There's going to be a rolling wave of electrical storms that are going to be heading in this bow all the way from literally Minnesota to Texas, and it's going to work its way eastward all the way till Monday, and there's going to be flooding from New York and you name it. So all the way down to South Carolina and even Georgia and northern, it'll affect northern Florida, it'll affect Mississippi, it'll affect everybody. There's going to be this wave that's going to go by, and everybody needs to literally this formation it's like a shock wave of formation of a hurricane. And so you have to you can't take the downgrade they're handing us. You have to believe this is going to be a superstorm. You have to prepare for it and pray to God and thank God if you have a roof tomorrow. And let's talk about my 3 weeks ago. We talked about the storm that was coming in. Look what happened. Last week, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 people, 12 people died around the United States from this thing. They're underplaying it. This is going to be a superstorm, and it's going to happen while we're on the air. And you can go outside, Rebecca, and look and watch. Right about now, let's see, we're at 3:43 in Central Time, and right about now, your winds should start picking up. And by 5 o'clock, you should see high wind. And then by 7, you should see very large electrical storms.
Are they grounding flights for this, or?
Oh, they will be.
I hope so.
Oh yeah, from Chicago, literally all the way to Mississippi by tonight. Oh, this is an bold electrical rolling storm of a formation of an on-land northern hemisphere hurricane, which they don't dare call. We used to name those storms. Europe and in the area where Gillian lives, they still name those storms. And we talked about this last Saturday. I told everybody that there was going to be a European weather event, and guess what? While we were on the air, it was occurring.
Wow.
So it happened. And did you see that weather on your national news? No.
Nope.
You see it on your internet, YouTube news? No. Nope. You got to go look this shit up, guys. We talked about media inclusion. You have to go search for your media. You cannot take what those people hand you. You have to go do your own investigation. You get an idea crossing your mind, go look it up. Christ, this is the information era. I mean, you have the best tools in the entire world, and that is your brain between your two ears. If you get an inclination to look it up, look it up.
Very, very picky about where you get your information, guys, because we are living
BS meter. Yeah,
in the age of propaganda, and people have learned to manipulate.
Check your sources. Ask why are these people
if you go on to Google or something and ask it something, and it will give you things from a couple of years ago, and you very specifically put in your date and your target area, everything in that you wanted, and it still puts you back to 2 years ago, 3 years ago. And then it tries to downplay what it is you're looking for, and you know that it's serious. Say, for example, like what's happening in Italy just now, with those major swarms of quakes, and they're all living in calderas. They built houses in the calderas. I was blown away by that. They're literally living.
I was blown away by the concept of AI that was thinking that people wanted to get away from the Nibiru project, Anonymous, but through a 12-step program like Alcoholics Anonymous, because they wanted to break away from the inclusion of this, what would we call a conspiracy theory that Nibiru truly exists, and they want to break away and be separated. It's like, the Australian police calling me all over again with a joke. The Australian police did call me and say, well, we hear stories, we're doing an intervention for a family that's asked that they think that you're some sort of a cult leader and you're trying to drag people into this non-existent, non-reality conspiracy theory. No.
Oh my God.
No. We are the truth. We are the light. We are the reality. I've known about this since 1978. I wrote a paper. They walked in and heard about it because my professor tried to express to other scientific paperwork that I could do equations that Einstein couldn't even finish, because I threw out a couple of things because I didn't believe in them, in my concept of gravitation. And I am a published, although classified author of a paper going back all the way to 1980, where I was told I couldn't tell anybody. And the United States government approached me and offered me a job. And believe me, they do not approach 17-year-old young adults, their junior year to senior year in high school, for being wrong. And I'll say that 1,000 times. And I'm going to now ask all of we lost Jesus, apparently. He's like doing things. Members, each of you, how much have you guys already seen is real? It is real. Christoper.
Yeah, I've when I started with you guys, I was really intrigued by it, and then once I started, trying to do the own research for myself, I got really I started doubting myself and started going through all these crazy emotions. But at the end of the day, I was seeing what I was seeing, and then my head is telling me this can't be possible, but there it is. I'm seeing exactly what Sam's drawn down on the monthly site drawing, and day after day, week after week, the same formations are happening. If you watch You know, if you just sit outside for a couple hours, you know,
you see, and if you pick a certain time of the day as well, and you watch it regularly for days on end, and then you start to see patterns.
Yep.
Yes.
There is no doubt that you're watching something that is supernaturally real, and it's there. It's there. It's doing things, and because nobody's told you about it, doesn't mean it doesn't exist. So you've got to go out there and start researching it for yourself and thinking. And
it's
look at that.
It's very repetitive, and also, guys, you have to take into account that our eyes are very limited. Use your cameras. If you see something that's out of place, use your camera, and you'll pick up way more. Your eyes will
your
catch
camera
it,
refines it because your eye catches it like a thing. Like I've just seen that, and something is above that sun. It's amazing tonight.
Yes, I like to go out and watch the sky through the camera lens, and then we'll see it with my eyes, and then see it with the camera lens and see what I'm missing, because there's a lot that our eyes unfortunately miss. We are very limited. We are very, very limited in what we can see.
It wars with your brain for ages until you actually settle down with the new concept, and you do genuinely question yourself.
It's a struggle. It's a mind screw. I've said it before. It's a mind screw of epic proportion to really allow yourself to believe this. But the evidence just doesn't let you go the other way. Like at one point, you're going to be like, you have to follow the evidence and be like, okay, I'm seeing what I'm seeing. It makes no sense according to mainstream media, but what are you going to do? Are you going to deny your own eyes, deny what you're seeing? I mean, you just can't.
If I hadn't seen that mustard fat planet next to the sun, night after night, for weeks, and it was in, say, February, March, April, when they rose up the ecliptic, they came up and they went down, and they came up and they went down. It was so phenomenal. I thought, just see that. I didn't just see it. Then I asked other people, do you see that? And they're like, yeah, it's round, so what? Hurry up, we're late. But they did see it to a certain extent, but they weren't,
Wow.
How do they not wonder what that is? But a lot of people don't, because, the media tells you, oh, sorry, one son, one son.
And this is where we talk about media inclusion again. You have to, yes, we are going against the scientific exactly. You cannot have these repetitive year after year after year patterns that my drawings and all of our members around the world, from Robert in New Zealand to Maria in Alaska, that are seeing all of this stuff in comparative. And I love this shot on the right. That's awesome. And left. I mean, both of them. Guys, this is the reality. Let's look at the, yes, I'm going to sit here and promote my drawings. But my drawings come from knowing. And the knowing is what we're trying to scream to you, that this is happening. It is real. You cannot discount this information. We are here. All of us are here to warn you. This shit is real. It's really happening. The passing planet, Nibiru in Sumerian means the passing planet. Nobody knew that they would ever get this damn close to us. But, hey, speaking of this picture right here, did you download those pictures I sent you today, Rebecca?
No. Let me go back and get them.
I thought you got distracted. By the way, I would also like you to post your most recent.
Yes.
Do you have a copy of your most recent YouTube video that you posted yesterday? I believe the drawing comparisons.
I sure do. That is actually done really well over on.
Now would be a really good time if you. Yeah, I like it. No, I. By the way, I again got goosebumps. I watched it. Oh my God! Thank you. I got goosebumps from hell, and I connected to source, and it was really awesome. Thank you.
Well, good.
So if you could play that now, I would appreciate it. I'd like to connect back to source. Thank you.
Let's do it.
Yeah, come on, give us a go.
Give me a body rush.
Look at
I
that.
think the music fits it just right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's where the body rush came from. I love the music score. I cannot draw this, people.
Nope.
Unless it's real.
Wow.
And I draw this in front of my table, alone, before sunrise. I do not copy this from the internet. I don't copy it from pictures. I draw this from my mind. I'm good at what I do. I'm warning you. And if you don't listen, I don't know why. And all of my friends here are here to tell you and warn you this is really happening. Thank you, Esther Lee. Oh, and by the way, speaking of Gabriel, Esther Lee, I saw some of Gabriel's information this week. Thank you very much, Gabriel. Very informative. I did save some of your material. Thank you. I will use it for scientific comparison from around the world.
That is cool.
Look at that.
People, this shit is real. We've watched it for 14 years. We watched them come from the underneath of Earth. We watched them come from the South Pole. We've been telling you for over a decade, this is real. It's happening now. You have to listen or go back to sleep, put your head in the sand. And how can I have this anyway? Or if this shit was real, wouldn't we have experienced it by now? Well, we are experiencing it by now. The weather that's going to happen this week is going to be off the charts of anything we saw in the last month. As of today, you have been warned. Most of the time, I think I'm discounted. A lot of the times, I don't think people are listening. A lot of times, I think that people are afraid of the information I'm handing you. And I should say, warning, if you are easily shocked, then turn away. This information is real. I'm not talking about fear. I'm talking about fact. Things that all of us, Jesus, Gillian, Rebecca, Christopher, and thousands of other people around the world already know. And I don't know any other way to communicate this to you except that, an example is what's before you. This picture above and the picture in my drawing below, showing you events that are happening currently. Who else gives you current information? Nobody.
That cutoff is
Go ahead, please. Jesus, take over.
That cutoff is identical to your drawing. It's crazy. It's crazy. I recently had, I've said before, I have two accounts. I keep one for, my everyday friends and family, and the other one for us crazy Nibiru holics. But recently somebody found my account, a friend, and they were commenting
12-step
on it.
program.
And I said, okay, look, do you really want to peek inside my head? And they're like, yes. And so I threw them a few pictures, some of my favorite pictures. And other than the reaction, a wow, and I got nothing. Not a question, not a follow-up.
Did you include your famous index finger? You got to get that video with the index finger because
I did.
Oh, no.
I sure did. That one and the one with the lead object and the stripes. That one's undeniable.
What about your New Mexico overhead Attu's moon?
Maybe
that one's
might have
classic.
Worked. That one might have worked. I don't know, but I did.
Anybody.
I have yet to hear from her. She has not. Hopefully, I sent a link to our show. maybe she's watching. Hopefully, she's watching it. Maybe she's just waiting to kind of maybe make up her own mind before she says something. So that would be nice.
Christopher, you missed the close pass of Atu's moon. That when Jesus was in New Mexico, he filmed straight up, and he saw one of the greatest events of his entire life that he'll never forget as long as he lives, of Atu's moon going directly over the top of us. If you reached up and you grabbed the balloon and tied a string to it, you could pull it down. It was that damn close to it.
Yeah, you could see craters, and you could see the darkness in the craters from how deep they were. I had to walk in the house.
Shadowing around.
Okay, where's the video?
Look at all the those are ships.
Yep.
I have it, but guys, it was I didn't have the greatest camera at the time, and it was at dawn, so it didn't pick it up quite as well as I did take some stills, and I'm sure I posted it a few times. So but when I come across it,
that capture is going to go down in history.
Yeah, probably.
You're going to go down in history over
many of your videos.
Yeah, hopefully one day somebody will find our
They
work,
know
guys,
about you now.
And look at it without a bias, without social, the social cues that we have now, that doesn't allow people to kind of make that cross that line between, I believe I have my own way of thinking, and I follow the evidence, as opposed to I follow what mainstream media and mainstream science tells us. Hopefully we'll reach that one day where people just do their own thing and make up their own minds, without worrying what their neighbor's going to say. So I think, and I want to tell everybody now, great work, because not everybody can come out publicly with this information, knowing how much shit we're going to get from people, how much people, because honestly, I feel this person may never see me the same way.
These pictures.
As much as that bothers me.
The Pleiadians.
As much as it bothers me.
The Pleiadians are going to have a file on you. You are going to be recorded in the history books. The Pleiadians will have a file on you.
Well, I do very much.
Which means now they are. Which now means, because they are from the future, which means now you already are on that list.
Wow.
Hopefully, I live to see the day
that's the picture with all those speckles. I've just seen speckles on my new pictures. All these speckles. Tell people what the speckles are.
This is what we see sometimes, that we confuse with stars, or some people confuse with stars. Guys. It's not necessarily
I've just seen them now.
Hold that picture.
I was taking pictures of the sun now. Did you see, Rebecca, those pictures that I sent you? Right up on top of the speckles. Oh, I knew it.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll get it.
Who sent in those photos?
I've actually thought about this before the show.
Yeah, I don't remember.
She noticed. I think she stated that she didn't know. She knew it wasn't stars. She knew it was something else, and you could just tell right away. There's hundreds of ships in those pictures. It's incredible. Look at that.
They're not stars.
There are star destroyers.
That was one that she sent me.
There are debris. Okay, there's debris. You're not looking at stars.
No.
Half of that is debris. The other half to the left is stars. Okay.
No constellation.
There are ships. There are thousands and God. When the hell are people going to listen that ET is freaking here? Guys, we've been screaming that. God, Gillian, how long have I been screaming that ET came out of hiding since 2019 in April?
I remember when we talked that first time, and you almost didn't want to tell me, because I could tell you were like, I'm going to scare her. I was like, no. I just seen the cube, man. I just seen the cube, and it went down like that early in the morning, and it stayed there, cube, a blue freaking cube, because just after you told me about the cube and you were all anxious, it was about a week. Within that week, I seen it, and I thought, wow,
thousands of Star Wars movie Star Destroyers offloaded off of both cubes. We have documented this information. We have documented this information for years now. We get sightings every day from around the world. Those are triangular. Go ahead.
Have you seen that meme? It says, so ET is no longer hiding from humans. Humans are now hiding from ET. And,
bingo.
Yeah.
Bingo.
Yeah, absolutely true statement.
Guys,
they are not hiding. We are the ones ignoring it. And
they came out of hiding in 2019 from in front of the sun. We couldn't see them, but we did, because there's a lot of people around the planet sending us side angle shots. We saw it. We waited. We called the Skull asteroid 4 years before ever NASA even announced it. We are years ahead of everyone out there. And if you don't follow this information, you are a fool. We have gathered this information. Those are Star Destroyers. I mean, from Star Wars, literally, they're 600 meters long. They're massive craft, and they're offloaded off the cube, which are intergalactic ships that we have been watching coming in since prior to 2009. Are you listening? We are a citizen science project group of people from around the world. We have done the science, and if you don't listen, you are stupid. I'm sorry. In last week I used the F-bomb. This week I'm going, excuse me, but if you don't listen, you're crazy. They are here. They are here. They are here. God, they're here. And we get sightings of them every day. Hello? What are you going to do about it? Are you going to share? Are you going to talk to your people? Are you going to tell them that there's an intergalactic federation above Earth right now making sure that we share the commodities? We can't argue with them. They could invade. So we're going to give them, which what we refer to as the tribute of the gods, period. No ifs, no ands, no buts, no ors. We have to give them this shit. Look at the gold products in China. Example. Look it up. Go to YouTube. Type in gold surprises in China. Ask yourself why the price of gold is 5 times what it's ever been through recorded history. They want to get every sprig, every gold chain, every clasp, every old ring out of every jewelry box, because right now it will pay off so they can put it in a government fund. And next year is when the 9/11 Commission has to divulge the inventory of the World Trade Center demise of 9/11 and the recovery of the gold that was deposited from all the nations around the world. And that is next year.
Wow.
Ask how they're going to explain the tribute to the gods.
Esther, I think that's I honestly I don't want to think that they won, but I do feel that we have been conditioned since they knew this was incoming, the system was incoming. We have been conditioned since then, because science was never the same.
We have to be.
Science used to be a little bit more open, more real. Now we have just a bunch of bullshit science, We used to have real science, but
Marquez
starting in the 70s or 80s, when scientists knew that the system was inbound, I think the conditioning started there. I mean, just look at what they told Sam. In 30 years, it's not going to matter. They knew what they were doing. They knew that they could that they could manipulate people's ideas, people's way of thinking. Here's a story that somebody told me
from 1947 on.
So here's the thing. Look, when Christopher Columbus discovered, well, I hate using the word discovered because we all know that's not what happened. But either way, when he came to the Americas, there was the ships right on the beach, right? And a lot of these natives, they didn't acknowledge the ships as they walked down the beach. They didn't acknowledge it because they didn't know any better. They never knew. They'd never seen ships before, so their minds,
floating islands,
didn't acknowledge what they were seeing because they had no pre-context of what it was. So they ignored it, and I think that's what happens now. We do that a lot because we're seeing things in the sky that we've never seen before, and people choose to ignore it. Because I've been with people and I'm like, are you not seeing? I'm like, in my head, I'm like, are you not seeing what I'm seeing? Like, look at that. Please look.
Hey, Zeus.
It's not a normal cloud.
Tell everybody how you did not expect extra planets and extra stuff.
Yeah. We'll see. That was the thing. So a lot of our stories, how we ended up here, are very similar. Mine lasted 2 years. For 2 years, guys, I was taking pictures of the sky. Something compelled me to just take pictures of the sky because I knew something was wrong. But it never once occurred to me that it would be planets. Never once. I went down every rabbit hole imaginable. I went down the flat earth. I went down the hollow earth. I went down Fukushima. At that time it's still leaking, but that was probably the one that I gave valid attention more to. I was like, well, maybe that's what it is, but everything else, I never was satisfied with my answers. And when I came across Sam, I was like, how did it never occur to me that it was planets? Because we're conditioned to think that that's impossible, that will never happen. Yep. Even from the time that I was a child, I remember I was always obsessed with planets. People had sports posters in their rooms. I had posters of Mars and Jupiter and whatnot, and I always remembered thinking that's something I'm never going to get to see because those things don't happen. Like, you have to actually get on a spaceship and maybe go see it. I always thought, I was bummed out. I'm never going to get to see this. And fast forward 30, 40 years, and here we are. It's the craziest thing. I think about it all the time. I think about that all the time, how it's just nothing happens by accident, guys. Nothing happens by accident, but you do have to put in the work.
It's a learning process.
Source will put you where you need to be, but you do have to put in some work for yourself. Christopher, you're a perfect example. Gillian, all of us here, we saw something that didn't feel right, and we trusted ourselves to go down that path and discover it. Our sense of curiosity has died, and that's really what gets me. It's not that people aren't intelligent enough to follow this, because it's not hard to follow. It's the lack of curiosity to actually go down that path where I get.
Well, how's it going to affect me? I can't do nothing about it anyway.
Yeah, and that drives me insane. That drives me nuts. Like.
Oh yeah, when they say that to you, well, we can't do anything about it anyway if it's real.
So what's
it's
for dinner?
When did we stop asking why? Like how many times did you ask why when you were a kid? Like, why this? Why that?
Well, you have to.
They've just stopped asking.
This is directly affecting our entire planet. Everybody around here, they're losing their homes. They're being flooded out. They're seeing windstorms around the world right now. And, this should be the number one story on all the news media right now. And it's not. And you need to ask why. Why is this not the most important damn thing? Because, everything that we're working about, we're in 2024 now. Okay, and I'm a person, I'm in my 60s. And the world has changed around me in so many ways that I don't even understand right now. And I'm going, holy shit, what happened? And, that's one of those old grandpas going, you people should stay off my lawn or whatever. I mean, I'm trying not to be in that realm. And yet at the same time, I'm watching things occur around me where people can, there's a generalized question going around on some of the comedy media shows. Excuse me, hi, welcome. Can you tell me where the Queen of England is from? And they go, Brazil.
Oh, I know it's bad.
And if people, we have to reach out with our minds. We have to actually, incorporate what is known as common sense, and learn. If you're living in a world where you don't look things up for yourself, and if you follow what is being handed to you on the paper plate of hot dogs and pork and beans, then you deserve what is coming. And the whole point with everything we need to talk to you about is that you're all here right now for the right reasons, because damn it, this is not normal. It's extreme. You're here because you were led here for the right reasons. You have to get inboard, on board, up board. You have to share this information. You have to share with people around you. Yes, it's going to be, yeah, all of it. Upboard motor, offboard motor, onboard motor, whatever. On board, get on board. God, how many times I've said get on board? Oh my God.
Oh yeah, you must
go back to my Radio Wasteland program. I must have said that 500 times on Radio Wasteland alone. And people, we have proven that we're not. We are no longer in the zone of we think. We're in the zone of, we know. And that's why we're doing this show for you. Wake up, Alice. Wonderland is right before you.
I know, guys, that this is a lot to take in. To any new people here who are still kind of on the fence, I know this is a huge pill to swallow, guys, but continue. Whatever brought you here for a reason. It's not an accident. Just continue trusting yourself and trusting your instinct, because that's what we did. We just kind of trusted and went with it, and something led us here, and we're here now. Just give it a chance. I know it's nuts. I know it's beyond crazy what we talk about, but it's happening. Reality, often is crazier than fiction, guys. This is a great example of that.
That's what I was getting ready to say.
It's happening out there. So get on board. You're missing a hell of a show, and not just the fact that it's a show, but it is a dangerous time right now. That if you're not paying attention, things can happen. Last night, and here's an example of how things are. Knowing is important. I have a tree that's been growing into the dividing fence between us and our neighbor. 2 days ago, the wind started picking up, and I knew if we didn't get rid of that tree, it was going to knock into my neighbor's yard, causing a whole disaster. And you don't want that kind of energy with your neighbor. You got to live there, So I cut it down, and the next day, I wake up to weeds and trees, and not complete trees. It's a small tree, but it was small enough to have gotten knocked out. If I hadn't, I woke up to a bunch of there was branches everywhere, because in the morning, just a bunch of during the night, the winds got so bad that a bunch of trees and branches got knocked up. I do feel if I hadn't cut it, a lot of that debris would have ended up in my neighbor's fence, in my neighbor's yard, and God knows that's not
Rebecca,
a good thing,
go outside and look at the weather.
So it's important. It's important to pay attention, guys, to know what things in your immediate area might become problematic. Things that shouldn't be there. Get them away, because winds or weather might affect it. Something like that could have cost us thousands of dollars, guys. A mistake like that. Instead, it took me 20 minutes to knock it down, cut it up, and take it off to the junkyard.
We have to reevaluate. We have to reevaluate our normal. Everything around us. If you have a bouncy house, or if you have a trampoline or anything, or lawn furniture in your yard, anywhere from from North Dakota down to New Mexico, I would put that away or chain it down or bolt it down with many spikes and chains, so it doesn't fly into your neighbor's yard and destroy the side of their house that you become responsible for in your insurance. And by the way, I can't even imagine what the insurance companies are about to go through, literally from Minnesota to Texas tonight. And I am going to warn you again, the superstorm that is about to form. That's why I sent Rebecca outside to check her weather. That wind should be increasing in her area right now. And what is coming is going to be catastrophic. And I really want you to listen to this right now in time log, and then research what I'm telling you tomorrow or the next day. Let's talk about this Monday. And if you don't, I'm here to warn you guys, because I'm good at what I do. I am very good at what I do. And if
Samuel,
you discount me, yes, ma'am.
you see this picture that's in front of us, how it looks like something's, the orb is in the water. I took blue pictures like that yesterday. Literally looked like the blue marbles in the sky, like fluid in the sky, and you could literally see on the left.
First of all,
the planet.
That's a glass double.
Yeah,
This
but the
is
one
like,
that I took
take a
was
picture
not a
taken
glass
off the
double. I was in my garden, but that, yeah.
Okay, but this is a glass. It's like on the 4th or 5th floor of a building, and they're taking a picture through the glass. The upper right side illumination in red is a glass double. However, what it is showing us is a refractive cutoff from the bottom of Nepenthe, and you can see everything from middle of the picture left to the middle of the picture right. Is everything above is greenish Nepenthe cutting off the sun.
Esther, I agree.
That shadow is immense. It is so big.
Yeah, well, it's cut off. That's why it's flaring.
Esther, I agree. It's no hoarding, no panicking, people, no panic buying. That's not what we're trying to convey here. Just to be more aware,
right?
And more, there's things that we,
Esther,
pretty much. I've been ignoring that tree for months. But I knew, and Sam had said that we were be getting high winds, during this time, and we have been. So because of what we know, and because we're paying attention, I knew better than to keep ignoring it. That's what I mean. Is the. But you're right.
Concerned about your neighbors, right?
No panic buying, none of that stuff. Just continue living your lives. My motto is this: I will acknowledge
yellow moon in front of the sun.
Learn as much as I can, but there's only so much that my budget and my lifestyle allows me to do, and what's within my means is
Esther Lee, your weather.
I need to cut a tree down.
Weather in the UK is very transitory between the North Sea and what is coming from the Atlantic coastal slide from west to east. So you need to watch your weather regularly, because it is constantly changing in the low pressure system rotation that is in the noodle-like, no longer straight jet stream patterns that we are used to. So you're gonna see influx from Iceland and Greenland and the North Sea, and even Sweden sometimes, and yet the Atlantic Ocean straight across drift from what's going on from Newfoundland to New York, etc., New Jersey, etc. All that's going to reach over and push at you, and so it's going to constantly change. That influx into Europe, and in Spain and France and Holland and Germany, etc. And last week they even had a super mega storm. And what you're looking at on this picture right here in front of us, beautiful. This is the drop on of close passing planet Attu's moon, and the snail foot that is included with the red asteroid and little sister at the bottom This is the snail foot of what is currently doing a cameo role in our present out view. You have to take into account the passing planets and where they currently are. Keep an eye on all of it, Esther, because right now it's going to be very transitory. It's going to be very quick. It's going to go left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, and it's going to cause mostly normal, if not higher impact UK effects, but is going to seriously and drastically affect Europe from Germany to southern France and eastward. This picture is the side face of close passing planet Nepesity.
Wow.
That is so cool. That is.
I dare you
awesome?
to argue with me. I dare you.
I found a good one of Nepesity. Let's see.
I'm gonna go check on my laundry, guys. I'll be right back. I had to change from Tuesdays to Saturdays.
Good for you, sir. I'm working on my laundry too as we speak.
I've been ignoring it.
People, I am very good at what I do. I'm trying to warn you guys. I'm trying to get you guys ready for the shit that's happening right before our very eyes. We've documented it. We've documented it. How many times do I have to tell you this shit is happening? You have to share this information with people you care about, even people you don't care about. Tell people, get this information out. The only way that we can get beyond our 600 to our 1,000 views is by you.
Right.
You are part of
and
the
how are you going to feel
Science
if you know
Project.
this information and you didn't tell somebody that you know is in a bad area right now? You know, it's just like I have family,
and they got killed.
You know, in Illinois. I mean, I'm concerned about them, and it's just this is a serious situation right now.
Esther is asking about the particularly Pakistan and India region. Anything happening there, Sam? I guess he's stalling.
Uh-oh.
Right. It seems like
Yes, I'm
India
stalling.
had a big.
You're back, Sam.
Wasn't it? I don't know. Somebody
Hey.
sent me. I think
Hey,
it was
Katie.
Catherine.
That
sent me
is
some-
the edge.
Yeah.
That is the bottom edge of Saturn's yellow moon with a straight line, which is probably figurative to the long box cube.
Okay.
And
I'll
yes,
get that
you know, we had comments. Rebecca and I
I'll be right back.
talked about this prior to the show and a couple of days ago. I got some bad comments from some people that actually did affect me, which is rare. Normally, I don't take the negative. But somebody on our YouTube talked about, oh, it sounds like I'm making this up off the side. No.
Oh,
We have worked for this. Christopher, go ahead, please.
I'm just saying.
Go ahead. I mean,
you know, I thought the same thing. I thought, well, I'm not just going to jump into this and believe it right away. I had to prove to myself that what Sam is saying, what Rebecca's saying, Jesus, everybody is saying, that am I going to be able to take their information and it lead to exactly where they're telling me? There's no way Sam can be drawing these pictures or these drawings of what's happening in our skies, and I can take that drawing a week, 2 weeks after he draws it and identify everything in my skies in another state that he's drawing on paper. You cannot make this up. No way. And if you can, you know, start a YouTube channel and show us how it's done, because it's not. No, you cannot make this up. You can't. And that's what threw me into this, because it's absolutely incredible. And when you start seeing them for yourself, it's just like Sam says, you start getting goosebumps all over, and it's just the most incredible thing.
the connection to the goosebumps is part of your old soul inside of which we humans are. There's a connection, there's a force, there's a power to our change, and our acceleration and our movement forward to the reality of truth that we've been hidden from all of our lives. You all are here because you know something is wrong. You know that you have been lied to. The question is, are you going to get out your bullshit meter and you're going to start to weigh the information that you're being presented in front of you? And I would actually ask each and every one of you to go out and try to debunk me. Please argue with me. I dare you. They don't slap you with a 30-year non-disclosure
Yes.
for being wrong. They do not tell you to shut up until 2010, and after that, it won't matter for being wrong. Why would they even bother a 17-year-old, 18-year-old kid in Missoula, Montana, if he was wrong? Why?
I don't know.
I don't have that answer beyond that. I don't. It's not real. I mean, yet they bothered me, slapped me with a non-disclosure agreement. I couldn't even own a copy of the periodic chart in my home for that entire 30-year period. I was no longer allowed to do math equations like surface of area of a sphere is r squared times pi divided or times 4, which is standard equations that I know about. And to me, it was like basic. And I thought everyone knew this because to me, this was normal information. And Einstein was full of shit. And so I wrote a paper arrogantly at age 17. And I tried to talk about the fact that I knew we had to have a binary solar system. We have to have 2 stars, 2 sets of planets in order to balance and equal what I understood in basic subatomic science of chemistry, atomic structure, protons, neutrons, electrons, and that was the thing that Einstein never reached across the bar over. He was always trying to get that unification model. The unification model is Hofman, 1978. I dare you to argue with me. We are a binary solar system. We are a compound. We are a construct of separate elements joined together since the dawn of time for this solar system, binary solar system, 2 stars, 2 sets of planets. We always have, always will. We are non-paradoxical. It is a repetitive cycle that happens over and over and over again. And we are not the first high-tech civilization to live within the last 300,000 years. Our history goes back 9,000 years through China. Before that, there's nothing.
We may be the dumbest one yet, actually. We think we're like at the pinnacle of anything.
Oh, yeah.
We use plastic, we use oil. We use all the dirtiest shit. I don't think there's a history of any civilization before us that used such dirty technology in their
Oh God, horrible.
Their enlightenment, as far
as
the
1973, the dawn where we interjected petroleum products into ammonia and iodine and bleach. And the moment we started making synthetic products of plastic, the moment we did that, we introduced a negative degrading non-sequitur synthetic into our lives. And all of us are now talking about the plastic that's in the ocean. There's Sargasso Sea between Los Angeles and Hawaii that is the size of 5 states. And the pollution within subatomic
in the Pacific,
plastic inside fish and the humans and Morgellons syndrome and all of that. We already killed ourselves since 1973. We are not the only society to live multiple different technological experiences, and we're not going to be the last either. The cycle goes on. The planet's fine, and only the fleas on the planet have to worry.
I mean, when you think about
Where do you want to be?
Right.
We're living in the ruins of whatever
Yep.
civilizations or species that were here long before us. We're just
Anyway,
kind of like
nobody understands
looking
the
at the
pyramids
pieces.
unless they go and research the
Or,
pyramids and find out.
cyclical stones. The stoneworks that have laid the foundations of temples, or temple of Jupiter, the rocks. How did they build this? How did they do that? How did they cut those stones? All of that going all the way back through, the last 8,000 years. The temples, and everybody thinks that, okay, the Ice Age, the entire Earth was covered in ice. No, it was not. The central troposphere of the planet had civilizations that lived on. That's where the legends of Atlantis, where Plato and Socrates and all of this came from. They lived past the change of the cycle. And their teachings are there for you to learn. We can talk about Zechariah Sitchin. We could talk about Immanuel Velikovsky. We can talk about David Talbot. We can talk about Graham Hancock. They're all right, but they have not included.
It was Carlos Ferraro when I first came across the Nibiru thing. I never even heard of Nibiru, and then when I started my research into what the hell it was that I was seeing in the sky, what was compelling me to take pictures like crazy. It was Carlos Ferraro that I came across.
I believe his research. I believe his research only included Immeru. He didn't know Immeru was Immeru. He saw a round object way off in space.
But that's the problem with all of them, Sam, is that none of them had the context that we have to put it together. But they were definitely tapping in to what they were on the right track. They just didn't have the right context.
I knew subatomically. I knew subatomically our solar system had to have two atoms, two binary stars. That's what I wrote my paper on, and I gave 3 examples.
To me, hearing him and hearing Zechariah Sitchin, because from then it went to Zechariah Sitchin, and then, that's where it started. And then I ended up finding Jamie, and then I ended up finding you. But hearing them talk, all of it rang true to me. While everything else that I had came across felt like, no, this isn't it. Cannot be it. This seems like bullshit to me. The only thing that came across was like, this sounds true. And then as I went down that down that rabbit hole, I ended up realizing and proving it to myself and debunking it to myself, and right. Here I am. So to anybody starting this rabbit hole, keep going. Just beware, because there's a lot of bad information out there, but just keep going.
A lot.
All you have to do
is so much bad information. You just kind of get over it. There's just so much.
But yesterday I was thinking about what better way to hide the truth than to muddy up the waters with all of these conspiracies. I mean, it was genius. It's clever. And they're so perfectly interwoven with each other. I mean, they are made and designed to, work together to make it,
Well, that way you get frustrated. You'll get frustrated. You go, I don't know what to believe, and I can't believe anything. And unfortunately, there's a large group of people that get very addicted to learning the really dire, scary stuff, and they get, oh my God, they become henny pennies. The sky is falling. The sky is falling. You got to remember. And we talked about this earlier, where your media inclusion, you have to go in the middle of the road. You have to weigh it with a grain of salt. You have to do your homework. You have to learn about the source of information that you are being handed. Do I weigh this? Do I question the person that's telling me? Do I check the dates? Do I look up the information that I am being given? So the question is, if you take it on fact, then you're in trouble. I absolutely expect every one of you to reach out to source information and try to find and compare the information. We talk about your BS meter, your bullshit meter. Yep. If you're being led down a path, you should immediately hit your switch and get off that video. Anytime you're being handed a political or a emotional reaction of fear, anytime you're looking at fear porn, walk away. Because we do science only. We do citizen science only.
I don't know if anybody knows this about me, if they've realized it over the years, but I don't do much the conspiracy thing. Not so much that I don't believe in a lot of this stuff. I do. I believe the world that is presented to us is not at all what the world is. But
No.
I know that is a really dangerous place to go, because and look, we see this all the time in the groups. You see a lot of people who have come from that kind of background, and then they freaking lose it. Like, I have come across people that are just absolutely cannot handle the conspiracy thing, because one rabbit hole leads them to another, and they become addicted to that. And personally, this is my opinion.
They get fixated on that stuff. Like,
yes, exactly. In my opinion, there is no conspiracy that really holds a candle to this. So why am I going to waste my time going down that lane? That's my opinion. Like, why am I going to go down all these other conspiracy theories when the mother of all of them is right here?
Right.
Why even bother? This is the most important thing to happen to mankind since the last cycle. Why do I care what president killed who? I just, or who killed JFK. I mean, all those things interesting. Yeah. I wish I'd know the truth, but I just don't. I don't go down that pattern, because I know that it's a dangerous way to go.
Yeah. Distraction.
And there's more important things to do. I do feel that I'm right there with you, Rebecca. I feel that they made it to where there's so much bad information out there where people don't know what to believe, and that's the reason why it's easy.
And then they get bored and walk away.
A lot of it. Yeah.
There is.
It's easy to dismiss a lot of it.
Video. Well,
video?
I was gonna say there's evidence that points to that was designed and planned a long time ago, that they were going to bring conspiracies into the forefront. And that's what they are doing. So
yeah. Well, I mean, it's really like they're dismissing it before it holds.
Right.
It gets any validity.
Anybody that sees a strange looking sun, it's automatically a sun simulator. It's like that. It's programming people.
It's so bad.
But I want to take a minute and take we have a guest in our lobby.
Right.
So I figure we need to go check on our lobby, and I see somebody at the door. So,
yay.
I know. And his name is Neill, and he is in California. And
our special guest.
He's been a member in Sam's group for several years, and he has awesome pictures. I put together a slideshow, so you'll see in a moment, some of his pictures. But he told me about how many thousands of pictures he has, actually, and it blows mine away. It's like way more than me. So,
hello, Russell Neill.
And so let's go ahead and get Russell in here. There he is. Hey, Russell.
Hey, guys.
Good to have
Rebecca, put him up only.
Sure. Okay. There we go, Russell.
Hello, Russell. Love you, man. I love you. You're a good old friend, and I value your membership and all the work that you've done over the years. Thank you, sir. And I truly appreciate you. And I don't know what more to say, sir.
That's pretty honorable, man. I've never heard you thank somebody so much like that. I appreciate it.
I've watched you. I've watched your comments for years.
Thank you.
Sadly, you're breaking up a little bit. I appreciate your work. I know who you are. Thank you.
The name is really. I see the name all the time for years, and so it's great. It's great to have you here.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I cut out from time. Thank you for your work. I know who you are, and I appreciate you, sir.
No problem
at all.
for having me.
My question for you, Russell, is how did you find Sam? What was your journey there to get to Sam?
It was definitely the presidential election time, and
Yes, yep.
the flood of theories came in, and I was already kind of questioning things and thought things were fishy. The runners up didn't make sense, and all the government actions beforehand didn't make sense. It was
boy.
Why is everybody adding all their cards up together? You know, all these countries going against each other for materials and all that, and so we just started paying a lot more closer attention. You can see all of the stories being shared everywhere. It's like propaganda, you know, and they're just trying to divide the
passing of Atu's moon.
You know, well, that's great that you followed your instinct well, Russ, because a lot of people would have got stuck in the political thing instead of being like, what's the bigger picture here? Why is everybody going crazy? But everybody would have gotten stuck there. And everybody has gotten stuck in the political thing. So it's great that you were able to get past that, because not a lot of people do. A lot of people would have just gone deeper and deeper into that hole without questioning what is the bigger picture here. So yeah, good for you, man.
Pointing their fingers at each other, you know.
Yeah. You thought bigger, and that's what I encourage everybody to do. You have to think bigger. Don't think at the political thing. There's something globally happening. It's why everybody's going nuts. It's why presidents are going nuts. It's why war is here and war is there, because there's something huge happening, you know.
Yeah, well, look what just happened.
It's directly over our head.
And
it's all going on right over the top of us.
My current account on Montana Skywatcher is, I think, like 2019, but I had been on Sam's page previous for years, and it was because of the political stuff that I was checking out the anonymous stuff, and my account got wiped, and I got taken out of Montana Skywatcher. It was like I never existed. I lost a whole lot of photos pre-2019.
Yes.
But
by the way, I do not block very many people, so if you got booted, it wasn't me.
It was almost like I never existed on the before.
Did you lose pictures as well?
But Russ, I know of you. I remember you, so therefore you are not non-existent, and we all remember you.
Thanks, Sam. You know, I ended up leaving that page for a little bit, and when I got back onto Facebook, I was really weary of what groups I was going to add back, and I added like just a couple of Planet X pages. They didn't make sense. They were going after the lens flares, and I'm like, I need to go back to this guy that was like drawing pictures. He's the only one that made sense to me. And I'm like, it seemed really weird at the time because everybody needed so much hardcore evidence. And I'm like, I'm going to the guy with the crayon drawings real quick. I'm like, that's what I
like, I remember I eat crayons. Yeah.
Stories and all of the documents they're releasing. It's all just more propaganda, you know?
Yeah. That's a very similar to
awesome.
Me. I was just going to say, I found Sam, and then I put it to the back burner for 3 years, you know, and said the same thing. I wanted to get back into the Nibiru, came back into my, you know, time frame. And I don't know, I went back and found Sam again. I didn't know his name or anything, but I found him. So
I remember them passing out Planet X little pamphlets in, I believe it was like junior high. It was when we were getting into science a little more. We're like 12 or 11 years old, and they give you
what year did you graduate?
8 pages, and it's like there might be a planet lurking in the outside of our solar system.
Yeah, and it's not a rogue planet, and it's a group of planets, and it has to have a star in order for other life forms to live on it. And I wrote a paper, you know, when I was 17 years old, saying I knew we had to have 2 atoms in our. It has a lot to do with the periodic chart and chemistry. but I knew we were in the soft metals group because we produce lead, copper, gold, silver. So therefore, our production of our atom or our proton had to have a binary star system. It's so basic, it's unbelievable. And I knew we had to have at least 2 stars, 2 solar systems. That's simple. And that goes all the way back to age 17 in chemistry class. Russ, this is your time. Do speak.
You know, I think that the thing that holds most people down to you, Sam, is it's always first and foremost the planets. People are always capable of jumping on geography before they are all the rest of it. You know, the meeting our maker or any other version that people are kind of running around trying to find. And I just find it simple to show people the planet and do not elaborate much else. And you'll always have.
Was it just me or was he breaking up?
A little hit and miss. Yes.
You're breaking up, Russell.
Are you using a computer or your phone?
On the phone, but
You might want to bring
It
your
seems more of
phone
a volume
little
thing
closer.
to me.
It may be,
I don't think that he's turning off. I think it's just a volume thing.
maybe he's testifying and they're stopping him from testifying.
isn't there, you guys were saying that
Yeah,
there
you
was
know,
a way to test the mic or tune the mic or something?
Yeah,
You might
see,
wanna
there
just
have to
talk
be-
a
Sorry,
little
you're
closer to
breaking
the
up really
phone.
bad.
No.
Yeah, maybe getting closer to the mic.
And we do enjoy your being here. Yeah, he's okay. I tell you, if you can't hear us or can hear us, come back in. Sometimes you have to go in literally
maybe
3
that's
times
what it
into StreamYard before you perform. Go ahead, or Rebecca says so. Tell him that in case I'm lagging.
Right. Let's see.
I mean, internet's been horrific.
Yeah,
Mine
well-
has been so bad. And I'm on my
Yeah,
Wi-Fi.
Well, we
because
might be going through.
Something is going on.
The sun has been.
Something's
The
definitely
2
going on.
suns are doing.
Something's going on. Yesterday, I crashed. I completely. I went to work and I was there for maybe 30 minutes, and I was like, I can't. I gotta go home.
I've been
I
sleeping
had.
at 3 o'clock every
I
day.
was so lethargic yesterday, and still kind of
Yep.
am today. But I
Bingo.
slept from 8 p.m. last night till
Bingo,
literally now
Gumby.
it started.
Hey, okay, look.
15 hours. Something's going on for sure.
The storm, the low pressure storm that went over the top of me a couple of days ago that snowed, went over the top of you and then over the top of Christopher and will hit Rebecca tomorrow. Or
Let me know how you feel.
tonight, excuse me, about
physically,
and it completely screwed with it. It totally messed with all of our bones and our equilibrium and our brains because it's a low pressure system.
My bones. It was like I wasn't just tired, but my whole body was aching. I hadn't felt like that since my blood sugar was through the roof.
And that is the
But,
low pressure
my body
system.
was just aching.
That is the
I had
Arctic
to-
low pressure system that just went over the top of all of us. That's why it snowed here in Lolo, and it just dumped into that bulk or Icelandic core going over the top of us, which is now going over Colorado and dumping into Kansas and Oklahoma and Texas tonight. It's going to blow up the moment it meets the hot pressure system from New Mexico and the very, very moist upward running Gulf of Mexico stream, which is going to hit Rebecca in right about now.
Yeah, I'm sending you my video. I know. I took a video, and I'm struggling to get it sent from my phone to the laptop.
But we're really struggling for the last couple of days. I think we've all been tired.
Yeah.
Phones aren't working.
It's struggling. It's
The internet's not working. Yeah, well, it's electrical. We are watching electrical behavior on the surface of the United States from the 180-day cycle. Bingo! The close passing asteroids and the planets above us are causing electrical, rotational, storm, and jet stream events at the 65 to 85,000 foot region above Earth because they are pulling all of this ground forces, moisture, and jet stream upward in the higher than ever seen before events of the 180-day cycle that they're not telling you about. Your turn, Gillian.
My turn, yeah. I was like, me. No. We're also hyper tonight. It's unbelievable. Anyway, I was watching things like what's been going on with airplanes and what's been going on with the earthquakes and the volcano stuff, and everything is so restless. And it just cracked up this year to such an extent. It really is visible on your YouTube and your news feed, and it's getting moved down so you don't see it, and you get told things.
We are 3 times to 5 times level normal average events around the world. And if you don't go look for this information, CBS, NBC, ABC, whatever or CNN or whatever, they're not going to share this with you. They give 15 seconds to the weather. There are people around this country losing their homes and their lives. We've watched 10 or 12 people die in the last week. Before that was another 10 or 12 people. Now, granted, the forecastings and the warnings are actually being heeded and the people are not dying because of this, but we're talking billions of dollars worth of destruction. And tonight, watch, I told myself I was going to mention this during the show. Watch what happens tonight. Oh my God, you're going to see a worldwide event that's going to, if they don't make it in the national news, then you really know you're being lied to, because there's going to be a lot of people. This hurricane force winds, hurricane on land, northern hemisphere, occurring, developing, not pre-developed, but developing on land, northern hemisphere superstorm is happening right outside your front door, Rebecca, as we speak.
Yeah.
Your turn.
You know what? It's actually a perfect day to go live. It's kind of cool looking outside. I can't wait for y'all to see it, but it's like one of them days and the sky's kind of milky, that milky, pale blue, asteroids here and there. It was nice. Oh, yeah. So,
hey, I just seen some of them crazy sparkles in that pictures that I took before I came on.
Oh, good. Yeah, I'm still
sparkles, man. Like all them little ship guys, all those little dudes are like, whoa, we're getting off Earth. There's going to be a superstorm.
Yes. And I see Jesus sent me some videos, so I'm getting those.
I've been having a hard time sending those. I had to send them like 5 times.
Thank you.
Find a video. I have videos to
my internet sucks so bad.
Oh, actually, guys, did you see that there was a pretty meteor that went over Spain and Portugal?
Great.
One of many.
It was really pretty. Okay, so I have
I saw it.
Compilation. So
one of many. The other night, when it was snowing here the other night, we saw some very large flashes that were not lightning related, because I did look it up, and so we had some meteor flashes over Montana, and I think that was like the 22nd, 23rd. I just figured I'd share that.
Okay, this was
guys. We are pilgrims in a new land, people, and if you don't wake up to this, I'm trying to scream to you. This is going to be a superstorm from hell. We thought the last 3 weeks was tough. The shit that's about to happen today, all the way through Monday, all the way to the East Coast in New York.
Yo, look at that thing.
That girl, that video's gone viral.
Priceless.
That is incredible.
Save that copy.
Yes.
Jeez, look at that.
Look what it's under.
Yeah, I was thinking that too.
Trying to see that again. Look at that color. Oh my God. How can you miss
Under
it?
necessity is now going.
Wow.
Necessity is now going over the top of us.
Ding, 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 ding.
By the way, Rebecca, those are the pictures I sent you earlier on Facebook. And I sent a series of what was going on one side to the other.
Right. Clever.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to the 180-day cycle.
That's better than the-
Let's talk about Charlie Bin.
Cherlinsky.
We are expecting another Charlie Bin anytime soon.
Wow.
Yeah, it's better than the concert
That
the
is the
Fokies were at. Look
precursor.
at that.
Yeah, that's the precursor of what's coming. Remember, we talked about June, July. We talked about the 180-day cycle. We've talked about it for months. I can only share this information so many times. Yo, man.
That'd be so cool to be one of the people that, just happen to catch it like that. I mean, like, wow.
Look at
perfect
that.
timing.
Wow.
Yes.
Why is it always the sleepers that get that stuff, man? Gee, that'll wake a few people up.
Okay, well, it's important. That is in the equatorial region, showing you the off display of what is going to break away from the object cluster group. If you look to the upper left, you can see the dark area. That is Uri. And this is the fall of the smaller stuff breaking off in the beginning of the 180-day cycle.
Can you imagine that at your
Just
wedding?
wait, people.
That's cool.
I know. That was so cool.
Wow.
Definitely gonna
An
be something to
omen,
remember.
good fortune.
Look how hot it is.
Remember,
It's literally glowing.
remember, it is the year of the dragon. It is the year of the dragon.
Can you say incoming?
Yeah.
For a reason. And all you have to do is go back and look at the information that Montana Skywatcher and Nibiru Followers Anonymous and Nibiru is already here, and Gillian's sites and all of our other friends' sites, sister sites, have been sharing with you for a decade, and you will find out that we are very accurate.
Yeah, and they always play the X-Files music just to give it that little bit of,
Well, I already know what Mulder does not know.
Cuando pasa un meteorito mientras cortas el pastel de tu boda.
I know E.T. is real. Oh, Christ, E.T. is so real you wouldn't believe. Spooky. Takes you over, like 25 years to get used to.
Yo, look at that. Why do we all laugh when we look at those things? Oh, bing, there he goes. Whoa.
Look what's behind it.
Yeah. Come on, meteor over Portugal. Let's see it again. Boom.
Again, this is in the equatorial region, Portugal. South normal mid-equator, where they're seeing the drop-off of the object cluster group going the opposite direction.
Little clusters of this stuff. Look at it.
Normally, that would be from left to right, and we're seeing the bottom debris falling free.
I get confused with that a lot, Sam. Can you kind of shed a light on that? Because I that really throws me off. I know that they move, we move. I know there's a lot going on, but how is it that sometimes we could see something going one way and then the next seeing it going the other way? What am I missing?
Well, that depends on where you are versus the sun. Now, in this case, we're at the back planet. We're staring away from it. So therefore, these are breakaway, dropping smaller debris factors from the orbiting Oort clouds below Attu and Uri. Small stuff.
Yeah, tiny stuff.
That's breaking free and getting gathered by it. It'll bounce. Yeah, it'll bounce off the top of our upper ionosphere, our electrical, and then they break into. It has to do with the directional angle. The bigger stuff electrically discharges like that. That's a disbursement of light showing that it bumped into the top of our magnetosphere. But boom, and it bounced off. The shit that goes along behind it, little pieces, break into our atmosphere. And that has to do with angle.
Okay.
The slower shit that falls off, because Rebecca, remember that video from the ISS camera where they show the cloud of shit and debris that goes by us?
Yeah.
To this day, that I'm still amazed that they released. All of that information shows us there's this cloud formation that is overlapping the top of us with multiple debris, which we've documented for years, going back to the rainbow captures for 8-9 years now. And the point with it is the smaller stuff will break away, but the generically electrical larger objects are being connected. Yeah, that's the video right here. The larger objects are connected electrically. We can't take into it gravitational. We have to count electrical because their polarity is the opposite of ours. And only when the small drag-off stuff hits our upper atmosphere and tears away because of tumbling will the electrical discharge occur, and then they'll illuminate and break apart.
Here's an example. This stuff is what I've got a picture of. That stuff. That stuff. Tonight, was up there tonight. That stuff.
This is the onset. This is the onset of the debris field below Uri, Attu's moon.
Wow.
You see, this is what I mean. Like you see some going one direction, but some others are going
electric.
In the opposite direction.
It's fingers of an electric. All of that is electrically connected to everything in the bigger. The bigger ones hold the smaller ones. The larger ones are connected.
Wow.
It's amazing, and some are in some ways the other way.
Look at that.
Okay, so you're now seeing the drop clouds of connective. That is connective electrical solar sunlight right there. That is a big one right there. Big circle. Wow. Big circle. That is the tan asteroid.
Wow.
Look at that stuff.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. That is the tan asteroid right there.
Wow. Those mother suckers right there. Oops.
Look at the microclouds. Look at the evolution of with the pattern that goes down to the angle. That big circular edge at the bottom.
Looks like a circle.
That is the tan asteroid at the side of the Salamander asteroid group. Just off the side to the right is Uri.
Jeez. It's always incredible when you
get all of those drop tails and all of those ions dropping downward are the cold gases of the gases of space being solarly illuminated and dropping the ion tails or tendrils, as Gillian puts it, of just like if you took a chunk of dry ice and laid it on the counter, there would be tendrils dropping from the cold. And the moment the solar sun illuminates that area, it starts to warm up and will drop the tendrils of the gaseous transition in temperature change. That is the tan asteroid right there.
Wow.
Yes. Like,
argue with me, I dare you.
They're circular bits. When they're circular, it's just such a miracle, don't you think? And you see the circle and you think, wow. I don't know. I think we're high on circles or something.
You know, well, my major problem is, you know, we not high. We have
I would say that is pretty close to the equator, you know, on the grand scheme of things. So not close, but I mean close to, say, they're on the outer bulge of it. It's the reason why they get a closer view to it. You know, it was what Sam was trying to say.
Right.
Well, this is the ISS pointing out. I mean, when was the last time you ever saw the ISS cameras pointing outward?
Never.
Right. You know what? You know, we caught them in lies where that bee landed on the array, which proves that it's a sound stage with a very large screen. That they've got a mock-up model of the ISS, and they're rerunning old videos from the 90s and 2000s and 2010s. It was empty space that doesn't have any planets in them because they're right freaking next to us regularly, exactly as the thumbnail we're looking at.
Wow.
Yeah, that came in today. This is today. Thank you, Rebecca. You're exactly showing exactly what I sent you today. That is on the left-hand picture. That is Saturn's yellow moon alone.
Yep.
See the flat? Look at the right-hand picture. Look at the drawing. Look at the date of the drawing. This is the side of a Saturn's yellow moon this week.
Yep.
Am I wrong?
No, I'm pretty sure I saw it like this yesterday. And I hadn't seen anything for like 4 days. I was flipping out. Just blue skies for 4 days. And then somehow my wife told me, she said, about, you know, you think they'll start coming around 3 o'clock? And sure enough, 3 o'clock came and it's started, you know, forming. And then next thing you know, there's like Attu's moon, I Saturn's yellow moon. It was awesome.
You know, that's the crazy thing.
Like that either.
Is that you'll have empty skies, right? Blue skies, and then all of a sudden, bam! And it's so aggressive sometimes where I don't understand how people miss it. I just don't understand how you go from 3 days of nothing in the sky, and then all of a sudden, bam! You got asteroids, you got
Attu's moon, clouds that look just like what we just saw in the last clip.
And sometimes just like that, it comes and goes. And still nobody's the one here. I just don't know. It just drives me nuts.
I do not know how you do not see the
by 9
passing
o'clock.
planet.
Everything was gone again. It was wild. And
Go ahead,
skies
Rebecca.
were still lit up
move on.
until about 8:50. And I
This
checked,
is
sunset
Nepacity.
was at 7:47. So yeah,
This
it was
is
like
the bottom of planet Nepacity.
Wow.
This
Yeah,
week.
but people only see blue and see the cloud above, but they don't see the difference in color on the bottom from the top. And I think because most people, like, you have to train yourself to look at the dark side, guys. most people are looking at the light and the clouds. Look above that. Look at the curve. Look at the sky color above the bottom. It's clearly a different color. It's clearly darker.
Yeah, you see this fuzzy thing, this fuzzy, when you see it fuzzy, as if stuff is just pulling cotton candy.
Yes.
You know something's up there.
On the left-hand side, just beyond the sun, on the left-hand side, about 2 inches over to the left, you'll see the encroachment of the big three asteroid group.
I was just going to ask
They're
that.
there. You only see two of them, and they're the big three asteroid group is right to the left of the sun, just beside the open base core, base cloud illumination of planet Nepacity.
Beautiful.
And is rising up higher. So our older pictures, our older drawings are now equaling what it used to be, because this is all in. Yeah, go back. Right there is exactly what the big three, the object cluster group of the big three, which we saw, God, all 2015. Prior even to the first closing passes of Nepesi, which was like 2018, we saw the big three ahead of time and ahead of time and ahead of time. And Jesus, I know you're like off screen, but that was during the duration where James, one of my co-admins, started to argue with me, and then he like dumped about 2.5 years of our work and our videos into no man's land that we only have like, I think, 7 copies of now, that were shared by other people. So we, they do exist, but that was out of like 30 or 40 shows in the original Understanding the Sky series. And there was a lot of information that was dumped and lost, that we can't gather back. But, of course, the memory is in my mind, and it's how we understand the system and why we know the orbitation and the proximity of the planets versus this, that, and the other thing, and all this cross-reference information that I direly hope everyone gets on board with and follows and learns and understands the passing of the patterns, because pattern recognition is everything about what we do. Go ahead, Christopher.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree completely.
The fact that, Nepesi is rising up higher now. Rebecca, do you have the current the drawing that I put out on the 15th, the orbit model thing that I created for Jesus alone? Because he was always asking for that.
I love this one. Yeah,
there you go.
Awesome. This really does. This is really helpful for a lot of people, including myself.
Absolutely.
But I think this really does explain.
We are in the middle
direction. If you look at the red asteroid going down this way, and then you have Uri as well, that actually makes. I think this kind of view really helps explain a lot of things, because it's really crazy. To not the dinner plate model really tends to confuse everybody, and I don't care who you are. Even myself, I have to catch myself a lot of times, and remind myself that it doesn't work that way. But this is a lot more helpful. So thank you, Sam.
Yeah.
And you have to take into account out view. This is not our out view. It's a view from mostly sort of 3/4 above, because we have to retain the fact that it's a 3D model. It's not a 2-dimensional Einstein dinner plate model, because Nibiru could be higher, Saru could be lower, Uri could be higher, Atu could be higher. We know that Atu, there's a rotational pattern where it's always moving. We have to take into account that our out view, we have moved from the left-hand side of Uri and Atu to the right-hand side of Uri and Atu, with Nibiru coming in factor in our out view towards the sun, which is exactly what is being represented right now in the current videos and pictures that we're sharing in this week's information, because that's the transition that has occurred within the last 6 to 7, 8, 10 days. And we are aware of what's going on, and we are trying to share this information with you guys once a week, rather than twice a week, because we can, better culminate the information and have more time to gather information and make other videos, etc. Rebecca, you're on.
She's on mute.
You're on mute.
I'm just talking away. Okay, so I just heard Russell is back. So let's try to get him back with us. Okay. Okay. Hey, Russell, how'd that work out for you?
Can you guys hear me?
Yay, Russell's back.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good.
Welcome to my world.
I had sawdust packed into the bottom of my phone because I was climbing a tree this afternoon and cutting some limbs.
That'll do it.
It was all muffled, and then
That'll do it.
I have like a bunch of TVs
There you
on, and
go.
the kids are all on their Nintendos, so the internet was all bogged down. So
Yes.
Yeah, me
that's
too.
what
Yeah.
was taking care of.
Here's to arborists and foresters. I cut my share of trees in my time. Thank you, sir, for the Bureau of Land Management. Do tell.
It's funny that my tree career started at the same time as everything else. It was all from disaster cleanup. I actually kind of got into the planets and started cleaning up my view of what was really going on at the same time as I got into my tree careers, because we were climbing in Paradise from the Paradise fires and the Rim fire in Yosemite. So running around and kind of saving the state from fires, and you're like, something's fishy. Why is PG&E taking the blame for all these things? And these fires aren't from electrical issues, you know? All around Mount Konocti, the volcano.
It was a close path. PG&E was that forester event goes back to 2020, correct?
The Paradise Fire started in 2019, and
okay,
California really
there were events of close passing asteroids, and the electrical discharge that lit up literally Northern California on. There was a South Dakota storm. There was an Ohio storm. There was Canadian storm again happened recently, where they ended up with 47 fires in one day.
Oh.
So the vast area of Saskatchewan through westerly provinces are being lit up from a larger system of electrical discharging, and that has to do with the 180-day cycle.
As I was working with them,
Please
we would
go
get
on.
fire maps. We would get fire maps like downloaded onto our phone, and we would see the area of the burn via GPS and stuff. And I was avidly following earthquakes at the time, and I was always getting alerts. And one day I just so happened to pull open my earthquake app and the fire map on a separate work phone, and I put the areas to the same spot, and it was like the same 7 earthquakes at the same time, and that the fire started in the middle of the night. And I started putting the connections together, like, all right, these comets are flying over, they're setting off these little geysers, they're making them burst a little bigger than usual, and they're starting fires in California, you know?
I always suspect that that's what starts a lot of the fires. I had that happen in New Mexico once, where I saw the trail of one, and then it was really low, and that connected directly as the trail went of it. You could see it connected directly to a wildfire that had just started. I called it in, and they immediately told me that it was a controlled fire, and I never believed that. It just seemed to me that something had broke through an asteroid, little bits and pebbles, and started a fire, because it was right in the middle of summer, right in the middle of a 180-day cycle. Well, so.
And California is so broken up. It's got magma beds everywhere, you know?
That's right.
Oh yeah, well, we've also, now don't separate the two between geologic and astrologic. The connection above, and we can even go back to all referring it to old YouTubers that were like watching the same thing for many years, going, oh, there's this electrical connection between this volcano and the weather and all this we're seeing. Don't limit your view. There is a larger connection to the overpassing objects, the asteroid group, the object cluster group, whatever you want to call it, and the passing events of what is happening to Earth as well. Because we've seen many examples of the ion towers, where the lights lift way up to the sky and an ion bleed off between a larger body and Earth, which is affecting our magnetosphere of our planet and causing all these waves and misformations in the magnetosphere models, computer models, showing that the close passing larger bodies are electrically affecting us. And that same occurrence is also happening in lightning discharges in the close passing planets and the object cluster group and the asteroids below, because they are like electrodes or a diode between the bodies and the larger planets, and that electrical static charge between the two bodies of these diodes or these numerously frequently self-illuminating objects, which Rebecca and I have talked about, and I sent her a bunch of pictures of it today as well. They're these objects of the electrical universe between the two solar systems is also what's known as wormwood, the salamander asteroid group, or tan asteroid, or the red asteroid, and all these asteroids. And there's an example. This is the tan asteroid reaping in out of the bottom of the atmosphere of the bottom of Uri. This is the tan asteroid and the side effect of the salamander asteroid group going to the left, which is about to go over the top of us. And when they go over us, they electrically discharge. And we've had many years of documented events of these intensely unbelievable storms. We can go back all the way back to the 2018 Boxing Day event. It happened in the UK and Europe, and it also about 2 days later happened in the United States. And we have been ever since then documenting the 180-day cycle.
So,
this is a close pass event of wormwood. Go ahead.
When the planets discharge the electricity between the two of each other, obviously the distance between has a lot to do with it. But does the position of the poles have anything to do with it? Like, as far as, like, we know.
Well, that's the magnetosphere. Look at it like a magnet, or the Scotty dogs. When the discharge occurs, it's the planets repelling each other because we believe that they have opposite polarity because we're the binary. So one group of planets has a south-north positive charge versus a north-south positive charge. That's why we don't steal planets or smaller moons or whatever from each other in the passing non-paradoxal binary solar system that has gone along for 6.8, or depending on which science you listen to, for 6+ billion years, because we always were and always will be a binary system. Rebecca, hold this picture.
Okay.
The illumination between the asteroids and the planets above has to do with electrical charge, like 4-foot office tube lighting. They get static charge, and there's gases and smaller objects and debris around them, and they self-illuminate. The picture that we're looking at right now is the tan asteroid and the salamander asteroid group underneath in the upper left-hand to literally mid-right-hand corner of Uri. There's a group of asteroids, and they're illuminating because the sunlight is shining on them, and they self-illuminate because they are charged positively. Now, when those close-passing objects go close to Earth, they want to self-repel on the opposite charge. And that's what we call the dire weather events of the close pass 180-day cycle, which runs from May, June, July, and then slows down for a month until September, October, November, and now December of the summer orbit pattern. I hope that answers your question.
I guess it totally is.
Well, if you have any more questions, just you ask, please.
Oh, yeah.
So is there any key to simple formations, like similar to the Thunderbolts projects? Kind of, it's not verbally to just kind of be all in a line, but their planets enough. It doesn't have the tilt of the pole. Like, it seems like we're always looking at their poles more and more, as opposed to looking at their sides. Like they're coming in.
Okay. When the second star.
Like here's
when the second star got here, all the planets tipped. all the planets tipped when the second star got here and rose up in our equatorial region, and then all the normal planets tipped their axis because there was a larger magnet added to the polarity. That's where our out view changed. That's where all of a sudden the sun started rising up in the northeast sky because it was a larger star that actually out illuminated ours. And then we've been catastrophically tipped ever since. So our out view has direly changed to everything we know, and including our transition through the universe, and why even the Milky Way that we see at night in our skies has changed over, God, since 2013 on. It's all changed. So the whole point with what's going on, they pass us, they discharge, they repel, and they continue along the normal path. And this is catastrophic A, and non-catastrophic, non-paradoxal B. Because this happens cycle after cycle after cycle. We don't rob their planets, they don't rob our bodies, but some of the smaller debris does fall off and impact Earth.
Interesting. That changed.
I'm not sure if people are stalling or if it's me, but it's getting quiet. So I was going to jump in here, but I was going to
sorry,
I'm show you
I'm
all
still dragging
some
really bad.
pictures that from Russell. So here is some of his pictures. How many pictures did you say you had, Russell, in your collection? Like thousands.
It's somewhere between 3,000 photos, 20,000, and it's about like 1,600 to 1,700 videos. It's over 200 gigs.
200. Wow. Okay.
And it's
well, you were a little patched out there, or is it just me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every time someone says something important, it just
Right. I was just going to say that it's like you're testifying, you're giving your proof, and you are being limited and patched out here on our show, and we only see this when people are trying to talk about things that are important, and then all of a sudden they're going.
It's true. If we're talking about recipes or something, it's fine. It's like.
Yeah. Let's talk about teriyaki. Yeah.
Nibiru soup.
Well, the point with it is, you guys, this is a basic example. We are being watched. We're being limited. We never want to go there, but this is what's happening.
Yeah. Right.
Well, you talk slower. You go, I am telling you it's real.
Here we go.
Right.
All the science is real. We are the citizen science trying to show you this. That is necessity. And the asteroids to the left-hand side, the big three, right there in front of you.
Wow, look at that one.
Oh,
That's so huge. Wow.
Red asteroid.
Whoa.
Ah, cool.
Red asteroid. In front of Atu's moon. The Salamander asteroid group, 10 asteroid.
Look at that thing.
Yeah, look at the little tendrils.
Same thing.
The bottom capacity with Atu to the left.
Okay. Okay, I see it.
The dark blue is necessity. Look at the light cutoff. Why the shaft? Blue lighting.
Yellow moon.
so glad that I didn't have to fix these out.
Wow, that's a good one.
That was yesterday.
Yeah, once all the action's
You
finished,
guys,
everybody's
he
going
has,
home for the night.
yeah. I just noticed like your views are perfectly open. I love it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, where are you? You said in California, Russell? You're in California, right?
Central. Yeah,
Central California.
The valley was cutting up in the mountains every day, and my drives went from were amazing.
Gotcha.
And I have footage from back then. It was probably 3-4 years back.
Of course, you get little clouds like that all in a row, don't you?
Yeah. Those are kind of similar to the ones that Rebecca was saying, that they kind of appear and then they all of a sudden reappear a little distance over.
Yeah.
Right.
Looks like a convoy.
Wow.
That's a convoy. Looks like a convoy or a asteroid trail or something.
It did.
Big. Look at that. Oh.
Okay.
Whoa, hello.
Russ.
And that's down here in the bottom of the valley at 240 feet above sea level.
Oh,
That.
wow.
Wow.
Nice.
Jesus, look at that.
Hey, Russ, in your opinion, that is, of course, the asteroid and stuff going underneath Atu's moon, as well as this. In your opinion, sir, would you describe to our folks out there, our listeners, how insane you think Mr. Hofman is?
No. He is insane.
I couldn't. How could I? You know?
Oh, look.
Well, you know, you've been a member.
He is a little bit, though.
You've been a member for many years.
If people are way far enough to want to be complicated about it, they can get that from you.
Oh, you're breaking up, man.
Or they can always revert down to just planets. You know, you got everything for everybody. You got stuff for people that have to grasp very basic, and then you have very complex ones as well. So you have a little bit of everything for everyone's needs of learning, you know?
Wow.
God, you broke up so bad. I hope it's just me.
Really,
I hope this actually comes out on the video on YouTube.
It was
Broke up
breaking
so
for me.
bad.
You may want to just talk a little closer to the mic.
And now
I
it's
don't
fine.
know.
Say it
Now it's
again.
No,
fine.
I think it
Yeah,
is.
say
I
it-
think the
say
volume
it
is
again.
fine now. I think it is just cutting off.
Oh, you're being screwed with, sir. Say it again.
I agree.
That's better.
But I think Sam is a little crazy.
I mean,
but he's
am
not.
I out of my mind? You've been a member for many years.
Let's see here.
Yeah, move around. Find if your video could be better. You know, my point. I'm trying to scream to everyone. Look at that. That's the bottom of Seth's yellow moon right there.
Wow.
I'm trying to scream to everyone that this shit is right over your head now. Damn it, people! You've got to wake up to this.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, now.
Wow, look at that.
We'll see. And then
Wow.
I'm saying a sentence and then
Wow, that's cool. Oof, I love those.
Say it
I
again.
love those.
Say it again, please. Atu's moon. Atu's moon. According to site drawings. Have you used, Russ? Have you used the site drawings?
You know, Sam, I'll be honest. I kind of took a bunch of time off recently from watching the site drawings and
No worries.
keeping up with the placements. So I'm kind of just getting myself back in and doing my homework and, you know, making posts and joining the vantage point posts. You know, I really enjoy seeing.
No
many and
no worries, sir. I mean, you know, you are within you're within your own time, and I cherish your participation, and you're within what you're going to do. You learn this, you'll follow it, because guess what? It becomes an obsession for many of us, because once you see the planets, there's no going back. And currently, because of some of the jokes around us, thank you, AI. We're Nibiru-aholics, and we're not trying to break away on our 12-step program. We're trying to get more addicted to it, not less. Thank you. And I really, to this day, I want to thank you for being a member and all the years of your participation, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I want to thank you, because people like you are what makes all of this work.
Well, I appreciate it. Nobody could make any sense of it, though, if you didn't guide us through it. So,
well, sir, this is my one thing. Well, this is my one thing. This is why I'm here, to share this information with everybody. And if they don't listen, and I've said this, a few times, if you don't listen to what is transpiring right before us, that's Yuri and the Salamander asteroid group right in front of us. If you don't listen, you are fools. I'm very good at what I do. Not everyone is going to believe me.
It must be difficult to be that consistent for that long, just never ending, day after day. I get fed up with
I will admit there's a level
off.
Yeah, I've been there about 10 times, and there's a level of me. I have a level of stress that I try to make sure that I give the correct information, and I do study all the time to make sure I am not talking out my backside.
Right.
And because I choose to see all of you guys as important, and I don't want to misinform anyone ever. And I don't, I'm not going to brag, and I'm not going to talk out my ass. And Montana Skywatchers and Nibiru system is already here, and Northwestern Skies with Gillian, and Nibiru Followers Anonymous, and all our other sister sites, including Alaska and including South Africa, etc., around the world. We want to make sure that we're timely, accurate, and sharing the best of information for you only, not through supposition, but through fact. And that's why, I treasure people like you, because your donations of information for the last, many, many years has all been a collective of that information. So thank you.
No problem, Sam. It's been a pleasure.
I value you, sir. No, I actually value you, because I could not be here without you.
Yeah, thank you for coming on the show, man.
Right.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Not a lot of people want that kind of exposure, but thanks for doing that, because
wow, that picture just was amazing.
I think the more people that come out are willing to, be open about this information, it encourages others to do so as well.
And please do try to
the basics, like just the planet being there. That's one thing, but then our lives and the other
what's
beings,
coming,
and you start losing people. You know what I mean? So. You move forward in some small steps, and then you always fall back to at least knowing,
one step forward, 2 steps back.
I see the planets.
Yeah.
So it's hard to deny all the rest of it when you just see the planet day after day after day.
Do you know what, Russ?
Jeez, look at that.
The truth fits, and it's only lies that are illogical and complicated. The truth is right before you. That's what we share. We are not sharing information other than a 14-year documented recitation of our information from around the world, including people like you. And this is why we value you and have you here to our show, because this is all happening. It is really happening right in front of us right now.
Right.
It really is happening.
A little bit that stirred me when I was a little kid was that my grandfather had retired out of Livermore Laboratories.
Oh.
And I spent a lot of time with him growing up. I didn't grow up with my father. He was kind of like my dad, and I was kind of like the son he never had because he raised 2 daughters.
Early awake.
And he would tell me some stuff, but he just wouldn't get specific, and it always made life so magical, you know?
Yeah.
He'd be like, I just don't want to tell you and alter your life, and you don't want to be able to
right
to answer
Russ,
these
there
questions.
is a magic that is going on before us right now. It's a collective story that has happened repeatedly over the last 300,000 years. There have been 83.3 cycles of the passing planets of the Nibiru system. We are a factory planet Earth. We're a smaller domain. We are replaceable, semi-reoccurring biotools to factory planet Earth. We provide for the other solar system, the larger other population that has been separated from our degradational downgrade over and over again throughout memoriam and time. And they come by every 3,654 to 4,000 years, and they pick up the commodities, which is why we were placed here, to provide them. This is a equatorial, reoccurring scenario. We've been lied to from all of the races of man over the last 5,000 to 8,000 years. The other information has been recorded in stone carvings, hieroglyphs. We've been warned. This is happening. It's real.
Mm-hmm.
It is real.
And all the other little dots you ever wondered about as you grew up just all fit right in, you know?
Mm-hmm.
They do. That's the point. I
love these kind of things. They're beautiful.
Sherlock Holmes, when you eliminate all the crazy other possibilities, no matter how insane it is that you have left, that is the truth. The planets are here. We have a decade, 14 years of captures of these planets coming towards us. And they're here. They're so huge now, it's hard to bring in new people to see what's really happening. But now they are rising above us, and we're in the middle of them, and it's going to transition and move. And all of these recordings that you're looking at right here are them talking about the spiral effect of the passing of the planets. When they first got here, they spiraled and they spiraled and they spiraled. And then they went from left to right to left to right to over the top of us, which is where we are today. They recorded.
It's represented in some of those. What is it? The crop
when you're looking
circles.
at the three, okay, look at Scotland and ancient Crete on the right upper right hand or even the bottom right hand side. They're showing you 2 separate solar systems. Now the upper area is the oncoming solar system because it has 2 wanes. It has 2 arms of an octopus compared to our solar system, which is in the lower right. The spiral, even the Bible talks about they fold into each other in the center of the sky. This is the 2 arms of the octopus coming in over the top of us. Now, on the left-hand picture, Arizona and New Mexico, it shows the augmentation of the oncoming system from the lower right-hand side underneath us. Those are time-related time markers, not accurate. But the right-hand side shows you the transition of the binary solar system, upper right, left, Scotland, shows you the 2 onsets coming in at a spiral. Goes right to left over time. Ancient Crete is the same thing. That shows you the transitions of the 2 solar systems changing places according to, there's a middle staggered left, right, left, right, left, right. in the diagram shows you transition of placement. I dare you to. Yeah, okay. Look at the sun on the bottom, middle.
Yep.
That is our normal, and that is in the conjunction and movement of the asteroids that are crossing, just like my site drawings.
Yeah.
Pattern watch.
Where's that one?
This is about 2020. It's probably somewhere in the middle of Arizona, Mexico.
Wow.
That stuff. Beautiful.
Yep.
The whole piece talks about, okay, look, we have two separate solar systems. We have the luminescent middle left lead asteroid showing the star pattern, the cross. We have on the far left, dead center middle, we have the 10 asteroid. In above, dead center middle top, we have the blue asteroid. Just below it to the right-hand side, we have the green asteroid. We have the illuminations of the cross patterns of the asteroid groups below Uri on the lower left, middle. There's depictions of the planets crossing here and the stars.
That's wild.
Which is what is now transpiring. The breakaway of the two suns is now occurring.
And we see this in every culture, every religion, in every places that were supposedly disconnected, that never had anything to do with each other, which
right.
In some cases I'm sure is true. But we see this in every world. In every world culture and every world religion, if it matches,
which is why we've seen the degradation.
You have to give it validity when it's over and over again. As you said, Russ, as you see it repeat itself, you have to believe it. You just have to. You can't keep ignoring something that just popping up and repeating itself. You have to catch on at one point.
I think that a healthy brain
we've seen the degradations.
I always felt it was
we've seen the populace, the indigenous populations that have been destroyed because of their shamanic beliefs, because of their earth connections to their reality of knowing of the cosmos. The people who were spiritual. We have seen the brown-skinned populations around the earth wiped out because they have their shamanic beliefs, their religious connection to Mother Earth. And Rebecca, what do I teach every work?
Source.
We talk about connection to Mother Earth.
Yep.
Grounding. And
grounding. Go outside, put your bare feet on the ground, off your front porch, sit down, let your feet touch Mother Earth. And she will enlighten your brain. And you can look at these damn pictures and you'll understand them, because Earth is talking to you. All of the people that are here because you are supposed to be. You're within your time. You are winding up to the connection of everything you've always known is you.
Yep.
Reach out, study what your heart leads you to.
Nice.
Don't buy into the bullshit.
Right.
Don't buy into the media. Don't buy into the lack of media. If you don't watch the media, you're uninformed. If you watch the media, you're misinformed. Find for yourself the truth, and your bullshit meter, as long as you're in the middle of the road, salt. You always check the source of information, and are they politically or economically motivated in telling you this, or are they free will, emotional, earthbound, new age, responsible journalist or not. And you have to wait because there's so many people out there with a microphone on YouTube. You have to weigh what you're being handed. If you buy into all the crazy shit that scares you, you are being misled. Because that's not what is happening right now. What is happening right now is the most unbelievably beautiful thing that ever was. The greatest show, the greatest circus of all time. And they're trying to distract you right now.
Right.
Look up. Look at the dark areas first. Get gray-black sunglasses. Freaking passing planets are real. They are here. They've been here for a decade.
Hey, Sam.
How come you didn't see them? Yeah.
Can I ask some questions about you that I've always wondered?
Yeah, please do. Please do.
Have you taught anybody in this group, in this chat right now, enough to help them access their past lives memories? Because you've often given advice on how to reach, or at least try for accessing some of those memories. And I was just wondering if any of you guys have had any success yourselves.
Russ, have you gone to YouTube and I asked Rebecca to post a video. It's called a Pleiadian Message. It's on YouTube. Nibiru Followers Anonymous.
I watched that.
Would you please go back and watch that video? Because there's a connective force that is already inside you in your DNA pattern, which is why, sir, you are here today. You are within your time because you are supposed to know this information. It's inside you already. And all you have to do is open up and wait for the tap on the shoulder, which is the metaphysical, biological occurrence that will happen to you in the future, where you will all of a sudden open up to the genetic memory that is already inside you, because you are here for a reason. And I'm not going to discount it. I'm not going to brag about it. At the same time, that is, sir, why you are here. Because I was told long ago that my message, even though I wanted to argue with the message hander or the bringer, I never wanted to believe that what I do is that important. But guess what, sir? It is that important. That's why you are here today and a guest on our show. And I thank you for your documentation. Long respected friend.
And then
thank you.
I have another question though about past lives. Have you shared?
Sure, anytime.
Have you shared your identity of any of your past lives with the guys in the room right now? Because I'm just like so
occasionally I have. I was chosen. Oh God, I'm going to go out on a limb here. I was chosen a few lifetimes ago. I do actually remember this. I have memory I don't share publicly. But way back when, I was in the caves of Ajanti. Look it up. And I was doing Om chant, and I was approached by higher monks as an alcote, and I was told that I would do this job, and it was a very large job. And I went, well, shit, I don't know anything. How dare you choose me? And many lifetimes later, here I am sharing my knowledge from source and connective far seeing ability, or remote viewing, whatever you want to call it, which is why the government came to me and recruited me for the far seeing project, which is now declassified, why I can mention it, in the 80s. And you can look that up in 2003, refinancing Congressional Congress, and that's where I got pride. That's another story. The point with it is I'm very good at what I do, and you can ask any of our friends here. My remote viewing, far-seeing skills were sought out by the government. That's why I do well at what I do. And I've learned to trust that only after coming on the internet. after the 2010. So, sir, I was told that I would do this, and I never believed it then. And I'm like arguing with it now, even after the 1980s, 1986-ish Pleiadian intervention, where they're telling me that I'm going to do this great thing, and I will revert to Rebecca, Jesus, and Christopher, and ask them to authenticate my ability and pre-drawing of the monthly site drawings of the proximity and passings and placement of the planets ever since.
That is
Who
true.
wants to go first?
Go, Christopher.
All right.
Yeah, go, Christopher.
Yeah. So when I started, it took me like maybe a month to even realize. I saw Sam's drawings, of course, in the beginning, but I didn't realize he put out a monthly site drawing for like several weeks after I had met you guys. So it took me a couple months to actually start understanding just the generic model he draws, and I didn't get the out view at all. But once you started talking about out view, that's when I was able to start understanding more or less how, when I just didn't get they were like literally passing over our heads. So you have to that's how I look at it. I see the planets like three-dimensionally, right? You can see when they come in. It's not there. I've only seen it like several times where they're all there all at once, just like he draws it, but they literally come in one after the other, like
a train,
like a small tennis ball, a golf ball size, maybe. Here comes, like yesterday, it was Saturn's yellow moon, and then all of a sudden Natu's moon came in from the southwest, and they all just it's just incredible. So I somehow over the course of 6-7 months now, I've just been able to see it. It's been a progressive thing for me, but every time Sam puts out a monthly site drawing, like the first time he put out for February that Saturn's yellow moon was going to cross over the right side of the sun, not within a few hours after Sam posted it, there it goes. It totally crosses over the sun, and it was just incredible. That was it for me. So
never fails.
It never fails.
Never fails.
And the trick behind that,
I miss Saturn's yellow moon doing that. Just
the trick behind that is the fact that I have been attached to the passing asteroids and the planetary system since I was a child. I've felt I've been connected to this in ways that I could never describe to any of you guys publicly. And Rebecca knows a lot more, and Jesus knows a lot more about my inner secrets. And the point with it is that I am so unfortunately connected to this. The planetary masses and the passes and all of it's affecting me in ways I can't even describe to you. But the point with this is why I'm trying to warn everybody. I was chosen to express the binary system to you because there's not a rogue single planet X traveling through the darkness and the firmament or whatever you want to call it, or celestial core that's going out there. And, as people living on it, and how do they live there unless they have a star? And the star is bigger than our star. And that star is the real star that holds the whole system together, which goes all the way back through our history. And the planet factory and the Anunnaki and the Sumerian, and you go all the way back through Egypt and all of that. If you go back through the history, it shows you examples of the reality. Even the Egyptian early emperors or pharaohs had elongated skulls because they were governors placed on factory planet Earth to oversee the masses of their biotools, self-replicating biotools on factory planet Earth. On the dark side of the tracks, on the opposite side of the other solar system, we are created biotools to mine
planet Earth, and every time that the passing planets occur, every 3,654 years to 4,000 years, the commodities, which we call tribute to the gods, which is in the Bible, and you do the cross equitation, and you go to the everything else in history, all of this information fits. So I really dare you to argue with, if you, once you start to look at the dark areas in the sky, not the light, if you stop paying attention to the sun or some of the cutoffs of the sun, and you start to realize what is going on right before you, above you, you can't argue with this. This is not the sky we had in 1970. It's not the sky we had in 1980. It's not the sky we had in 1990. And it's not the sky we had in 2000. After the transition and the onset of the passing of planets in 2009, 10, 11, everything changed. If you're basing your opinion off of anything within that time period and now, you are subject to misinformation.
Yeah, that's another thing I did too. I tried looking for, pictures from previous years of any kind of formations that we've been seeing now, and it's you're not going to find it. I've looked. I've tried. I mean, I've not, obviously looked through the whole internet, but it's what Sam's saying.
Long time to work on it,
right?
Russ, please weigh in. You're a special guest. We want your opinion.
Yep.
What was that? You kind of cut out.
Oh, I'm sorry. We want your opinion.
On what particularly?
Oh, well, you're the special guest. Please tell us what you see, what you feel, what you think.
I'm curious about your friends and family. Like, what do they think about you being, in all this? Do they see it?
I've been driving people nuts with this for verbally and openly for 8 years. Because my son's almost 9, and nobody likes it. They just kind of fucking, sorry my language, but they just kind of.
Well done.
They go. I'm like, oh.
Hey, F-bombs are allowed.
Look at the horizon. Here comes another one. We're gonna have another pass, and like my mother will just like roll her eyes, like it's just a cloud, Russ.
Oh no!
But, it's like, all right, Mom, we'll see. Like,
well, no, Russ, you're all the years that you've supplied your submissions, your membership posts have been. We noticed you. We know who you are, and so thank you. No problem. You're on topic. You're running a well done show, and only you can go beyond that. And I'm noticing the yellow value shirt you're wearing right now with the reflective tape up the shoulders, and shine on, shining diamond.
Thanks, Sam. Yeah, it's been a fun ride, and I guess if I seem speechless, it's because I'm just kind of still sitting on the edge of my seat waiting for what's going to be coming next,
No shit. We are, and it's like we're in a new pattern. We have never seen the advent of the close passing of Saturn's yellow moon, and it's happening. It's like raking over the top of us in the North Pole area, and yet we've got Nepesity doing a mid-planetary North American cross, and then we've got the other shit below that going into the equator, and it's a close pass. They're rising up, and yet they're not, and they're affecting us electrically because the larger planets and the smaller planets are all screwing with our magnetosphere, and on top of it, we've got the solar flare activity of the separating of the two stars. So this is all. It's volatile as hell.
You can feel it.
No shit, and thank you.
Yeah, last night I was
you are
agitated
exactly
and-
right. We are on the parapet. We are on the parapet of deep shit, Mildred. We're in trouble. We are screwed. And I've been screaming this since December of last year, trying to tell everybody that this year we are going to be effed.
I've always been a glutton for punishment, though, you know. So it's
we
like,
are
hey,
screwed.
let's go.
Well, you know, we watch what happens, Rebecca. It is. I got to drop my screen size here so I can tell the time. It is okay. It's pizza cutting time, and it is 6 p.m.
Go ahead.
It's 6 p.m. in your world, and within an hour, you are going to experience.
Yeah, I have some video to show you when you get back.
Oh yeah, play it. Well, yeah, play it. Go. You know.
Go ahead. I'll wait.
Be right back. I got.
Yeah.
I have. You know,
do
I have a pizza. Pizza cutting time.
Yeah, it's changed a lot. I'll say that. You know, I mean, the first time I went out, it was awesome, and it still is awesome, but in a cloudy way. You know, cloudy or awesome. But anyway, I'll have to go back out and check it here shortly and get an update because I can see, you know, that it's getting darker. You know, as what I can see. So we'll see.
I'm gonna
like I
check
said,
on my laundry, guys, while Sam gets back.
Yeah, go ahead. Okay. And everything. Okay.
And hey, Rebecca.
Yes.
You did all the photograph work on that video of my photos. Thank you so much.
Oh yeah, you're welcome.
Very, very
for sure.
cool.
I've been having a lot of fun playing with different apps. You know, I've had some extra time, and I was like, I've had good time. I gotta find out what else
AI stuff, huh?
Yeah,
I felt like I was in high school again. I'm like
you got that
procrastinating
right.
on getting my homework together. You know.
Yeah. Speaking of AI,
your photos were incredible.
Thanks.
What did you say your elevation was again? Like,
so in Oakdale, we're like almost 2 hours from the ocean, like San Francisco. But there's the Altamont, which is the San Andreas fault line, and you know, they got foothills, and then it drops back down into the Central Valley, and so we're on the other farther side of the Central Valley, just before the other side foothills, going up to the Sierra Nevadas and heading up to Yosemite National Park and such.
Cool. Okay,
so,
cool.
We're just kind of like right in the middle of the bathtub, if you will.
Cool.
But
yeah, it just seems like where you're at, you can see a lot of detail. It's really awesome pictures.
Where it began earlier in my photography in a much higher elevation.
Okay.
And we could see out to the Bay Area from up there at like 2,500 feet. And as that's not too high up there, it's enough compared to California's valley. It dives way down. You know, there's areas that I think in the Central Valley are as low as like 175 feet above sea level.
Okay.
But it's very blocking down here, whereas you guys can get some really cool sun photographs like right on the bottom of the horizon. We can't get that here. They disappear like, you know, in the tops of the foothills, but you can't see it.
Sure.
The sun starts disappearing early.
Okay.
But Sam had pointed that out. He really helps with perspectives as to why like I couldn't see things that everybody else could see in California.
Okay. Have you noticed like after the sun sets, how like still like how long is it bright for you where you're at after the sun sets?
It alters a lot, but it's usually to the west.
Okay. Yeah, it's just been like I think the sun set yesterday and it was still bright outside for another hour. It was weird yesterday.
The birds chirping extra long at night.
Right.
All that. Like we'll have like insane amounts of frogs in the background noise out in the fields because we irrigate.
Okay.
And you'll hear them every day for weeks. And then all of a sudden, 2 or 3 days out of the week, it's like there's not a single frog in this whole city. Like you're like, I guess they're all hunkered down for the night.
right?
Next
or
night
they've just
goes
been
by.
they've been like so active, or so, you know, who knows? I feel like you know, we've all been talking about how this has been affecting us, and like the last show, everybody was talking about how much energy we had, and you know, like for the last few days, I've been like sleeping till 3 o'clock. I was like totally agitated last night, and Sam's you know, telling us, yeah, he's like, you know, just you have to tell yourself it's external, and then, you know, and I did that, and it totally just.
It is. You have to wait. You have to weigh your space. You have to believe. You have to believe you are where you're supposed to be. You are now within your time. You're not late. You're not short. You're not doing anything wrong. And this discomfort that we are feeling in many ways from body. We're experiencing the multiple moons. It's a lunar tide thing. We go back, you know, we talked about 2 weeks ago and all the lunar tide flow in Hawaii and the planetary and the volcanic activity around the planet. It's all connected. You can't separate any of that. Well, a lot of this is we're all feeling discomfort. You know, these low pressure systems that go over the top of us are bigger than normal. And, you know, your body's going to ache. Your joints are going to hurt. Your shoulders, your hips, your knees, your feet. It's all connected electrically. This is welcome to the electrical universe, not Einstein's gravitational solar system model. The reality is we are in an electrical universe, and we are passing through a strong wave magnetic polarity extraction recurrence event. That's why the storm that is going to happen above Rebecca today. It's why the Earth is going to react in the way that it is reacting electrically, waving, rolling electrical storm. It's going to be a superstorm. It's focused 53 on a point of 1 to 10 scale.
Wow.
53 on a 1 to 10 scale. This is going to be an event. It's going to be electrical. It's a rotational occurrence. It's electrical. This is happening to our planet. It's happening to our solar system. It's happening to the bypassing planets in a close pass 180 day cycle event. This is happening now. Discount it. We talked about this for 3 weeks.
Yep.
Unprecedented storms, hail, high winds, hurricane force strength occurring in the central United States day after day after day. This is not normal.
700 tornadoes.
180 day close passing cycle. We warned you. We warned you. We warned you. We warned you. We warned you.
Okay, so this was earlier. I don't know, hour ago maybe. We'll see.
Okay.
Look to
yeah,
the
that's
left.
definitely Rebecca's skies.
So, if a close passing asteroid group goes over the top of you, what is the ground level wind and cyclonic activity going to happen? What will happen if that goes over you and the bypassing lower winds reach storm level? 550 to 90 millibars. No, not millibars, whatever.
I just want to go back to this.
That is Uri.
Is that?
Yeah.
That's Uri right there. That is the Salamander asteroid group.
Wow.
That is an asteroid, Salamander asteroid group right there. They are coming in.
Yeah. Is
That
that
is the asteroid.
Looks cute.
That is the asteroid below Uri. That is that onset, the movie that we watched earlier, that is showing the onset cloud pattern of the 10 asteroid and all the debris below it. That is what we are looking at. which is going to come to pass in the 180-day cycle as Atu goes over us, Atu's moon goes over us, and then Uri follows behind it. The events of air and catastrophic weather patterns are all connected to this. You were warned. Montana Sky Watchers goes back a decade trying to warn you about the event that is happening cycle after cycle after cycle. Rebecca, do you have the right there the illumination
of the sun? What's going on?
Look
how
what's
blue
on
it
the
is
left
too.
of the sun?
Okay. Yeah.
Let's look at the
That's
left of the sun.
Okay.
I see two of them.
Left of the sun is the Tan asteroid.
Okay.
And Uri, who is now risen up higher.
Yeah.
Uri used to be on the horizon. Now it is mid-sun. And the asteroid pattern on the left-hand side is Uri. That is lead asteroid and is Saturn. And green asteroid.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Under and behind is Saturn and Saturn's yellow moon. And Nibiru to the far right.
Right. Yeah. Here's where. Wait. Yeah. This
Rising
is
up. They're
This is
rising up above us as we progress through time. Green asteroid in front of is Saturn.
Yeah, I've labeled my video.
Okay,
all
so
wrong,
here's
probably.
the part two. Part two is a very different view in a short amount of time. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, it's changed a lot.
Wow, is that
It's
no? Is
Saturn's
that
yellow
yours?
moon, way close.
Wow.
No,
It's
that's
about 30
Saturn's
minutes
yellow
ago.
moon.
You can see the angled lines.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at the lines on that thing.
Over to the right,
Oh, and the fiery clouds.
over to the right, you'll see the flat.
Yes.
Right there is a flat crest at the bottom by the foam bowl. That's where the shell or the shield or the flat line.
Yeah.
That is the Saturn's yellow moon. Very, very big currently. It's Saturn's yellow moon. See the lines? See the flat? See the faceplate? I've talked about this for about 2 years.
It looks like it's mostly all Ice Adam's moon at the moment.
Yeah, it is. Yes, it's that big. It is that
That's
big.
enormous. That is just ridiculously big.
Well, that's part of what, the pictures I sent you earlier. That is exactly what we're looking at. Saturn's yellow moon
Let's go back.
is so huge, we don't have any idea what it's going to do as it does a close pass to Earth.
Wow.
There it is.
Do
It's the
not
same
know
thing.
what will happen this time. We have no clue. And it could be catastrophic. We saw that with Nepacity. We saw that with Atu. We saw it with Uri. This is the first close pass of Saturn and the Saturn's yellow moon we've ever seen. It's right over the top of us now.
Literally. Yep. So I'll have to get an updated video here shortly. But that's what's happening in my neck of the woods.
That's crazy. It's
Yes.
completely clear here.
Let me check the
Well,
radar.
people have to,
Does it feel like it's going to rain? Does it feel like it's going to rain?
It's a little muggy.
Well, this is why you
yeah.
have to tune in. Well, you have to tune in from now to the next 5 months from now, because this is going to be an unbelievable event we have never seen before, and it's showing itself right now. We try to communicate this to people, and we are ignored by 600 views out of 5.7 thousand subscribers. Hello, wake
Out
up,
of like
people! Shit is
7 billion
happening.
people. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, you know,
Oh.
this shit is happening now. And I absolutely do
We're an
not
exclusive
understand.
group. I say that.
I do not
Yeah.
understand why you do not see this. We have documented all of this information. Wake up, Alice.
Right. We're not intimidating Frodo.
You know, 10
got a
sheets to the wind
screenshot
here.
of
I
my
mean,
baby.
Christ, I'm trying to communicate with people and they're not listening. I mean, we're reaching about 700 people per show, and it should be 7 million or 700 million. Because what the hell are you doing here? I mean, you know what? Why are we working?
Don't you almost feel that that's impossible, though, Sam?
Oh yeah, I do.
I
do.
agree, Russ.
Like,
I agree.
Nobody is ever gonna let that happen. You know, they're gonna try so hard to never
Right.
allow that.
Right.
They don't want to believe. No.
Right.
I totally agree with
I mean,
you.
Sam, there people
that's my
believe a
point.
lot of crazy shit. I think by now we would have even gotten, you know, the crazies, the crazy conspiracy guys. We would have got them on board, but the fact that we haven't got nobody really on board makes me very suspicious.
It's either
it
they
really
do
does.
that or they just shut it off and don't let you do anything. So they just give you a little bit.
Yeah, I agree.
Do you know how many crazies I've gone through? Jesus. Ross, do you know how many crazies I went through in the last 14 years? You know how many crazies and people I went through in the last 40 years?
Oh, we could start a Facebook group just for that.
They used
Let's
to have
talk
so
crazy.
many-
Let's talk crazy.
They had a lot
You are
groups against
abducted
things.
by an alien that
Right.
steals you and 4 of your, or actually 3 of your friends, and they take you into the ship, and they dissect you and do weird, shit to your body that we don't want to talk about.
Right.
And you wake up on the table, and they go, "Holy shit, you can't do this. How did you do this?" And then they put you aside, and then they take you aside and talk to you because we looked you up, and you're the guy that's going to change everything.
Wow.
Ross, what do you say to that?
Well, you certainly don't argue with him. That's for sure.
Yeah. You don't even have to say anything, right? You just think it, and they already know it.
No, but I argued with, this higher level Pleiadian from the future. The guy's 7 foot tall, elongated skull, wearing white robes, talking to me in a forest where they unhandcuffed me and brought me outside the ship that I was sequestered in beyond my wishes. And they take you aside and say, "Well, you're going to change everything." What would you say to that?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I guess I would take to the internet and just tell everybody about it for like 14 years. No, I don't know, man.
Yes, sir. Exactly correct.
How did you?
I would have questioned my
survive the,
sanity.
non-disclosure?
I would have questioned my sanity first of all.
Yes,
I don't
that's
think
why
it
I
would have gone.
I
How
went
is that
through.
impossible?
I lived in small apartments with no mailbox, no gas bill, no electric bill. I did for 20 plus years and knew what I knew. And then I knew that my 30-year non-disclosure agreement was very weighty because they would they would deport my entire family back to Holland because I'm a Dutch citizen. And I almost wish they had actually deported us. It would have been a good thing. But I took their threats seriously, and I didn't say anything until 2010. I saw the shit happen right before me, and I went, "Oh crap, they're here." So therefore, I had to share that with you.
Yeah, after that non-disclosure, and then this last 10 or what years of suppression on Facebook, you're probably pretty frustrated, and I think that it comes out a little bit in your teaching. Like,
yeah,
sometimes I'll tune in
true,
and
true,
like,
true.
come on, you guys, like,
Yeah.
I've been saying it for so many years. Like, can anybody hear me? I'm like, oh man,
Bingo,
today.
bingo. Yeah, I get it. I do. I really do get irritated because, I am. I have a. You know who Sheldon Cooper is.
Personally, I don't. I'm sorry.
It's called Big Bang Theory. It's a TV show.
Yeah. Yes.
Remember,
I am the rock and roll.
Sorry.
I am the rock and roll version of Sheldon Cooper. I have a government-rated IQ, and according to Sheldon Cooper of the Big Bang Theory, I'm going to throw out a little inquisitive here for people to go look up and study. He has the character in the show has one IQ point above mine, and I won't tell you mine. Go look it up. He has one IQ point above mine in the structural analysis of subatomic chemistry. I'm a chemistry whiz kid. I'm a Dutchman. Yeah, well, to me it was so basic I couldn't believe it to this day that not everybody knew this. I really did. I thought everyone knew this as basic as I do. I really did.
Does everybody here know
only
that
after
Does everybody here know that you
I would hope so.
Say that again, Russell.
I would hope so. But
Sam in his previous lives was a wizard that we all know of, and in a well-known, I guess you could say, like, children's book.
Oh yeah.
Well, thank you, sir. I'm not allowed to brag, but you are. I'm hoping everybody realizes that because
you were in all of our bedtime stories.
My bloodline goes all the way that back. I remember all of the things I am not allowed to brag to you about. That's why I try to lead all of you guys forward on the reality of now, not my past, whom I am or was or will be.
Well, you're always trying to teach everybody the source, but nobody really realizes that makes you a sorcerer.
Yes, sir.
You're clever with words, mister.
I do have. I have walked the lines of shamanism. I have studied it all my life. My father handed me Buddhism at age 9. I have college credit religions or college credit points in world religions. I have studied Taoism, Hinduism, Buddhism, shamanism, and all the or as my youngest daughter would say, all the ologies. I have studied Graham Hancock to David Talbot, Thunderbolts Project to Zachariah Sitchin. I have known about the planets for 30 plus years. Sir, I did my homework. Thank you.
Do you care to share any stories or elaborate on your life as Merlin?
No, Merlin is a rather intriguing attachment. I don't claim Merlin. We could talk about druidical power or the Pict generation. The problem is 8,000 years ago, northern Scotland and through part of the UK was washed over by a tsunami. It also wiped out Doggerland and a great civilization that existed prior to our common knowledge, which is where the Pict generation came from. Merlin is of the bloodline, but the point with it has to do with the O negative, O positive, AB positive, AB negative bloodline, which is a transference of what is the long laid out plan of the evolution of mankind that has been laid out for well over 2,000 years, that is documented to happen. And that is what each and every one of you are part of today. Otherwise, you would not be here listening to this podcast right now. All of us are directly linked to this information source within our elderly genetic memory.
When you know, you know.
Right.
No, I worked for this in the early years to try to talk to people, and then over time I went through, the 2010 ascension, and when that hit, and I'm gonna resort you back to Nibiru Followers Anonymous YouTube page. Look up the Pleiadian message. All of us are connected to the future of what is coming. The question is, if you listen to it or you ignore it. It is so simple if you accept it, because if it's simple, it fits. If it's complicated, it's a lie.
If you don't watch
if you
that,
follow into you
I don't know. Every time I watch that video, I freaking end up crying.
Hey, it's all right.
That's the idea.
Thanks for tuning in.
The emotional value is every part of what we've ignored. The part of it is the planet of Earth. We are not our brother's enemy. We are our brother's keeper. It takes a village to grow a crop of oats or wheat or barley or corn. We cannot do it alone. And we are about to discover that there are other life forms beyond us right now, right here. This is the proof that I've been trying to share with you guys. I have met face to face with 3 other races, and I know that there are thousands, if not millions, beyond that. I'm here to share this information. I am of the indigo. I am of the bloodline. I have the Sumer bump. My parents were proud of who I am. I'm an immigrant. I'm a first-generation American. I have learned all of these ways. I've learned shamanism. I've learned Buddhism. I've learned Taoism. I've learned Hinduism. I've learned the American Indian lore. My friends, members of the American Indian race. I grew up on a reservation, moved to Missoula years later. So the point with it is everybody has to realize there's so much more going on that connects us all than subtracts us. The stereotype distraction ratio has to be ignored. You have to gather that belief in the unification that is yours. It's inside you. You feel it. It's in your stomach. You know it's real. You are here because you're within your time period and you're supposed to be here now.
Yeah, I like what was it Karen said earlier. You're here for a reason, not a season. I love that.
Yeah.
That was never heard of that one before. I like it.
If you want to let go what scares you, that's okay too. Come back. If you want to discount what we're talking about and what we've documented for a decade plus, that's okay. You can. But we are the voice.
If you did take some time, like, look, Rebecca and even Russ were saying that how they came across this information and then they kind of put it aside for a little while and then came back later. Like, I honestly, Sam, like, it took me months before I watched your information for 3 months until I made up my mind that I had a good feeling. I was like, this feels right, but I'm skeptical. I am. And I think it's a good thing to be, you know.
I absolutely
where I actually took you serious when after the third month I was like, okay, there's no way this guy's this is I'm right where I need to be at, but it took me some time, and in that time sometimes I would pop out and I pop back in, but for some people it takes a little longer. It takes a little longer to kind of digest the information and kind of accept it, because I think acceptance is one of the biggest problems that we all have, because we've been so conditioned to believe this certain thing that when somebody comes with something different, we don't really accept it that well. We don't like change. Some are worse than others.
I do.
But we don't like change very
I
much.
do invite people to debunk me.
Yeah.
Please, by all means, argue with me. Look it up. Everything I ever share with all of you guys is documented.
Sam's like, come on, argue with me. I'm getting bored.
So you will do your homework, and I try to debunk it. I try to prove it was wrong to myself mostly, and in doing so, I proved it right. I proved it right. So,
well, then I do the monthly site drawing, and then within 12 to 48 or 72 hours, it comes absolutely true. And I do this ahead of time. And I draw the drawings. I don't copy them off the computer. I do it with pencils, not crayons, that Gillian from Scotland provided for me many years ago, and I thank you. They're the greatest pencils I've ever owned in my life. And I do these drawings for you guys. Fly the government. So me out.
Hey Sam. A little bird told me around the way. Sorry, Sam, you're cutting off. I thought you were. Yeah, because you cut off. I thought you were taking a pause.
Oh.
A little bird told me that they sent you some artist stuff. Did you receive that?
Cool.
No, Sam? I don't know about that. Yeah.
Oh.
I don't know about that.
Okay, well,
check the PO box.
Hopefully,
I'm stalling.
Hopefully,
I'm stalling. I don't know what you're talking about.
Gotcha.
I do not know. I'm stalling. I apologize.
You've been.
Hello.
You've been walking in and out.
We can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Oh dear. It's been a really crummy night for this kind of thing, hasn't it?
Yeah.
It has. It really has. And it's a bummer because it's our first Saturday. Our first reschedule Saturday. So, it's been kind of a bummer. Half of what Russ has been saying has been lost. Sam as well, and so on.
That was shit.
Hopefully, good now, though.
I think it's an internet thing, definitely. But,
the wind is really starting to kick up here right now.
Okay.
Frozen. Rebecca is muted.
Yeah.
Thank you for telling me that. I'm just talking away. Yeah. No, I was just going to say, there is some video I was going to share. It's a photographer I found on Facebook, and he does like really cool time lapse videos. So I have that to share with you all. Let's see. Oh wait, you know what? I take that back. I'm going to show Alexander's first.
Okay.
Wait. I want to, but I had to re-upload them. Let me see if they're ready. I've been having trouble getting certain videos to share. It looks like it might be.
Dun, dun, dun.
I know, because I know it's probably late for him. It's Germany, so
Oh wow.
like late.
And we do try to include everybody in the European model and et cetera, eastward.
Yeah, that's the reason for the timing, guys,
show.
too. You know, we included everybody in the timing. My schedule, and we wanted to make sure that everybody else was able to, I know it's 3 a.m. sometimes for Audrey on Tuesdays.
And in the middle.
I think earlier she was telling me she was saying that it's 10 p.m. for her now, so that would make it easier for her to put a tune in. So we did take into consideration all parties. All parties included, just to make sure that we got everybody in. It's the reason why we chose Saturday instead of Tuesday.
And we also tried.
It's almost ready.
Oh no!
To include everybody in a weekly program rather than a bi-weekly program, because that way we could culminate a larger formation of the information that has been going on, and actually have more time to do other correlations as well as videos Rebecca's been doing. Did we do that video of what you posted this week on YouTube?
Which one, Sam? Which one?
The new one this week. Like 2 days ago.
The comparisons?
No,
well,
yeah.
That.
Okay, yeah, I think we did do that. Okay, I'm sorry.
We did.
I'm
that.
like,
yeah, that's
we're
okay.
momentarily lost. Your shorts are important. I want everybody to actually go to YouTube, Nibiru Followers Anonymous, and go view some of the past material, including a lot of our past shows, and add to Rebecca's viewing count, because she deserves all of the work that she's getting. And I hope that you people raise her up and share these informations, because we are not guessing. This is real. This is science. That's what we do. Continue, please.
Alexander's, his is almost there. But I also have one from Tony in Switzerland. One of his recent captures.
Thank you, Tony.
Wait till you see.
Hey, you guys. I don't mean to cut it short, but I got to jump off here.
Sure, Russell. Sure.
Great talking to you.
I can't jump off though until I get invited to next week's show. So.
Right.
Oh,
by all means,
awesome. Yes.
Please join next week's show. I mean, absolutely.
I'd love
that
to
would be wonderful.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll message you.
Member.
We'll plan it out.
Guys, thank you.
Yeah, well, thanks for joining us today.
Thank
I'm glad
you.
it finally worked out.
Thanks for having me. I'll see you guys all next week, huh?
Okay, good. Yes, next Saturday, regular time.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you, Rob.
Sounds good. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Nice to meet you, man.
You too.
Yeah, great to meet you.
You too.
All right.
Dun, dun, dun.
Nice guy.
This just in. Breaking news, ladies and gentlemen.
I could tell he had a good time. And Dragon Sage is here. Hi, Dragon.
A good time held by all.
Okay, so back to that video real quick. It's not too long, a couple of minutes, but it's like a fantasy land.
David Fauci is only the medical, not the astrological. Yeah. Oh, look. It's Saturn's yellow moon. Atu's moon.
Looks like we lost
It's Saturn's yellow moon right there. It's Saturn's yellow moon. In front of is Saturn. Flame like clouds, red. Going and behind is the illuminated Nibiru. The whole white area is Nibiru. Illuminated from the bottom. Which is partially showing in our nighttime skies. Again.
Yeah, I was trying to talk to Russell about that.
What was that, Chris?
I was just saying, I was trying to talk to Russell about that. It's like still bright out, like maybe 50 minutes or over an hour after the sun sets.
For what now?
Uri, and the 10 asteroid group.
Wow.
Salamander asteroid group. On the left-hand side, Uri in the front side of Uri. Uri is rising up. She's getting higher up off the ecliptic or the horizontal.
If
that is the bottom of Uri, and the asteroids. Those are the asteroids that are going to close pass over the top of us and mess with us and discharge lightning from hell that we are not ready for.
Look at the color even on the mountains.
Beautiful.
That is
right?
That is so crazy.
Okay, let me check on Alexander's. Let's see.
And if you watch the sky normally, you know that's not photoshopped in any way. That's a real picture.
Right.
Atu's moon and the onset of the object cluster group from the upper left.
Wow.
Over to the right-hand side of the sun.
Look at that.
And then above us is Atu and Nepacity. Beyond Earth is the light is behind us.
I guess it's still uploading. We're getting there, Alexander. If he's still here, I think he is, but we'll either way.
I might have gone to bed. I might need to go to bed too soon.
Oh,
Go to bed, Gillian.
Okay. Yeah, I know it's late for you too.
Night, Gillian.
Yeah.
4:40.
Yeah, my tablet and everything's going bonkers. I suppose it's all telling me it's time to go to bed.
Well, that way you don't get in trouble with work. You know that.
I know. I can't believe the time's gone so quickly already, but then we started later, so.
Right.
3 hours, 48.
I know.
Okay, I'm running out of
fast,
time too, Gillian. So right there with
Yeah.
you. I gotta get and I will say this. This will be like the first time. I just gotta work on my schedule and kind of work it in. But I will be cutting it short tonight. But I will work it into my schedule in a better way in the futures where I can have most of my Saturday. I'll just make it up in other days or something, or work in the morning.
Yeah,
I'll figure it out. But today we'll cut it short here at 5. So
Yeah, those pictures that I sent earlier had little sparkly lights, and you guys can look at them.
I got it ready.
Did you see them?
You're always getting really cool pictures of them.
The little sparkly lights, they were like up above the sunset. Well, it wasn't even sunset yet.
They are
Back
here.
back in.
Damn it, Gumby. They are here. I mean, Christ. I want to scream that every week. It's like, holy Christ, there is like Star Destroyers galore over the top of us beyond the cubes that we talk about every week. And these, many things came out of that big thing, and they're here, and nobody wants to talk about it. Why?
Well, I mean, there's other.
They are here. They are here. They are here. They are here. They are. It's a show of force. You produce the commodities, or we will invade. It's that simple.
Here it goes.
Give us what we ask for.
We
will land our asses on your. That we will land our asses on your planet and make you give us everything we want.
I mean,
is that why all the governments are in a real Twitter just now? Have you seen it? There's not many countries that don't have it.
News. We're being shown a circus. on the right hand.
No.
And on the left hand is the reality.
Yeah.
Guys, wake the hell up. I see it. How come you don't? My whole pilgrimage behind my message to every one of you is wake up. Pull your bullshit meter. Check your sources. Check the information, what's happening right before you. Who is real? Who's lying? Who's full of shit? Who's elaborating? Who's going beyond reality? Weigh it with a grain of salt. Discern. Find the facts in the middle. What does it tell you? It's here. It's now. It's happening. It's real.
Yeah, what's that little squiggly thing up there?
Tons of shit we don't want to know about.
Oh, are we stuck again?
This is the dawning of the age of Aquarius. You have to grow. You have to learn. You have to follow. You have to search what you see. Learn about what is happening before you. Media is lying to you. If you don't look up media, you're uninformed. If you do look up media, you're misinformed. Follow your own source. Follow you. Trust you. Look it up. Argue with me. I mean, hell, discount me. Look up what I talk about and look, try to debunk me. Please, I dare you. Go ahead. This resolution that we're, all of us are, doing our weekly show to trying to share this information with you. You have to learn. You have to live. You have to, accept it. If you don't, no problem. Bury your head. We share information that we perceive every day, weekly, monthly, year after year. We know this is happening. It's real. It's happening. Now, wake up, Alice.
Nope. Can't get things to work either. Well, can't hear Rebecca.
I keep doing that.
You're
Sorry.
on mute, Rebecca.
But it's funny how so many of us have had, technical issues today.
Yeah.
That's all I was saying. It's
Yeah.
just like, it's not just one or two. It's like almost all of us.
All of us have.
So,
all of us have, but
yeah.
all right, guys, I'm gonna have to
It's
drop
time.
off. I will keep listening to
Okay,
you guys while I'm
geez.
at work, but I gotta go and
Perfect.
I'll 4 hours seems so short. It really does. It's not, but
I know it is short. For
well,
us.
I'll try to work it into my schedule, as I said, and kind of settle into that, now Saturday thing. But for now,
Hey, Zeus, love what you're doing, man. You're doing cool. We cool.
But all right,
There's a
guys.
reason why you
Nice
gotta
to
go,
see you all.
probably.
Thank you all for being here.
Okay.
Experimental, everybody. Thanks for being here. Russell, thanks for joining us. You're welcome back anytime. But yeah, I gotta go. Duty calls, but I will be listening to you guys. So have a good night. Good day.
Okay. Night.
We'll see you next
See you
week.
next Saturday. Yeah,
Bye, guys.
for sure. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Rebecca, right now
Yes?
the storm should be forming over the
I
top
know,
of
it's
you
getting
toward
darker.
you to your
Hi,
west.
Tara.
Hi,
Go
Tara.
outside
Hi.
and check the wind.
I'm going to.
You should be experiencing higher winds right now. Go ahead,
Good.
run outside.
All right.
You're going to have higher
I
winds.
will. Let me find you all a video, something to turn on here. Actually,
Yeah,
let
good.
me see if
Good job.
Alexander's is ready. Because
you could. It was just the one picture that you saw there.
Yeah, I think that is the only one I got saved and added.
Oh,
sorry,
okay.
but I can still do it, or I can add it for the next show.
Yeah, no, it's no problem. I'm sure it's not an emergency. We just love all our new babies. I'll send them anyway. I'll probably send them 14 times. Probably post them when I get off work earlier tomorrow. But today was just really long, and it was the first time I'd been back in that kitchen for a Saturday in ages.
Yes.
And you've got to make all the cooked breakfast, and then you rush up and down and you get the meals. And then you had to make something at lunchtime as well. But I think I did okay. But, I actually felt really good today. Yeah. And
yes. Well, good. Nice.
Yeah. You get there one day. Other days you don't. And that's just life.
Right.
Exactly. But I'm just thinking about all those people in Italy that we didn't talk about yet. I just feel so sorry for them. It must be so scary to be them right now. I mean, imagine living in Vesuvius's shadow. Imagine.
Right.
I mean, did nobody teach them not to build in volcanoes? Or there must be a lot of people that live in volcanoes and maybe just don't know. And this kind of thing is just insane. That this is so. Sorry, I'm just I was quite gobsmacked when I thought about it.
Yeah, it's not
I just feel so scared.
Not known all over the world.
Yeah, I just feel so concerned for those people now. When I've seen the videos, I thought,
Capiflagore.
3 million people. How are they going to get them out of there on time?
They're not going to. That's why they're trying to ask them to move now.
Yeah, I heard they're paying people to move.
But that's the serious swarm, Sam, isn't it?
I mean, I've been, I'm doing my homework. I watch it every day. I try to warn people, and do they freaking listen to me? I don't know.
Can we phone people in Italy and tell them to move out?
Well, yeah.
I do try, and I try to warn everybody. But granted, let's talk about the far-seeing aspects or the remote viewing or whatever.
Surely you see, you
guys,
see it must drive you insane. Sorry, but
correct, bingo, exactly. That's exactly where we're going to go.
Volcano's going to blow up next to me.
I'm sitting here
in the desert. I'm not sticking around.
I am sitting here seeing this shit happen. And I'm trying to scream to all of you that my abilities, and you can look back at my abilities and my reactions, and I'm trying to warn everybody the things that I see coming. And I'm stalling out now because I'm talking. I'm trying to warn people, and they're not listening. And the guy's a crazy nutball from whatever, or he's the crazy Nibiru guy, or Dr. Nibiru, or whatever, or Professor Nibiru, or whatever. Yes, I am. I'm in the the eccentric category. I'm kitty bang bang, the guy that lives in the windmill, trying to do inventions, and nobody wants to listen to me.
Is his name Vesuvius Potts? Isn't that his
name?
Well,
the point with it is I'm watching all of it. I am watching all of this crap, and I'm trying to warn you people, because I live and I experience my level of knowledge in a different variant than everyone around me. I have a highly governmented IQ and far-seeing abilities, which is why I was attempted to be recruited, which is why they tried to pull me aside, which is why you don't want me to be joined with them and not telling you the truth, which is why I walked away from it, which is why I'm here now
after the 2010 admission of my non-disclosure agreement, which is why I'm talking to you today. I mean, damn, people, shit, listen, Christ, am I wrong? Find me wrong. I dare you. Please, fact check me. Check my track record. Please.
I've got to go now. I have to go to bed. And
okay,
yeah,
Jillian.
Yeah.
You
can
try
listen
not
to
to
us
dream
when
about that stuff, Sam. I know you must feel really freaked out by it. Shame.
It's a nightmare. It's an absolute nightmare because I see the shit happening, and I'm trying to warn people. And what's going to happen tonight? And Rebecca, right over the top of you right now.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You go look, Rebecca, and I'll go to bed and watch you. I'll watch you from my pillow. Night, night,
Julian.
Good night, Jillian.
Good night.
Good night,
Bye, guys.
Good night.
Jillian.
Bye.
See you next week. Or not
Okay,
sooner,
okay.
but yeah.
Oh yeah.
Bye. Yeah.
I'll be here always.
I-
Night, night.
Okay. Night night.
Night, night.
Okay.
Be safe.
I'll help you. There you go. Here's my radar.
I see this stuff.
A few minutes ago. I'm where the red pointer pin is. Yeah.
Right. And we talked about the 5 o'clock on the western side of Oklahoma. And these are the building storms that are going to go by. And that formation of the blue area with the white bow effect to the right, to the east, is going to strengthen. And when that hits about, let's see, right about now, 7 to 8 o'clock at night, it's going to envelop into a very long, very powerful electrical storm.
Yeah. It's heading our way. I mean, it can't quite miss us completely, but you know,
I pray that you're safe and okay.
hurt the waters like Tulsa will always do. So.
Well, yeah. Tulsa generally does, on the northwest corner of Tulsa is the mountain range, the storm on the south as well, which is showing in the line just above the red dot. There's this tiny little blue thing, which showing you the southerly discrepancy. It will happen. But it is going to come by you, and then after that, it's going to turn into an electrical nightmare from hell.
Keep me posted.
This is the close passing planet, the close passing asteroids. It's going to drag it up beyond any recorded historic storm supercell pattern. Watch.
Right.
Watch what happens. I'm not wrong. Trust me. If you don't, well, then go elsewhere. Not worried.
All right. Let's go ahead and play
I did my homework. I know what's coming.
And
I'm
going to go check the sky on my end. I'll go see what it looks like.
Okay.
We'll get an updated image. Okay. This is Germany, everybody. Our friend Alexander in Germany.
Citizen science missions from around the world. Capacity to the right of the sun. The little fingers.
Yep.
Normal cloud. In the back is red asteroid.
Okay.
Right there.
Wow.
Underneath the line of Atu's moon in the upper left. That line right there. Saturn yellow moon, and the long box cube.
Wow.
Cut off of the sun on the upper right by Saturn's yellow moon. Asteroids below the sun, coming from Uri. Red asteroid just above to the right, top center. Nepacity in the background. Finger.
Wow.
You now?
Yeah.
That's Nepacity. Tipped axis basis. Big 3 asteroid just to the right of the sun. Red asteroid coming in front of the sun. Blue asteroid, part of the equator of the sun. All recorded information. Oh, that fan fell down again. Rebecca, grab your fan. Your fan is scolding out. Tan asteroid group in the upper left. Salamander asteroid group in the upper left. In front of the sun. On the right hand side is the Saturn's yellow moon and the Saturn. See a Saturn on the right hand side of the sun. Very big, very round. Rebecca, I think your fan fell over again. Red asteroid is the white cloud lower left. Saturn's yellow moon is Saturn.
Wow. Oh, okay.
Cutting into the sun.
Oh, wow.
See the flame like?
Oh, yeah.
Saturn's yellow moon. Cutting into the side of the right-hand side of the sun.
That is incredible.
Saturn's yellow moon.
And so Nepacity is behind Isatum and Isatum's yellow moon, right?
Yeah, currently.
Okay.
Out view only. That flat base cloud is Saturn's yellow moon. Crossing of the lead asteroid below the sun. Cut in from Uri and Saru on the left. Lead asteroid crossing in front of, just below, is Saturn's yellow moon. Cut off in the upper right-hand corner. Angle off the star, the sun, is Saturn. So showing this here is the side of, at the top center is lead asteroid. Very big, very large. Bottom of a Saturn. Nibiru is on the right-hand side behind that. red asteroid is cutting in from the middle left. The dark blue area is red asteroid. Edge of a planet. Edge of a Saturn. Ion tail of the Saturn's yellow moon. Showing you it's really there. Time after time after time.
I remember when it first started sinking in, the asteroids were visible, like just by the eye, you know.
Yeah.
Do you hear an echo?
No.
No? Okay. I do.
No.
I'm curious what's
No.
going on.
We have been watching this for well over a decade. We're not guessing. We know what we see. The pattern recognition happens over and over and over again, day in, day out, week after week, month after month, year after year. If you don't listen to us, not our fault. We do try. Ion tail of a Saturn.
It was awesome.
Good.
Thank you,
Yeah, yeah.
Alexander.
We do try. Thank you,
Yeah.
sir.
Awesome.
That's a good
Thank you.
one.
I was commenting on his work today, and I thank you for your submissions over the years, and thank you.
So it's still kind of cloudy and
Down
dark,
to us three.
darker where I am.
Yep. Then there was 3.
Yeah.
And then
Well,
there
I'm just
was
glad
3.
you live more north, Rebecca, and these things usually pass you by.
Well,
That's
it's gonna get
that's a good thing to
It's
know.
gonna get
That's it.
scary. It's about to
Yes.
get scary
I'm
because
gonna
you are
check
like
the
7
radar.
o'clock right now, and you're going to get scary. I promise you, it's going to start right now.
No.
No.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, there's
I know.
Alexander. Thank you, Alexander. Yes. I'm glad you're here. I know it's got to be like 1 or 2 in the morning for you. So, but I'm glad to see you're still here. You got to see it.
We do try.
Right.
We do
Okay.
try.
An egg. Yes.
Egg's mom is watching.
Right. She's a cheerleader.
Awesome.
Oh, her mom is. Oh, nice. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's
Oh
great.
God,
That's something when you
let's
get
go
your
back
parents
to,
in on
like
it.
10
I'm sure,
years ago.
Yes. I don't know what my
How do we
mom. I don't know.
Go
She
back, 10
probably-
years to that.
Huh? Oh, I was going to say I don't know if my mom would accept this or not. You know, I mean, she's kind of hard headed. So she's just passed away. But you know what I mean.
How do we go back
I
a
don't know.
decade ago to try to, introduce this information to people? We watched it happen. We watched them get closer. We saw the purple planet arrive and, Atu's moon. And then, years later we went, oh, look, Atu has actually a moon. And we've documented all this information going back, Christ, all the way back to 2010. And yet somehow people don't want to hear that. I'm at a loss here.
Here's some sky videos.
Bingo.
Cool videos.
Và lý do là dế. Lý do chính là cầu vồng hình tròn. Đấy. Cầu vồng hình tròn. Rồi. Tròn xoe luôn. Tròn xoe luôn. Vâng. Cầu vồng tròn xoe luôn đấy. Hiện tượng siêu lạ.
If you're watching the show,
Not a sundog.
Bên trong mặt trời.
No. If you're watching the show, type in if you've experienced seeing this, with the ring around the sun.
Yes.
Have you ever seen it in the past? Have you seen it recently?
Iesu Domine, Dona eis requiem. Amen. Way more happening. Way more happening than you're looking at.
What do you think is happening here, Sam? Like, I didn't know what to make of that. Does it make sense to you?
It's boil off. Yeah, it's boil off. It's clouds rising up from the sunrise, and everything in the background, the green upper area, is passing cloud and so simple.
Okay. So that's a normal
It's
cloud?
not the dark cloud in front, it's what's behind.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's boil off.
Boil off.
And it's
of
rising
what?
up into
Like a
of moisture rising up into a cloud. And that's going to become a cumulus nimbus. But what's behind it in the green is what's important. That is necessity.
Okay.
Okay.
Not the
I
cloud
don't
in
know.
the front.
I just thought
but
that
the
looked
cloud.
strange.
Yeah, boil off. Well, we have an extra star. That extra star is boiling off in the angle of the planet of Earth. And our weather is changing, and everything we know is changing because there's an angle refractive extra lighting that we're not aware of.
Sobre los territorios del refugio indígena El Tigre de Puerto Gaitán en la zona
No, I didn't know
centroeste
that.
de Colombia.
The dark areas are
De
planets
acuerdo con las
above.
imágenes, el Sol se posiciona sobre el lado opuesto de donde se origina el crepúsculo, incitando a los testigos de un extraño fenómeno
Nibiru.
visible en los cielos.
Side edge.
Nos llama la
Side
atención la
illumination
posición
of
del
the
Sol,
planet
que no
Nibiru.
coincide con la proyección de luz que comúnmente se origina desde nuestra estrella.
The blue area is Nibiru, the white area is the sunlight shining off the face of Nibiru.
Lado opuesto de la superficie.
To the right or
Según el
left
diagrama de la red climática
is the
mundial,
rest of
los
the
rayos
other solar
crepusculares
system.
a menudo se producen cuando objetos tales como los picos de las montañas o las nubes
Yuri.
ocultan parcialmente los rayos del sol como una capa de nubes. Varios compuestos
Nibiru.
del aire dispersan la luz del sol y hacen que estos rayos sean visibles debido a la
Side
reflexión,
of Nibiru.
refracción y dispersión. Pero el fenómeno no es común de ver, como el
The illuminated face of Nibiru. Again, that white line in the upper right-hand corner
Oh my God,
is
no,
the
I didn't
side
see a
face of
flare.
Nibiru.
I just recorded it. Oh, that's fucking terrifying.
This person thought that it was from a sun flare. That little puff of.
Fuck.
I don't know.
That
Is
little
it
puff
possible?
to the upper left is probably a blue asteroid.
Whoops.
fenómeno no
Sorry, guys. Sorry.
Yeah.
I blew it.
no es común
Anyway,
de ver.
but yeah,
Mighty Yuri.
I can't imagine a solar flare leaving a. Okay.
Off
Good.
of it with my
Here we go.
phone.
There it is. See that little.
Right.
I think it's a cloud.
There. I just recorded it.
The white
Oh, that's
line in the
fucking
upper
terrifying.
right-hand corner is the side of Nibiru.
Wow.
Yeah.
What the
The
fuck?
blitz above the sun to the left is blue asteroid.
What? I.
Blue asteroid. Bottom of Necessity core. The side and bottom of Necessity core. Going over the top of Earth. Blue is Necessity, white is the core.
So is that a
She's
trail
rising.
from an asteroid, though, or Necessity?
No.
Can you tell the
She's rising
difference?
higher.
Uh-huh.
We're seeing the base cloud of the Necessity core over the top of us right now, and she's rising higher, and we're going to see all of that over and over again. Just like we did the last couple of years. We're going to see very, very, very close Necessity because she's on the right-hand side of us, in front of us, according to the orbital model that I provided this month.
Wow, look at that.
Coloration of Necessity. Necessity, green.
So the light coming off the meteor is not from the temperature itself. It's turning green because of the planet.
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah,
Is that what you're saying?
When it goes through our upper atmosphere, it's going to burn off.
Right.
Because of oxygen, it's going to burn off. It'll vaporize before it ever hits the ground for the most part.
Well, I'm just thinking, like, I don't think I've ever seen a meteor that large before, but the few I have seen, like shooting stars, they're always white, just a normal.
That was it.
A color, I guess.
Right, I
Remember,
thought
things are
it
coming
was
in front
green
of the
because of what it was
sun and
painted
over the
from.
top at night.
You know, I don't know.
Yeah, we had nobody knows what it was. People thought it was a spaceship or something in Las Vegas. That viral video, the aliens in the backyard, I guess. But the cops, the police
there was
have,
a lot to that.
Yeah, the police have footage of this meteor shooting across the sky, and it's like basically the same color. I've just never seen footage of a meteor look like that.
Well, there's a lot to that. There really is a lot to what's going on right now, and it's called off closure, and the realization that ET is really here right now. People have to get on board with that, and they're right over the top of us, and we've been screaming about it for about 8 years now. So you do with that, don't discount it because it's real. It's happening every day. We get sightings every day. Every day.
Every day.
Every day.
Constantly. The same things. Atu's moon again. I Saturn again. Uri again. It's kind of like maddening, That's funny, though.
Well, triangular crap below the square, the long box cube, the space tube, the Empire orb. We see all of this crap every day. For God, a year and a half, 2 years, where they're every day. Prior to that, it was like every 4 days, or every 5 days, or every 6 days. But now it is every day around the world. That from Gillian to you name it, they're all capturing pictures of the triangle star destroyers in front of the cubes, parked in a regular pattern that we see over and over and over again. And when the hell are people going to realize, that they're parked above us? We're talking about an intergalactic fleet that is here forcing us to provide the commodities. through this transition of what is going on right now before us that no one wants to hear about.
Yeah, so many people have posted pictures of the Texas cube, just like Sam draws it. The one you have with Atu's moon, the cube, and the Star Destroyers on the left-hand side. There's been like at least 5 submissions of that this week. It's so incredible how you drew that. I think you dated it in 2020, and it shows up just like that every week. It's awesome.
Only because it's real and it's there, and it's like they're not moving. They're there. They parked their ass there in 2019 in April, and they've been there ever since.
Yeah.
They came out of hiding. They don't have to hide anymore because 2010 it won't matter. And you know, we have intergalactic fleets, plural, FLEETS, fleets parked over Earth. God, you know what, for about 6 years now? 5 years, 4 years, whatever.
Yeah, if
trying to warn
the beginning
people.
of the show, you saw those captures earlier from that one photo, several
Right.
photos. That was
Let me
an
get that
incredible. Those are incredible.
How do we warn people? How do we go, like, you know, this should be mainstream.
How
This
that
should be
isn't on every channel. Those pictures are on every channel from here to, you know, around the world. It's just, this is crazy.
Trying to find.
Well,
here they are
everybody
again.
wants to
Yes.
know, you know, are we alone? Is ET real? Is God out there? You know, and we have those answers.
Right.
Is anybody, you know, nobody listening? What?
Right. I don't know. The government's trying to do it.
We
The
have.
disclosure. Yeah, the Vatican is talking about it. You know, and people are on.
Oh boy,
social
you know,
media talking
they
about
have a
don't
lot of
time for this 'cause they
backpedaling
got
to
bills
do.
to pay. I mean, come on now.
Rome is in deep shit right now.
Oh.
Rome is on the sidebar. They're struggling for their independence of reality because guess what? Rome is wrong. And the truth is coming out now. The background going on from Rebecca. I don't know why, but anyway. Guys, this shit is real. We've watched it. We've documented it for a decade plus. This is real. Nibiru, Daru, Yuri, Atu, Isatum, Nepesity, Matim, they're here. They're passing Earth. How do you argue with it? We've documented, we've proven it. Hello? God, share this shit. You know, I posted information earlier today and I got no reactionary response. I don't know what to do.
I was getting ready to say
Only
that.
you
I was
can
like, how
share this
come it's
information.
only just dozens of people, like just a few
Right.
dozen? I don't understand it either, Sam. I mean, this is like the biggest story in the world.
Right. And
I
we
don't
don't care about
understand.
likes and
How come
comments
more
and
people
everything,
aren't
but it's like, you know, people are only liking
gravitating to this. Hey,
posts.
Maria, good to see
Hey.
you in Alaska. And I can't hear you, Chris.
Oh, you can't hear me?
Huh? Can you all hear me?
Yeah.
You can hear me okay?
Maria, we apparently need to talk. I have not been avoiding
well,
you.
anyway. Good to see
I
you,
have been on the
Maria.
short end of information this whole week. I did not hear my
I'm
phone
not
ring.
sure
I
why
saw.
I can't
looked
hear
up,
you all. Man.
I looked up my
It just
my
goes
phone messages. I saw
right
you
on par
call.
for this show. Let me see. Maybe it's this. Say something, Chris.
Hello, 1 2 1 2.
Oh, yeah.
This
Yeah,
is the
okay.
Citizen
I
Science
think,
Podcast featuring Samuel Hofman.
I think I know what it is. I
Okay.
do think I know
Oh
what
yeah,
it is. Yeah, okay.
No, featuring Chris.
Uh-huh. Let's see. I was going to go look at the sky. It's pretty dark, but I feel like we're safe, so I don't think anything exciting is
think?
going on.
It's time.
Yeah, I do. like what Chris says, I could probably show you, but.
Now I can't hear you guys at all. There you go.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Oh, something I wanted to also, I haven't told officially on Twitter.
Oh, cool.
Everybody on Twitter, we have I'm pulling up a picture slowly, but there it is. So, followers right now. We're and was there new and okay, yep. This is a very exclusive group called Nibiru Holics Anonymous. Nibiru Holics.
Yeah.
Look at that. We're up to 48 members now. So we're moving
okay.
right along. I mean, you have to be a provable Nibiru Holic to be admitted. Just know that. So you can't just, if you're too new, you have to, work your way up to this point. So
it was bad this week. I needed this group. No day, like since last Saturday, I didn't get just blue skies, sunny days until yesterday.
Yeah.
And then I was so thankful. I'm like, finally a cloud.
Right.
You
That's how it was here. It's been nothing for days. And then today, I'm too busy to go out and take pictures really.
Right.
Aaliyah, she joined. She's proud to be a Nibiru Holic. So nothing wrong with that. Nothing to be ashamed of at all. Okay. And then I think, that was it. There was actually one other thing I was going to put here, and I realized I didn't get to it. But yesterday, Ala Wally from the Africa group messaged me with a suggestion, and I went with him. He thought instead of creating a group, because you can create groups, which we have, or you can create a page where it's only me posting to the page. It'll just be me posting, new and updated information. Yeah. It's not a group; it's just a page. So I did do that, and I took his advice, and we called it, or I called it, but his suggestion, Nibiru Watch Anonymous.
Hey,
a Nibiru
cool.
Watch
That's
Anonymous. Yeah. So anyway, he thought I should act on it quickly because somebody was going to take that name, and you never know. So it's in the process. I mean, I just barely got started on it, but
cool.
Anyway, Nibiru Watch Anonymous. So stay tuned. It's going to be interesting to see what we can put there. So
yeah,
but that's some new things that we are working on. Third Eye, I know you are. I know he's a Nibiru Holic. Look at 25-8, not 24/7, 25-8. Right. Boy, Sam is quiet.
Yeah.
No, something's wrong.
Trying.
He's that quiet.
No, I'm just sitting here trying.
I thought maybe he's not here. Yeah. Right.
No, I'm listening, I'm listening what you got to say.
And okay, Shelly, she is same way. She's taking pictures every chance she gets.
Yeah.
So that's cool. I know. I think most of us have that condition. It's chronic. If you're
I am totally addicted. So
yeah.
Obsessed,
I know. I don't know if you joined the new group yet, Sam. I know you've been occupied with being in jail and stuff, but don't forget. I think I sent you an invite, but you'll have to, come and join the new group.
My wife just said Sam was in jail. No.
Yes, he's bad.
Facebook jail.
He's right. He got in big trouble.
Facebook, like 50 or 60 times now.
I've been in Facebook jail so many times I can't even tell you anymore.
Right?
You know,
I know.
and they don't tell you what you did wrong. You don't meet community standards, you're gonna have to sit, aside for a week, and that's what I just went through again. So
Well, I broke community standards today on TikTok. I sent Rebecca a video of like I don't know what it was, something that caught my eye, and they sent me a message saying that it was the video can't be seen to whoever I sent it to. It violated guidelines or something like that. That was the first one. I've never all the years that I've used social media, I've never had a message like that or been in any jail or had a post taken down.
Was it something that you tried to post?
Yeah, it was like it was like a video about like either it had a planet in it or an asteroid or a UFO or something, and I sent it to you, like just messaged you on TikTok, like I shared it to your Nibiru followers anonymous, and it said not sent, violation.
Wow.
Yeah, violating. I'm violating because I'm sending somebody aren't you supposed to share things? Like, isn't that the whole point of TikTok? You're supposed to share and like and comment.
well, that's what happened to me on Sunday last week. I went on, after our last show, and I logged on the next morning, and it told me I had, like a 6-day reprieve from posting because I violated community standards, and they didn't even give me an example of what the hell I did wrong. And I think it was like me posting music, from YouTube to Facebook, because they've been warning us about that. And yet I have no idea what I posted wrong, but I spent 66 days not being able to type on Facebook at all.
Yeah.
That would no.
Sometimes it is a nice little vacation.
Sure.
Well, yeah, but some people got mad at me because I wasn't on. They got mad at me.
Well,
sorry.
I don't know.
Put two and two together, guys. I mean, when was the last time Sam wasn't on his group page for that long?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Every day.
Don't get mad.
There were several people asking.
Well, I post stuff and people go, well, we never see your comments anymore. It's like, Christ, I'm here every day.
Yeah.
And, for the last 6 days, I couldn't be because I could not post. I don't know why, but that's what's happening.
I'm getting some pictures from Maria lined up. Alaska pictures.
Maria, I did not diss you. I did not hear your phone calls, but they showed up on my phone call log. Has nothing to do with me, like ignoring you, but shit does not get always to me.
Right. That happens to me too.
Any other way to tell you that?
I'll get text messages from family members days later, or it's weird, but I'll get text messages from solicitors apparently right away. Yeah,
I can see that much.
I go to Newsfeed and it's 5 to 6 to 7 days old. I'll go to Newsfeed on Facebook and it's like 5 days old. No. It's like, you got to be kidding me. Why didn't I see that day one?
Right.
So that's what's going on. I don't know how to call that. I'm not ignoring anyone. And if I have a problem with you, I will tell you. I do not block people. I don't ignore people. Everybody out there is important to me and us and all of us. And I don't ignore you. If I don't hear your phone call, I can't answer it. Beyond that, I can't explain it.
Okay. It has gotten so dark.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, it's only 7. Yeah. Well, it is 7:40, but still.
No, it's
darker.
You're getting hit. That's the superstorm developing over your head right now.
Okay, this is from Maria. Excuse me. And yes, Maria is reminding me, Sam, that you need to take a look at your personal Facebook page and delete a couple of posts that were not.
I did, but somebody unsent a whole lot of messages down that column. I don't know why. I was thinking you were like a little irritated with me, and I don't know why. I have not seen. I've been separate of Facebook for a week.
Right.
So I did not see your messages. I apologize.
No,
Shit happens.
What she's saying
don't
is,
get mad at me, and don't think you less of yourself.
What? On your personal page, nothing to do with Messenger.
Oh, I can go there now. I'll look.
You might want to take a look at it if you have it, and remove a couple of things that were distasteful.
I'll drag it up.
Yeah.
Oh, I saw that. Thank you. Yeah, I did remove and report.
Okay.
Good. There was a person that was like dogging me. Yeah, that was
Right.
that was the first thing this morning, and I deleted most of the crap, but left up enough that I could report the page.
Right.
And the harassment that didn't go on. Okay, I go back to my page. I think it should be taken care of by now. I did report it to Facebook.
Yeah. I do
although,
think I think it's gone. Most of it's gone. The bad part.
Well, I left some of it up only because it's Eric. Eric, I'm sorry for you that you live the world that you live in. I left 3 of the messages up. They're all negative. I'm not fooling you. I'm handing you the information that's real.
Right.
You are fooling you. Your anger does not include the wisdom that you need. Jail is before you. Argue with me. I dare you. I have no other way to express that. I've worked really hard to share the information with people, the truth, the fact, the value. We worked very hard for our scientific approach. We've done everything we could possibly do to gather the information without prejudice, only coming to a summation, a culmination of this information after numerous repetitive cycles of viewing from around the world for 14 years now. So, all right, I'm going to click on Maria's page. You should remove the 2 parts below Christoper's post. They're insulting you. Okay, all right, I'll look. I will
I think she's talking about the parts that you left, which was from Eric. 1, 2, 3, 4 different posts, not pictures, but just verbal posts.
Yeah, I left those for Facebook to view as negative behavior, and go ahead, report him.
Evidence. Yeah, that's the evidence.
As a friend, you're allowed. Yeah, that's why I left those 3 posts. All fooling us, and this is just an AI. I mean, sorry, sir, but you're apparently a little lost. It's not AI; it's reality. We worked at this for 14 years. I've known about it for 40 plus years. If you doubt me, I am terribly sorry for you. I'm not grifting. I'm not trying to raise funds other than the reality of to upgrade the science. I have paid for this many, many, many years out of my own pocket. And if you think I'm grifting, I feel sorry for you. I could use donations. Why don't you mail me a cup of coffee rather than down me? So, Eric, you've been reported. Deal. Trolls are fun to play with.
I'm not familiar with him, with Eric. Are you? Were you? Are you?
No, he's a new person out of the blue.
Yeah.
Some person has an opinion, and well, you are welcome to your opinion. I'm sorry you do not see the information that I've spent the last 14 years trying to provide for you for free, and I only ask for donations after the fact. I don't hold them in sequestration or the balance. If you pay me, I'll tell you. Right. That's not how I do that. I give the information first for free, and I only ask you buy me a cup of coffee. Send me $5. That's it. It's called Astrophysics Class 101 for free.
Right.
Hofman, 1978. If you
resonate with the information, every social media presence on TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, every social media content creator, whatever you want to call them, they all have their Cash Apps up there. They all accept donations. Sam is not the only person that asks for donations. So, Rebecca and Sam put so much into this for so long. It's if you don't want to donate, don't. I don't understand why people are, commenting. So, some people I've read some comments that are pretty distasteful. I don't know why you would want to talk to somebody like that. It's unfortunate, and certainly you've donated to one or two content creators before. I just don't understand. Right. This information has changed my life.
I'm this year. I'm 63 years old this year. I've been doing this since my 50s. And I've known about this since I was a teenager.
Right.
And I'm on full disability because of the shit that happened to me. We don't even need to weigh that. Right. But I'm on a fixed income. I pay $160 a month for internet that barely works. And I'm asking people to mail me $5, buy me a cup of coffee, double espresso with mocha or whatever. Mail me $5 and I can keep going. If I don't get this income, which has not been happening for the last literally almost a year now, my influx of income from donations has dropped way off since I started doing these shows, because apparently people feel I don't need to be donated. I can't even guess why. But people, the only way we can go forward, Rebecca included, because she pays a bunch of money out every month. I pay a bunch of money out every month. We gather this information. We study. I studied for the last week for you guys. Know what the hell I'm talking about, to make sure that I'm not talking out my ass. Now, you can either believe the information that I'm sharing with you, because, damn it, the government doesn't reach out to somebody with my IQ, Sheldon Cooper, and my ability to Farsi, which is also represented in informational part of my work and our work, which got us here. You can either believe it or don't. Wrigley's believe it or not. You can walk away. You can do that. But if you want this information, I do need to be funded. Rebecca needs to be funded. All of us need to upgrade. And the only way we can get better through everything we're trying to share is through your support. Either physically sharing that information with people around you, or buy me a cup of coffee, which is now a new app, or just mail me $5 to the P.O. box, or send $20 or $100 or $1,000 or $10,000. If you're a philanthropist, we need your help. You just donate to this lady right here in the upper corner in the left-hand side, because she's a very good lady. She's working her ass off for all of you because she cares.
Yep.
I care. Christoper cares. We care. That's why we are sharing this information. Otherwise, there's no way in hell that we would be doing this every week, because this is not easy. Christoper, when you first came on as a guest, how hard was that?
I have I have anxiety issues to begin with, and my psychiatrist died a year ago, so it's just kind of funny. So I can't find another doctor at any point.
Right.
We're
the doctor.
This is the dawning of the age
right.
of Aquarius. The age of Aquarius.
I'm sitting here, I'm talking to
skip
Sam,
back,
like,
walk. Okay.
Trying to ask questions
Dude,
and I'm trying to say my name to you guys.
Walk
My
past.
name is Chris. It was bad. I was shocked.
Walk past. Okay, dude. Chris, this is your step past that anxiety because you are accurate.
No, I'm good.
That is why.
Yeah.
That is why you are here. You had to step past that anxiety because you are destined for way, way, way more.
Right.
When was the last time I was wrong?
I haven't found you to be
When
wrong
was
yet.
I wrong?
No.
Sir, you are a celebrity. Your 1,000th membership is congratulatory on purpose because you are stepping forward, and your wife will be your photographer. And soon you will go down to Las Vegas and entertain the station that you have earned because you are a Nibiru scientist, citizen scientist reporter, and you guys are going to be able to do your thing and rock the sunglasses, man.
Okay.
You're doing good.
Yeah, that's the
Your
look.
workflow.
I mean, you definitely could have the best show. People love. There's like Skywatcher,
Well,
groups
honestly,
out there that
I wish
wanna
I would have
see
started
that.
a couple months ago because
It's gonna get hot.
It's starting to get hot.
Yeah.
Hey,
So
you're
yesterday,
within
I'm
your
like,
time.
I'm finding
While
myself
you're went
yesterday.
well, no.
Do what, Sam?
You're within your time, and what you do and what you see and what you feel will all be the course of your desire, and it will all play into the collective of where you're within your time, and your time will be a celebrity. We all know that now. Your congratulatory placement is part of your celebrity that is embarking on you now.
Wow.
Tell the wife over the
I have
shoulder she's going to be your
I have
cameraman.
no aspirations for,
Well,
I don't have
no, but
aspirations for any of that, and I see what you're saying. But I'm right where Rebecca and Sam are. I just want people to get this information and to be able to take it and use it like I did, to see that this is actually something that you can learn on your own, and you can start to see it plays into so many things into your life, that it's not just all about the planets. It's a whole, it's just incredible. There's so many things that I look at so many things different now, and I'm very glad this is all happening. It's been an absolute amazing.
I will relate to you the 528 Ohm chant.
Yep.
And laying your feet off the front deck and touching your bare feet on the ground, and like harmonically trying to do throat chakra. He just clipped off. The reality of what planet Earth, the reality of what planet Earth is trying to teach all of you who are here now is beyond anything you've ever dreamt of, and it's the most beautiful, wondrous, emotional, connective force that is all talking to all of us. That's why you're here today. And I can never undermine that statement, because I was corrected by an extraterrestrial off-world information source that I have been deemed that I would inform you guys of. And how do I tell you that? How do I stand on my soapbox in the middle of a crowd, including the rotten cabbages and tomatoes, and tell you the story that all of this is happening now? How do I tell you that?
You're doing the best you can.
It's not within me.
It's within us.
It's within all of you that listen or don't listen, or you share this information, or you reach out and say, this guy maybe knows what the hell he's talking about, because I've proven it on my diagrams for over a decade. Where do you draw the line? Do you need 100 examples?
Right.
Do you need 150 examples? Do you need 175 examples? Rebecca, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I have an example. Speaking of examples, oh shoot, don't tell me. It's some pictures in Kansas from about an hour ago, and it looked just like my pictures. You'll see. But looks like I have to back out and come back in. I don't know why. This is a StreamYard situation. We're looking to switch to Streamlabs.
Welcome to us.
Like we are. Like Jesus has donated a month's worth of Streamlabs, to help us get transitioned over. I just got to learn how to use it. But anyway, I'll be right back.
Okay.
And we pay for this because we're trying to share this information. Christ, I'm so limited on my Skype and my emails and over the years. It's like everything I've ever ran off of has been stolen away from me. So I'm in awe that I'm running on Facebook, and I just went through a week of disconnection. I don't even know why, but the whole point is like, you people have to get. What happens if a month from now I'm done and I'm gone and you can't hear from me and I have to call Rebecca on the phone? So this can happen.
Yeah.
So the question is, are you people going to involve the science in your mind to learn all of this stuff, and just in case I'm not here? It could happen.
I'm thankful for all the audio that we have. I mean, we do have, the recordings. Thank goodness.
Right hand side of the sun.
Thank you, Maria.
That is the Saturn's yellow moon right there.
Right. There's two.
Very big.
Look at that. That was just like what
I captured.
Very
big, very prominent.
Today.
Wow.
Remember?
That really is Saturn's yellow moon. Very big.
It's pretty cool.
Right over the top of us. Is affecting our planet, is affecting our brain, is affecting our bodies, is affecting our geologic, is affecting our storms, is affecting everything on the planet right now. We have never, I'm Maria again, we have never seen this kind of activity in the close past from Saturn's yellow moon to date. This is a new story. Be ready. The shit is hitting the fan now.
Here's a few images from Jerry in the UK, but they're not his pictures. These are from travel brochures, I believe he said. So just things that he's, got his eye on. Maybe he's planning a trip. I don't know, but he sent me, these images. That's when you're really hooked, is when you're like, you see it in magazines, you see it in commercials, you see, you're not even paying attention to the trip. You're looking at the the sky and the brochure. Yeah.
Yeah. And maybe like if you guys post like, pictures from TV or something like that, or a brochure or anything that you see like that, maybe try to look for the date on the brochure or something.
Yeah.
Maybe that's not going to tell the date of the picture, but,
that's a good one here.
Right. It'll give them a better idea of when it was.
Maybe.
I know. You can see it. And tell you what year it is.
I'm going to.
What's that?
I'm going to reiterate, Maria, I did not avoid any of your phone calls. I saw them after the fact. I did not. I must have been gone. So don't take this personally. You know, we love you. We need you. You're very well much part of our show. And thank you for being here today again. I saw a whole bunch of deleted messages. I don't know why. I was in Facebook jail. So we're going from there. Oh, shit. Batman.
These are good. I like this. And this one, he sent it sideways. And I thought maybe that was undone, purposefully done. You know?
Maybe.
Sometimes people turn it sideways. So I turned it so we could see it this way too. Yeah. But yes.
Denver.
Definitely a consistent line all the way across. You know, a color change. And that. Cool. Wonder where this is.
No idea. Looks like
I know, like South America or something.
Yeah, definitely. Or maybe the Southwest or something.
Yeah, right. Maybe
Arizona, maybe, or who knows?
Exactly.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, that one for sure. Right. You can see at that top left corner where it's, that blue area. See how it's perfectly curved? That's like clipping. It's like what? Atu's moon in front of what? Atu, Sam, or Nepicity? Something like that. As curved as it is, I would think Atu. Atu's moon and Atu. Because Nepicity is more straight across. You know what I mean? And Atu behind it is as equally curved as Atu's moon usually.
Wow.
Yeah.
And then there's a clear difference in the color of the
I think
sky,
it's both.
too.
I think it's Atu's moon, Atu Nepicity, really. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
There's no way we can reiterate the effects of the moons that are passing over. They are negatively charged bodies attached to positively charged protons.
Oh.
And when these moons go over the top of us, they affect us. They affect our metabolical process of thought. Maria, perhaps you've been suffering from the planetary effects that makes you melancholy, uncomfortable, hopelessness, etc. The thinking that I was discounting you, I was not. I did not hear your phone calls. You were either calling at times I was not home, or I was outside, or it was umbilically incorrect for me to hear the phone calls. I have not heard them. I did see on the phone record that you had called. I apologize for not being here or whatever happened occurring. I did not hear the phone calls, and I do not wish you to be mad at me or at yourself or any of these equations. I apologize. I saw through Rebecca that this is important. Well, it's important.
I think she's
important.
Okay.
I want everybody. I do not discount anyone, and I don't block people even if they're negative. I mean, even on my page right now, there's a whole bunch of people that are downing me, and you're a grifter or whatever.
That's their loss.
I pay money for internet that I could never afford since day one.
Right, that's crazy.
Not since day one.
$160 for monthly internet. I think ours is like $40.
And I'm on my 15th 1.5. I am on my 15th computer at $500 plus each.
Right.
Yeah.
In 14 years. I could never afford this. I'm on a fixed income. I could almost talk. We're at 5 hours. I'm allowed to slur my words. I'm a talking lunatic after 4 hours. I'm trying to share this information with you guys. Rebecca and I have, and I'm sure Christopher, you noticed this as well. The effort we have involved in trying to communicate to everyone around us. It's distracting. It's emotional. It's exhausting. We work at this. We study this. We search for this. We're trying to share this information with you that has been documented for 40 years.
Right.
And if you don't listen to us, are we repeating ourselves over and over and over and over and over and over and over again for nothing? Why are you here? Because you're supposed to be here. Damn it. Listen. Damn it, Gumby. Come on. God, we worked this out. This has to go viral.
Right.
Let's talk about the freaking Star Destroyers over the top of us. Shit, come on.
I know.
E.T. is fucking here. Oh, that bomb. Where's Carol Ann?
I know. I've been looking for her. Oh, no.
I dropped the F-bomb.
F-bomb.
Christ. Guys. Shit. Come on. God
she make you pay or does she pay?
She
aliens.
A swear jar. She has a swear jar. Yeah. She make a donation.
The damn aliens have been parked over the top of Earth since April of 2019. How the hell don't you see them?
Yeah.
Christ,
I
they're
didn't see them at first.
Here. I watched them coming in. I talked to people since 2009 from Google Space Earth.
This one, Andy. This is the first one that I actually saw.
Texas Cube in front of the.
Wow! Look at that.
Yeah, that's the Texas Cube.
You have your own photo of it.
Yeah, I got it framed with Sam's card.
That's awesome.
It's like
Yes.
The side orbs there, the cube.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it when I saw it, and I saw it before I took the picture. Because usually either Rebecca would say you got a cube in your picture, or I would see it after I took my picture. But yeah, wait, hold on.
Yeah, look at
that.
It?
Wait, okay, there you go.
That's awesome.
It was cool. Yeah.
Once you realize this is a vast, we're talking. This damn thing is so damn big.
So big
that 100 or 1,000 Star Destroyers offloaded off the parking garage that has been coming through interstellar space to pop through a wormhole over Texas, which is where it got its name back in 2015. It popped out of space. Montana Skywatcher was there because guess what? Sam sees shit ahead of time. And if you're either going to freaking listen to me, listen to Rebecca, listen to Christopher ahead of time, we are here warning you. Fuck. I did say that. That's bomb number 2. Frickin' extraterrestrials, E.T. is here. They're real. We are not alone. Don't listen to Elon Musk. I've never met an ET and I'd like to meet one someday. Bullshit. You have no idea. Wait till that happens to you. You don't want that to happen ever.
Right.
I have personally, face-to-face, not channeling, not far-seeing, I have met 3 races, and a number of times after that, other races that I don't talk about publicly. And I can tell you shit that you don't even want to know. The whole story behind the Pleiadian messages, go to the Nibiru Followers Anonymous page on YouTube, look up the Pleiadian message that I asked Rebecca to post. Look that information. It is 95% accurate to the reality of the truth of what has been happening for the last 300,000 years on planet Earth. If you're not ready to listen to this music, go the hell away because this is the real story. If you don't want to hear it, go away. I don't care anymore. I'm frustrated. I'm irritated. I'm pissed off. I cannot understand how you do not see what we have been watching for 14 years. We watched the planets come up from underneath Earth. The planet of passing, the planet Nibiru, or other sister planets, and the star rise up in our northern hemisphere in 2011 and change everything we know, including our celestial centrifuge, the crossing of the planets, where we no longer see high noon. We see that in the south noon. All the planets have tipped. You've got to wake up to this information. That's all there's to it. That's it.
That's it.
Wake up.
I was checking my
Alice.
radar. Looks like we're in the clear. Tulsa is not going to be. Yeah, we're fine. But it's all going towards Kansas. The worst of it, it looks like.
Well,
So-
Kansas will develop first with the ice cubes and the gorilla hail.
Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah.
They're
Is
calling
anybody,
for 4-inch.
Kansas? That's in the
Yeah, they're
chat.
calling for four. They're calling
Right.
for 4 to 5-inch hail.
Jeez.
That's terrible. I would.
I
oh
took,
boy.
I took my notes.
Right. If you're in any of these states and you see any hail at all, take cover as soon as you possibly can. Do what you have to do to stay safe. It's when Sam says there's going to be a bad storm, every single time it's as bad as it can be. Yeah, no, it's.
I think. Right. No, JD is in Wichita, and look at
Right.
Wichita. This is the
Oh.
future view of about an hour from now or so. You know, but yeah, all around Wichita has got those yellow things are lightning strikes.
Okay. Wow.
So
Yep, it's going to be a wave of superstorm.
He'll-
It's formulated
JD's
as
gonna
the
have
mixing of the Arctic cold. The Arctic cold from Montana is going to meet the very intense heat wind from California, Arizona, New Mexico in the middle area, and then what's going to blow up from the Pacific Ocean over the top of the Rockies into the Gulf of Mexico, and all of that's going to jam together right over the top of western Texas, western Oklahoma, and then after that formation, the high winds are going to level up, and then they're going to reach up. Once they get to literally about Oklahoma City, it's going to rise up to about 65,000 feet, which is twice, if not 3 times, the normal supercell height. This is the highest recorded elevation that the supermodel comparative weather patterns are ever projected. This is going to be on a scale of 1 to 10. This is going to be a 53.
Wow.
And they have never seen this ever before. This is about to happen right now. I cannot document it beyond that.
Right.
I did my homework.
This is a big deal. Hurricane force winds on land, that's not normal, and
There's going to be a developing northern central latitude, developing on land, northern hemisphere, hurricane strength wind storm, rotational storm, with a bow shock wave of electrical magnitude no one has ever seen before.
okay, I'm looking for some videos.
Hello,
Jesus
David
sent me-
Grieg.
There it goes. This is from Jesus, Sam. He wanted you to see this one.
Cool. Thank you. I do try. You know, we try to stay on top of all this information for you guys. It's not us that, you know, that we do this for. That's just Satum Jalamoon. On the right-hand side of the sun. It's gone now, but what am I missing? Hello.
Okay, and then here is another one he sent me.
I missed most of that.
You didn't see the video?
I'm stalling. No, I did not.
Okay, we can go back to it. Here's the other one.
Satum Jalamoon and the cluster faceplate.
What is that, guys?
Oh,
Now,
okay.
Quiz 101. What is that? What do you think that is? Come on. You gotta know what it is. Look at that. Right below the sun. Sun being pinched as usual.
Red asteroid, dead center, faceplate on the right.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Yeah.
The cameo of red asteroid and little sister under the moon, just like the site drawing. And on the right-hand side is the faceplate of a Satum Jalamoon, very large.
Cool. And it's on that the faceplate is got
It's
that
right there.
diagonal right into the
And
red
look,
asteroid.
look at the cutoff flaring also.
This video's
Guys, this shit is real. It's happening every day. Oh, look, the side of a Satum. See, the light is coming in from the left-hand side. This is Satum.
Look at that.
Nice and round. Look how round it is.
Yep.
Yes.
That is blunt. Okay, your finger. Finger. Red asteroid below the sun. Cameo. Little sister is below red asteroid. Bingo.
Cool. Egg.
My God, please argue with me. Satum is Satum Jalamoon. Right there.
Yep, we saw that
Satum
one.
Jalamoon is Satum.
Yeah. All right. That was all that was on that one. So cool.
Red asteroid below the sun, according to the monthly site drawing. Over and over and over again.
I was gonna say, look how split the sun is. Like, let's wait. You can tell there's something going right through it.
Well, look at the monthly site drawing. We show that the cross pattern is over the front of the sun.
Right.
Over and over again, we talk about what's going on monthly, weekly. And you go back to the monthly site drawing, and it's exactly what we're looking at.
Let me get it, just so everybody's on the same page. Especially the star pattern, Let's see here. Cross sun pinch. Yeah. Okay, I have it. Yeah. I've never noticed Sam to draw an X or a line, not really an X, but a square cross through the sun before. So you can see in his most recent drawing how it's got a, line going this way and a line going up and down. And the very next day, one of the members shares this picture, and that's what Sam saw. This is a sun cross pinch. Just like his, yeah.
Have you really
Yeah.
Because I sit down. I sit down, I do the drawing, and I reach for source, I reach for my imagination, I reach for what I've known, what I see, what people around the world sent to me. And that after I drew what I drew for the monthly side drawing, I later went in and I did the cross pattern across the face of the sun, because I knew it was about to occur. I don't know why, but within literally 12 to 18 hours or 20 hours, there we see the example of what is really happening. And that is part of the magic that I try to express to everyone, that the source information is it's leading us. It's teaching us, it's showing us. I'm trying to show you ahead of time to prove. And indigos do not jump through hoops. We don't prove shit ahead of time. But every once in a while, we try to reach out and talk to you. And I hear the background echo in my voice. If you are not going to sit and listen to the information that I'm trying to share with you, then go elsewhere and go look at the Kardashians and go look at, let's talk about economics. Oh, shit, you don't even know where we are right now in economics, in the housing market, and Warren Buffett, and Apple, and Red Lobster, and all of these other things that are just about to happen that I know is happening, that you guys don't want to hear about, because I study, I do the background research going on from China to Russia to the Ukraine to Europe to America to Warren Buffett and the market. And we're now entering a bullish market, and we talked about this, Rebecca, the other day. We talked about economic recession, which we're now just about to enter. And you can go ahead and look this up, because I know what's coming. I know ahead of time what's happening, because I see the patterns. And if you're not going to listen to me, well, then go follow Zeta Talk. Yeah, go follow who are those guys? What the hell do we call? Nibiru News or whatever. Go follow those other guys, and you won't get this information. I do study. I work for it, for you, for Rebecca, for Christopher, for Gillian, for Jesus. And I talk to all of you people, because if you don't see this coming, you need to know.
Right.
What happens right now over the top of Rebecca, storm-wise, is going to be huge. Huge. It's happening now as we speak. Check tomorrow. Fact check me. Check my, let's talk all the way till Monday when it reaches to New York or New Jersey or Pennsylvania or South Carolina or North Carolina. Let's talk about that come Monday or Tuesday.
This is big enough that we're going to be talking about it a year or 2 years from now, probably.
Yeah, well, we've been watching this for, since 2020, 2018, 2015. We saw the first close passes of necessity in 2018, and we tried to tell people, the rain bomb effect, where it's the snorkel effect off the bottom of necessity. When it first comes close to Earth, it'll snorkel up this amount of voluminous material from planet Earth, and then as it goes by, it dumps it, lets it go. It's not actually reaching necessity, it's going way up in our atmosphere, and then when it lets go, it drops all of this shit behind it, which is what we call a rain bomb. And we have documented this for many, many years, and nobody comments, nobody's on board, nobody wants to know it.
because guess what? It's really happening.
So we just saw the rain bomb in Dubai, right? Or a couple of weeks ago.
No, we're seeing around the world over and over again.
Course. Oh yeah.
Yeah, well, it goes across the United States. It goes across Europe. It goes across, Yemen and Saudi Arabia and all of, the middle desert regions, and it affects all the way over, to China. China has been flooding since December of last year. They are in the year of the dragon again, the Great Flood. This is the equatorial reoccurrence of the passing of Nibiru. There's no way anyone could tell you that other than to view the repository information that keeps happening month after month after week after week after week around the world at that central troposphere, latitude, longitude, etc. It's happening over and over again around the world. You have to look this up. You have to look it up because they won't tell you on public news.
Tara just posted. She watched the sun go down below the horizon. It's 8:30, and it's still bright as heck outside. Pink, reddish, high in my skies. Yeah, that's how it was for me here yesterday too. For about
on the right hand side of the sun, that's sunset.
I'm gonna go peek real fast.
You're gonna see Saturn yellow moon on the right hand side. You're gonna see Nibiru on the right hand side, and that whole bottom area is going to be illuminated. That's why it's longer than sunset, because the illumination off the bottom of the planets that are high above us are going to be refractory light that will show long past sunset. And in 2020 we saw it in Montana up here until like almost midnight.
Wow.
We were seeing it was like we were seeing the bottom illumination off the planet Nibiru, and it was like lit up until 11:30 at night.
I thought an hour past sunset was a long time. Yeah. Sunset and it's 12 p.m. No.
I told people for years. Well, they didn't want, they couldn't understand. They didn't want to hear it. No, whatever. And I tried to tell people, well, look, that's the bottom of the planet right there. The big round curve in the north by northwest sky is the bottom of Nibiru, and there's is Saturn's yellow moon. They went, no, whatever, crickets chirp 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 chirp, and they went, oh, you're a nutball, you're that crazy Dr. Nibiru guy, whatever. And we watched it for years. Here it is, it's still going on.
Okay. All right, I'm back.
Okay.
Oh, hey, we have a surprise guest here in the lobby. We have somebody at our door. Somebody's at our door. So.
Yay!
Oh, yay! Okay, let's go ahead and get. You know who it is. Who it is?
I don't know.
It's our good friend Carol Ann.
Oh,
hey, Carol Ann. Hey, how are you?
Hey, Carol Ann. I dropped like 2 F-bombs today.
I've been listening since the beginning of the show. So I heard
come to collect
everyone, and I am
going to collect
them. I am going to collect. That's it. No, you're done.
I hope so. Yeah. I hope so.
That was quite a rant, Samuel.
I do try. Well, you realize how irritated I get trying to share this information with people for the last decade.
I have known it for 15 years now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to share this shit with people, and it's like, what do I get? I get crickets.
I know.
What the hell, Jack? I mean, shit, come on. I get so annoyed. I'm trying to share the obvious. Oh my God, how can you not see this shit happening?
You do your job. You share.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I do. I do.
Up to that. And let us do some of that for you in the group.
Crickets.
You and your
You know, I could sooner call a cat out of the corner. You know, crazy cats are, and they're aloof and they don't want to listen to you. But I could sooner call a cat out of a corner than tell this message. I mean, what the hell, guys? Come on. Shit. I mean, we know this. We see it. We know it.
We do, but give us some credit too. We're trying to do the same thing, so we're trying to help.
I never doubted. So I mean, Christ, you're here, and you're on board, and you're aware, and and you're magnanimous, and not only that, you have pictures.
Let me puff my hair up a little bit. I'm getting lots of compliments here. Okay.
You have all of those stored, captured pictures over the last decade to prove
and
that.
I've been sharing them quite frequently with that guy right there.
Yeah.
I bombed him last night. I bombed his wife last night. With
I know.
Yes, I too am guilty of bombing runs. Yes. And every once in a while, you have to bomb people. You have to bomb them.
I enjoy it. So, hey.
There you go. There you go.
It's time for trophies.
I hope so. I hope it's time.
Well, there's 3 this week.
Trophies. Okay.
Know, I just got canned in Facebook for a while.
What?
I was in admin doing my thing, and they canned me for going too fast. That I was abusing.
Yes.
Yeah, I
will do that. You can get liked too many times. Anything too many times.
I just spent the last week in community standard objections, and could not post until today afternoon. And they flagged me for something I couldn't even identify that I did or did not do. So yeah, I see that.
And not figure out why Rebecca got banned there, because going against community standards when Facebook's a bigger problem than we are. But
makes no sense.
That's why I'm not mentioning
to talk to your community. If you have 100,000 followers, how are you supposed to not talk?
That's why I'm not mentioning FB on purpose, because I got blocked for a week.
Yeah, sorry.
Because of something I couldn't say or do that I did or did not do. And people get mad at me when I don't talk. I was like, whoever knew? Wow.
Right.
Well,
they're mad at me because I didn't talk.
Trophy time. The first one is, who is Samuel Hofman?
Yay!
He was born in New York, and he built a spacecraft.
Yes. Cool.
Impressive.
Where in New York?
Didn't
say no. Bronx or
born in New York.
The last time I was in New York State, I was 11, and I am not from New York. My father does not work for NASA because I'm older than him. Figured that one out. Yeah.
And then this one, I thought this one was interesting. It was just, who is Samuel Hofman? One word. He's a pediatrician.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's a new one.
Bring your colicky babies to me, and I can make them poop. Yeah.
Right.
You probably could.
I know about that stuff.
Who is Samuel Hofman? A famous musician who made a lot of music for different films, science fiction films, and he even made appearances on the Mickey Mouse show.
Cool. Oh, hello everybody! I'm Mickey Mouse.
Now that's a new one.
Good job, Samuel.
That's
yay! Thank you, Google. If you want to look me up, go to Bing. If you want to look me up, go to Bing.
Is Bing better?
Is not friendly. Yeah. Oh, hello guys. In 1978, I wrote a paper, and in 1980, the government decided to trash me and suppress me, and ever since, I had to go through 30-year non-disclosure agreement all the way to 2010, and I waited to April in 2010 to sequester my opinion publicly, and I started speaking after that, even though before that I did discover many things, including watching the planets go by my yard. I'm here to share with you the shit they told me I could not share with you.
But your time's
beyond
up.
that,
You paid your dues, so now you can share.
well, beyond that, I've tried to be as honest and open with people, and including sometimes stepping across the reality bonding line and getting myself semi in trouble, because there's an ever-present reality between classified and non-classified information. So you have to kind of weigh that and hopefully not go too far. And this is why our friends, our mutual friends around the planet, have moved where they've moved, and they've talked about the changes in their world and their lifetimes, about how to relive things. We won't, go into too much detail on that, but there's hopefully a good impression of the reality that if you look into this, this is all about what you're supposed to know. It's not me, it's you. You are here for a reason. You are within your timeline.
At all times.
Please,
we are where we need to be.
Please, Carol Ann, do go on. Tell these people what they need to know.
It's going to be the same thing you say. My perspective is about the same, Samuel. You know that.
Well, I'm not trying to brag, but I'm trying to elaborate on what you already know. So please do share what you have learned.
Nothing like putting me on the spot, is there?
I'm not allowed to brag. I have rules. Yeah. I've got rules above Earth.
I might have a few of those too.
Well, I have Pleiadian rules. I'm not allowed to tell you that story unless you're across the campfire with me over coffee. I can't do this publicly. Look what happens every time I try to talk. What happens every time I try to talk publicly?
I know what happens. Yeah.
So the only way, I'm not trying to brag, but I'm trying to share the information, and the only way I can do that is by asking you people, Rebecca, Christopher, Carol Ann, what do you know? You tell me. You tell them what you have learned to this date. Why I have been doing what I've been doing for as many years as I've been doing it. Tell them I'm not allowed to brag.
No, we're together too many years. We've been together since they started coming in.
Them.
Wow.
I don't have a different story. My story is
almost... How'd you find Sam?
Your story is what counts. Your version, your rendition counts. I cannot tell all of this. Only you, my people, my friends, my close confidants. Only you guys know me. And you have to tell everybody out there how accurate. I can't brag about this. I'm not allowed to. I have rules.
My story is, it goes back so many years. I know I don't remember everything, but probably through Gillian and Nancy Greenler.
Yes.
I have always been an avid sky watcher from the time I was a little girl. I have my own UFO experiences, a couple of them. A few of you guys know some of it already, but I've never come out and told the whole story. My parents always took me outside sky watching, and the first thing that I remember, I was probably about 6 years old. We were watching, actually in Pennsylvania, the Aurora Borealis. It was just that kind of a setup. And we were looking up, and all of a sudden, something came across the sky that totally covered the stars. But it was moving slow till it got above us. We could see it was a round shape, and it was just blocking out the background. That was my first experience. And I remember my mom looked at me and said, "Oh, I don't think we're alone anymore." So she was very aware also.
We are not alone.
My dad always had me outside with him. No matter what he did, I was with him. So I saw many things till I got to my early teens. I met my husband when I was 13, honey?
Wow.
About 13, about the same as Chris and
Lucky you.
Jack.
Very lucky you.
Almost like their story.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like, I'm just about 71. I met him when I was 13. He was my only boyfriend, and then
You are very lucky. I
consider
actually
myself
ask your power.
very lucky. There's a lot of work involved, but
People, there is so much more going on that we are aware of. I'm a direct representation of the situation where, on one hand, meeting extraterrestrials versus not meeting them. You don't want to meet them because you don't want to go through what I went through for 25 plus years, trying to reallocate your brain to the realization that everything we've been told is a lie. You don't want to go through that, but you have to work your way through the fact of what we're trying to share with you now. It is real. It's happening. It is very, very, very real. There's no way to express this other than that. And, it's like, Jesus says regularly, it's batshit crazy. It really is, but it is happening now, right before us.
you have your experiences. Unfortunately, maybe you remembered everything immediately. Like, it really didn't get taken away from you. Mine was slow coming back in.
I did not remember everything immediately. It was after 1997 I realized the alien abduction, and about all the way to 2010, when the volume of information that you go to YouTube. If you go to YouTube and Nibiru Followers Anonymous, and you look up the Pleiadian message, only in 2010 I was doing dishes. I remember to this day, and the volumes of information that was dumped upon me in that 2-minute period of time completed the paper that I wrote all the way back in 2000 and let's see again, what year was that? 1978. When that information crossed my mind, and then I reached out in a farther connection to the cosmos, and I reached all the way out to the understanding of the Overlord and all the races beyond that, and the races beyond the Pleiadians, and the races beyond the Nibiruans, and all the factions that are here now. I reached beyond all of that information.
Oh, I searched all the time.
I don't have any way to share with you or anybody out there the magnitude of what I know, but I'm trying. I am trying to reach out to all of you.
It's
this information.
Like, so much of it is unbelievable to most people.
Very true. Very true. I don't believe it.
That you went through. I know that much.
I'm catastrophically suffering through it every day, week in, week out. I know what I know, and then I argue with what I was shown. How do you deal with this? How?
The best
right.
you can.
It's crazy. It's crazy. It's nuts. It's like batshit crazy.
When you see a real UFO or UAP, whatever you want to call it, a craft or whatever. Like my first big experience, I was maybe 8 years old, and I was babysitting. Like my house was at the bottom of the valley, and where I was babysitting, I just had to walk up the hill to the mountain part. And do you want to hear this story?
Always.
Okay. All right.
You're here. You are where you're supposed to be.
I am, aren't I?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I was babysitting 4 kids, played with them all day, tired them out, got them to bed, and then I would go out and sit on the front porch, and it was in the mountains, so you'd always hear the crickets and things like that. It was just a beautiful, calm, be able to sit and think kind of thing. And just for some reason that week, we had seen many UFOs coming up along the mountain, and they would play games, like they would make formations, they would go in a straight line, they would change colors. My mom and dad right there with me, watching them, like it's what we do on the weekend, you know. So I'm up babysitting. Just something just happened, and I went and I looked up, and right above the roof on the house. If it was like you sat the house on top of the house, that's how close it was. Don't know how long. I couldn't remember afterwards the things that
Bingo.
took place. Okay.
Blue light.
Yep.
Blue light.
Absolutely. I know that now, but I didn't know it then. I drew a picture of it.
That's why you're here now. That is why you are here now, because you were shorted. You have a missing time displacement.
Yeah.
You were visited. You were sampled.
I believe
that's why you are here now.
In my lower jaw, I have an implant. I have an X-ray of it. No dentist would ever touch it. They didn't know what it was. They had no clue. So I don't know. It looks like the shape almost of a fish, like Nemo. So I named it Nemo, like Gillian names her thing. But just,
yeah, I got attacked because I removed one of them. I was talking to somebody in Hawaii about that. That's the faceplant story about where I got something came up behind me that was invisible, and I got faceplanted into the keyboard because I was talking to a lady in Hawaii how I had removed one of my tags. Then I pulled it out. I looked at it in the tweezers. I held it for about 5 minutes, and it was like I was looking at a microchip with rainbow etchings on the microchip. And then within about a 5-minute period, it vanished and burned up in the air in front of me.
Yeah.
And I was talking to somebody about that occasion when I got face planted into the keyboard, and somebody tried to re-tag me or resample me or whatever. And I ran across the house after breaking away and bled everywhere from my living room to my kitchen to my back bathroom and back. And I grabbed my gun and everything. I could smell them. I could feel them. It's real.
Yeah, they do smell. They do smell.
It's real. It's real. It's real. Yeah. It's real. It's real.
Well, it happens. And the last one I saw for sure that I knew it was real was roughly 2 years ago. But I also saw we had a tornado go through this area, which was the first one I ever remember of. And my husband and I had driven to where this took place. And just for some reason, he stopped the car, and we were just looking at the damage, just couldn't believe the damage that we saw. And we just both looked up at the same time, and right above our vehicle, you know how the TR3Bs are formed? They're like,
yeah.
Okay. Ours, you can see, I'm just going to say mold marks on them. The lights are placed at a different place. This one was as smooth as a baby's rear end. There were no extra markings on it, although on the underside, there were 3 round areas that were so brilliant orange, and the 3 of them glowing together made the whole bottom of this thing look like it was on fire, and it was stationary right above us.
Well, it's a landing craft. That's a landing craft. There are real, the disc things they talk about in 1 to 2 decker, the circular landing pod. It's good, sort of like something smaller landing from the Millennium Falcon. And I've personally seen a Star Destroyer parked on a field at an air base that was private, and I've also seen a triangular Star Destroyer over the top of us that was at least 600 meters long. I mean, massive.
Whoa.
They are quite real. Humans have an off switch. If you're within the light, you can't move, you can't manipulate, you can't do anything other than think and scream inside yourself. And even when the gray extraterrestrials pick you up and take you in the craft, I've been there. I know. I remember what happened. I remember when they locked me up because I woke up on the table because I'm not supposed to. And I wake up also during surgery, which is who I am and why I am, why I'm here to tell you all these things ahead of time.
See, I don't remember being on the table, but what I do remember was a darkness, corridors that were deep bluish black with tubes and things that glowed. That
once you are inside the circular light, there's a ship that's coming down off. It's a smaller landing module off the big Star Destroyer.
Okay.
And they produce this blue-white light in a circle on the ground. And once you are inside that light, you can no longer function. You can't move. You can't do anything. You're in the off switch mode. You can scream inside your brain. You go, "Oh my God!" And then the guys drop down. They land and they pick you up and they take you inside and they sample you or do whatever.
Yeah. Well, these were corridors with rooms, but it wasn't like our walls. It was almost like living membrane is the best I can describe it.
Electrical.
And
it's electrical.
Inside some of these chambers were like I'll just say tubes, like, and there were forms inside the tubes. I do remember that. Not too much else, though.
Wow.
I guess
biodiversity, medical.
Kid at the age of 8 or 9 years old. No. There are
many of us around the planet that have been sampled, and we're not even aware of it. The licensing has occurred since 1947. There have been a abduction licensing, just like, if you're going to go duck hunting or hunt a deer or an elk or a moose or whatever.
Yeah.
There's been a treaty allowing abductions of humans up to a point.
Mm-hmm.
Now, since the 70s, both the ET and the American government have both breached that competence, that treaty, and which is part of why we went through a period of time where no one was talking to each other. But once upon arrival of the 2009 Empire orb,
and all of the governments are the G7 governments being in Germany to witness this. And the declaration of it is time to acquiesce to the tributes of the gods, that it was time to give that to them, and which is, following the 9/11 debacle and all of that. It's all part of a very much larger scenario that we don't get to go into publicly.
My dad has a military background, and he was the personal driver for before he was President Eisenhower.
Wow.
I like Ike.
Yeah. Well, he was his personal driver. So
wow.
I got a lot of government stories and things that were going on. And when I was little, I used to say, "You're crazy, Dad." It's like, "You're crazy." He goes, "No, you'll find out." And they did, because I think he had his experiences too. But,
and here we are today.
Yep.
Yeah,
Well,
there's so much going on that I'm not even allowed to share with you guys publicly. And I do apologize for that, because if I did, Joan of Arc, they would burn me at the stake, because I have a level of competency and connection to races even above what I have talked to you guys about. I have met races above the Pleiadians.
Me too.
These folks, now these folks are trying to communicate with all of us. Well, I just happen to be, we talk about the 1950s movie. What the hell is it? The Day the Earth Stood Still.
Mm-hmm.
I am the scientist. I have written a paper that they identified as correct. And so I was contacted because of this information. That's why we're sharing what we were sharing, why we're doing what we're doing. Who are you waving to, Carol Ann?
My husband.
Okay. Hi, Carol Ann's husband. Welcome for your cameo role. We're waving.
Hi.
I've earned this, and I've spent decades not talking to people and hiding behind this information. I don't share a great deal of the information because I don't dare.
I've never shared this before, and here I am.
Wow. There's a lot of people out there. There are a lot of people out there that you can't tell this to. You cannot. But the story has to go out. It has to.
Well, hopefully one thing, it'll make other people feel a little more comfortable.
Oh, where do we begin?
Somewhere.
Bingo.
Somewhere.
My hope is that it just brings everybody together and stops this whole divide that we got going on, because it's not cool anymore at all.
We have to realize it's exterior. It's outside of us, and we have to focus on something above us right now, happening before us, to let go all of the tawdry crap that's going on in our near-on environmental behavior, including the distractions that they're throwing at us, and including climate change or politics. We have to realize it's all exterior. It's not us. There's so much more going on above us.
It's not easy. I know, like Christopher and I chat once in a while and share little things, and I just took him under my wing when he first came on. It's like, I see something in him. I really do. And I jumped on the bandwagon. I don't think he was even in the group 10 minutes and I had him. But
he will embark. Christopher will embark on his power very soon, and he will find out his celebrity ability, even though he doesn't believe in it yet. Rock those sunglasses, sir.
I believe in him.
I know those are the generic ones too. I sat on my good ones, and you know how that goes.
I hate when that happens.
My dog ate my other glasses, and I can't see, and yeah.
Well, We believe in you, Christoper.
Everybody's telling me, look at the moon, look at the moon. It's like, well, I see 3 of them. So it's like,
which one? Yes.
Which one is it?
I got the power.
No, that damn dog.
So anyway, that's the beginning of my story, and through Gillian and Nancy, they pointed me to you, Samuel.
Wow.
And then we had this little tiny group, and we would share things together. You were quite open, but then you trusted us too. So,
well, the point with it is, I have to share the honesty. I have to share the value of the truth.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to manipulate or change the value or drag you into a cult or drag you into paying me money or whatever. The whole point of it all has to do with us, the people, to see the truth of what is happening now. It is real. It is happening, and I don't want to make money off that. But I do want to share. But I do need to have compensation to a minor degree to be able to continue.
Well, everybody else does that has programs like this. They monetize, and nobody has a problem paying $3.99 a month for this, or $10 a month, or $50 a year for this privilege. What's different?
Well, until I ask, and then they go, "Oh, you're such a grifter," and "Oh, you're a bastard," and "You're an asshole." And I had one of those going down my personal page this week while I had no way to defend myself, according to Facebook on my personal page. And it rode for about 5 days, and I turned them in, and I went like, okay, no problem. I am not here grifting off you. I'm only trying to maybe pay for my internet, and it's way more than, it's way more than
everybody out there is doing it. So why shouldn't you?
Because I'm right and they're assholes. Whoops, did I say that?
That's okay. I got called a bitch this week too, so it's like
me too.
Me.
Yeah.
I love you too.
Welcome to my cave.
They don't hate us. They hate because they aren't us.
Well, there's a level of jealousy going on, or they're like, they don't want to hear it because you're going to like break my little brain. I'm going to be sad over that. And, I always say, if you're shocked by this information, please just turn away, go away. If you want to know the reality, the fact, the shit that we've, studied a decade plus for you, for free, well, then go ahead.
Absolutely.
I was going to tell everybody that Russell messaged me, and he had nothing but compliments for everybody. And
cool.
Mainly it was how much it meant to him to have people to talk to about this. Like he has nobody to talk to about it. That's why he was like wanting to come back next Saturday. He's like, now I found somebody to talk to about it. Yeah.
That was nice.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I've been watching
some pretty amazing
photos show.
Too.
Yes.
Sitting on the sidelines watching some other things that came to my attention, and he came on, and I'm going, put the phone up to your face, put the phone, and Chris is going, put it close. It's like, oh my God, this is funny.
Takes practice, doesn't it?
I remember my first time, it was like a nightmare. It's like, oh my God, what do I do next? And now it's like,
you're a natural, right?
I had lots of help. I would have done it if you wouldn't have been on me, I wouldn't have.
Oh, well, I try to be patient with people and not pressure them too much. Yeah.
And the natural fact is that everybody that is listening to this information that we've taken 14 years to prove to you and for you, the only way that any of this information that will ever go forward is by you, the people out there listening to us and on YouTube tomorrow and TikTok and, YouTubers, TikTok, this, whatever. The only way this information is ever going to become accepted is the belief in the fact that we have spent the time And you can ask Christoper. He's looking at me right now here on his camera. And we have taken the time to prove this for you guys, not for us. Rebecca knows. I know. Carol Ann knows. We've been around for many, many years. Yeah. Christoper is learning it. He's on top of it. He's part of the realm.
He's a natural.
The only way that you guys can ever forward this is through your participation. We cannot do this alone. We need your donations. We need your sharing. We need your likes, your subscriptions to Nibiru Followers Anonymous on YouTube. We need you to come to Skywatchers. We need you to come to Nibiru Followers Anonymous. We need you to come to Montana Skywatcher Anonymous. We need you guys to participate because we cannot do this alone. We've worked.
Nice thing with us, Sam, is we support each other.
Yeah.
Correct.
Us here, many times we've supported each other.
Well, and when was the last time that we run into inaccuracies?
Not that often, if anything, and if they are, they're corrected.
Right.
We all make mistakes, and a lot of times we're thinking of one thing and say something else. And
there's never major discrepancies.
But
when did NBC or ABC or CBS or CNN or MSNBC do that last?
About
we have
10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago.
Like any of them.
No, there is no retraction coming from any of the news sources that we involve ourselves in on a daily basis.
Not a lot of truth either.
Yeah, and who works? And when the last time I was wrong, what did I say? Excuse me, I made a mistake. I was wrong.
I always hear you say that.
Have you guys seen the videos of the news reports and how they can put up 100 screens of different news reports and they're all saying the same thing? It's really creepy. It's like they're all regurgitating the same thing over and over again. Are they all handed the same script and they just promote this all over the country? It's very weird.
A lot of those stations are owned by the same corporations, so yeah.
Right, exactly.
And
it's like, who do you want to listen to? You want to listen to what's in here, or do you want these people to tell you what you don't need to know?
It's why so many of us do our own research, and then we weigh them out.
Yep.
And I do the muscle testing, this. And if I read something or I hear something, and if it's the truth, your fingers will not come apart. But if you read something that's not, you just automatically go like that. Try it sometime.
Okay. Very cool.
It's an old thing. It's an old thing. I learned it when I was really young. And I still do it. And it never lets me down.
Where do you do it?
Take your two fingers, but intertwine them. It's hard like that.
I got it.
Okay, wait.
Yeah, I figured it out.
I'm really challenged on this thing. Okay, so if, say, I'll tell a truth. I slept in this morning really late, and I go like this. I can't separate my fingers, but then I'll tell a lie. Oh, God. I have to think of a lie. Donna Ace Requiem. Amen. Okay, let's do this. I'm 3 foot 4 inches tall. Look, it comes right apart. Apart.
Wow.
I'll have to play around with it. See what happens.
There is a power to truth. Truth is simple and it fits. Lies are complicated and confusing.
Absolutely.
If you find that the information that you are being shared with fits and is culminative or a culmination.
Culmination.
of the information that fits and is understandable, then it's true. If it is something that is complicated and you don't understand it, then it is a lie. Plain and simple, Sherlock Holmes. You know, have you noticed when I talk, there's this weird background sound?
I have.
Yeah,
Okay.
It's not annoying or anything. It's just something there.
It's a background.
Yeah.
It's
We
not
lost
here.
Christopher. We lost Christopher.
It could have been something with his end. We'll find out when he comes back.
No worries. No worries. I'm just glad I'm here because I'm not being passed out, you know.
You're fine. It was rough there for a while.
Well, my girls have actually turned.
Right.
The girls are playing PS5 right now, so we're doing well.
Yeah, since I came on, it's pretty good.
Oh, before that, I could barely even, like talk. Pre-show, I was nothing but skipping out.
Yeah, I show some pictures from Tara in Texas.
Mark was really skipping. Who is that from? Tara?
Tara. Uh-huh.
Thank you, Tara. Yellow Moon and Isatim. Red asteroid.
Yeah.
Middle left.
Very peachy color.
Atu's moon right and Uri left.
Yep.
Uri. Base cloud of Uri. The red object is the spiral asteroid.
I see that.
Yep. Red object at the bottom is spiral asteroid. This is Nepacity above the sun.
There's Tara.
Bingo.
Good job, Tara.
Well, Tara has been a new member. She's learned very well, very quickly. Thank you.
Yeah, I had a lot of nice chats with her lately.
The pity is that we have no other way to communicate to people every week. We try to reach out to people around us. We're not pulling Mr. BBB3 or whatever. The tales of what is happening now, we actually culminate our information to a proven time represented value that the other people do not do. And that's why number one, Nibiru Followers Anonymous, number one, Montana Skywatcher. That's why we know what we know, because we have been doing this longer than anyone else. And you need to listen to this or go elsewhere. Bottom of necessity. Illumination of the base core.
Amazing.
That was the last one from today.
Repetitively, example.
Cool.
I even sent Rebecca early, but prior to the show, a bunch of the that matches exactly that. We see it over and over and over again. You cannot argue. If you do, you have not gone back and studied the information that we've shared for the last 14 years. It all matches. I don't know how any other way to tell you people this. I have no way to share this beyond every week. We were doing twice a week. Now we're doing once a week because we are trying to share the information with you. You have to share it with other people. We cannot do it alone. It takes you. It takes a village to grow a crop of wheat.
Plant the seeds.
Plant the seeds.
Grow
the wheat.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of them. Yeah. Period. We have to. You know, it's our job. I mean, all of the people that are awake to this have to share.
Yeah, that's how I feel.
Audrey, Tara, and NK, everybody, you have to share it. You have to share it. We're a few people trying to, share our show with you every week. You have to share it with the people around you, whether they like it or not.
Have it on our pages now.
The reality is here. Nibiru is here. 3,654 years. Every cycle we come by, this happens. We're doing it now.
I am just glad that I got to see this part.
Did you have any more of the shorts, Rebecca?
Oh, well, I mean, I do have some things we can talk about or look at. Yes.
Yeah.
You want
show.
There is something I forgot. I wanted to.
Well, there's always people asking for us to prove more of the planets. Show more of your proof. Show us evidence of what you're talking about.
Wow.
I know.
Okay.
I read that I read in the comments on the YouTube page, and we have to show more evidence of the documentation that we've gathered over the last 14 years. We are not guessing.
Got it. Yes. Oh no, I have a time lapse clip we can look at. We have current events we never looked at.
Well, whatever you want to show. I mean, sure,
right.
It's your ball game.
Right. I was looking to see if it ever uploaded. It was not cooperating. Let's see. We did this.
We spent the last week gathering information, watching, and its Saturn yellow moon is unbelievably huge on the right hand side of the sun, and JD and Jesus and everybody sent all that information in this week, and we have cumulative information, and yet here we go. Here it's the same old, and it's happening bigger and bigger and bigger every week, and we share this information with you people. We're trying to bring you on board to the reality.
There's Chris.
Hey.
He's back.
Back, guys.
Welcome back.
Attu's moon. We've never seen skies like this in our lifetime. That is Attu's moon, close past discharge on Earth. Attu's moon again, rolling over the top of us. The dark blue area is Attu behind the house. Attu's moon to the left, rolling in and spinning around in front of us. Attu's moon.
Look at that.
Attu's moon. Attu's moon.
Wow.
Attu's moon rotating right in front of us. Those clouds are not in Earth atmosphere. Those are around. That's the Nepacity and Attu.
Wow.
That's awesome.
That is in Saturn and Nibiru. On the left, the right hand side of the sun. Base cloud, passing planet.
Wow.
Look at that, Chris.
And the wake air. They are massive. They're sky fillers. They are not what the Nepacity. They are not what we ever expected to see. Nepacity. Over the top of us, causing the storms. That is the side of Saturn and Nibiru on the right-hand side.
Look at that one, Chris.
Atu's moon over the top of us. These planets are passing close to Earth, 180-day cycle. They're showing over the top of us and causing all these storms that are beyond record, beyond knowing, rising up to 65,000 feet because something over the top is dragging it that high. Our normal weather pattern is 25 to 35,000 feet. If they're double that, what is pulling it up? Ask yourself the question, why? Red Sonja storming. Asteroids discharging. Asteroids below Atu's moon. This is the side of Saturn and Nibiru. On the right-hand side of the sun, see the rotation, see the onset, see the discharge. Snail foot.
Oh, look at that.
Discharge between passing planets to repel. Not our normal Earth weather pattern.
Not hardly.
Uri base cloud. Wow.
That's awesome.
Necessity close pass.
Scary. Oh, I believe that was Chris driving by there. Chris, that's
Again,
what you need.
The illumination.
You need one of those placards for on the side of your vehicle with the Nibiru Followers Anonymous.
Yeah.
That you can magnetic things that stick on your cars.
No, I take the bus.
He needs one.
Yeah, I don't drive anymore.
Put it on your bicycle.
Yeah, or my backpack.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Never seen lightning like that.
I did one time. I have pictures of it.
Welcome to the 180-day cycle.
Yeah.
I dare you to debate, this issue. Rotational. Do you ever see weather like this in your entire lifetime?
Yeah, last year.
Well, yeah, within the last decade.
Yeah.
That was it.
Wow.
Yeah. I could go on for a lot longer. I'd be happy. Just keep going.
Yeah.
Yes. I love it. Yes.
Very close passing planets. And they are here. We've documented. And I don't know how you don't see them.
Well, they probably
I have
do see them. It just doesn't mean anything to some people.
Let's see. Let me find it.
But I would hope they would get on board with it. I really would.
Like that, but I don't think everybody will ever be on board. I don't think everybody will.
I do not expect everyone. I don't expect everyone to be on board with it. But the people that are here are supposed to know this stuff. Learn it. Get pattern watch. Pattern recognition.
Right.
Yeah. This is where it's important.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bear with me a second.
I was going to say, you have something else for us, Rebecca?
Oh, I do. I have a video from Christoper.
Wow.
So, yeah, I know. He's been putting out like so many videos. I can't keep up with all of them. But
this one I had to redo because TikTok took it off too.
Oh, you're kidding.
Yeah, they didn't like
bummer.
What guideline did you break?
I don't know.
They'll can you for this, but yet they sent one through.
Right. Clouds.
On animal husbandry. Like, I wanted that one. I was raised on a farm. I don't need to see that. And they let that one go, but they'll can yours.
Salamander asteroid group. That is asteroids underneath Uri.
I saw it from the balcony, and I literally ran down the street and chased it.
Yeah, he's got the bug.
Yes. He's a Nibiru-holic.
Yes,
I've diagnosed him. Yes.
I thought I made that.
That was an easy diagnosis.
Yeah, right.
I'm sorry, Christoper, there's no cure.
No, there's nothing we can do. We're stuck with it.
We'll just hold your hand.
Bingo! Bingo, bingo.
That was the first time I ever saw that.
The passing planets, the object cluster group, do not collide with Earth. Nibiru is not going to crash into us. You were warned. This is the orbital pattern that has gone past us for many, many years now. You either listen or you bury your head in the sand. I don't know what other to tell you. Get on board or not.
Oh, I love
you,
that.
Christoper.
Nice job, dude.
Well
Very
done.
Nice.
Well done.
Very nice. Yep.
Although, on the messages, leave them up longer so we can read them. I only got halfway through.
You told me that already. And
He's getting better at it.
I thought
he is getting better. But, I know.
Gone through that one fast.
Leave them up long enough for you to read through them. Because I tried to get. I only got halfway through.
Okay.
Leave your words up longer. This shit is real, dude and dudette. We are here to warn you. You have to listen. If you're not listening, bury your head in the sand. We don't care. We're trying to share with you. If you're not ready, sorry. We are here for a reason.
Our doors are always open. When you are ready.
Yeah, my head hurts. We work for this, for you. Don't make us work too hard. This shit is real. Nibiru and the sister planets are here. Deal or don't deal.
Curve.
Yeah, the dark blue. Look at the dark areas first.
Look at that. That's so cool.
They're right in front of you now.
That's so obvious.
Right? It's the best
Tell me
time
what
for me
you
to
see.
see it is at sunrise or sunset.
Oh, Alexandria said your skies are awesome out there. They're so different than here.
Yeah.
She took a lot of pictures too, but they're like yours, so I'll give you the limelight for them.
climate change is happening. We don't have a control over it, although we can limit some of it. We have to rethink how we are living now, because it's going to change right before our very eyes this year. We're going to sweat, we're going to burn, we're going to blood out, we're going to do all kinds of crazy shit. And if you do not change how you live now, you will not live through it. It is time to awaken. It is time to wake up, Alice. Welcome back from Wonderland. This is real. It is happening. It is happening now. What is going to happen in front of Rebecca tonight in Oklahoma is now. It's going to be a superstorm. You have to pay attention to the changes. We are not in Kansas anymore, Toto. This show, I'm not going to be embarrassed about.
Right.
This show, I'm going to count on.
And
Wake up,
like,
Alice.
We're not trying to instill fear here. This is
Right.
fact. Proven, beyond a doubt, it's here.
What's going to go by
Tara
in the
has a
middle of the
question.
country? But, yeah,
Tara
please.
has a question about the 180-day cycle. Wanted to ask, is the 180-day cycle their system's year? I'm not sure what that means exactly. Is that what
It has to do with our
Do you know what that means?
orbitational. It has to do with our placement in the summer orbit model, and they are closest to us during this process, and they're going over the top of us now. So we're going to see a ramification. And in fact, it's actually in some ways going to be lesser than it used to be, and more than it used to be in other ways. So this is going to, we've never seen the passing of a Saturn shell moon this close, which is what you're looking at right now. Anything on the right-hand side is going to affect us in ways we've never seen before. We are in for a new storm, a new, more violent storm. We are in a 180-day cycle we've never seen before, and this is the year of the dragon. The dragon is going to close past Montana, going to close past the whole United States, going to close past Europe and Russia and China, and all of it. It will all be drastically eventful. It's raising above us. We're in the middle of all the planets. The orbitoids around us are going to affect us. It's now happening. Watch what happens tonight, tomorrow, and Monday.
That was good.
Thank you for watching. Well done, Christopher.
Yay.
Well done. Side illumination of the Milky Way.
I'll agree. I second that. Yes. Since you can't
It's
click on
all
a heart,
changing.
you can like hold a heart
No.
up.
Good one.
Right.
I'm not good at doing this because
I know.
it has to go this way, and I can't do it. So
I
it's
know.
like
It's tricky.
that's weird.
I have this thing where I'm trying to, convey the message to everybody around me because I have the farseeing or the remote viewing skills, and I try to warn you people about what's coming. And I draw it, and I show out in monthly site drawings, etc. And I talk to people. I'm trying to lead you along slowly. But if you really knew the level of stress that I go through every week trying to see the things that I see happening around the planet, including the United States and the people losing their homes from Temple, Oklahoma, to you name it, and all the storms. We didn't even talk about all the storms that went through last week. It's huge.
That's true.
It's huge.
I do have some video of tornadoes, though, so I'm getting that right now.
Yeah, what went through is beyond normal. It's way past normal. People, pay attention. Wake up.
That's not normal to have dozens of tornadoes daily.
This is not on your news. It's not normal. They're not, they're not showing you what is happening.
Never, in all my years,
never in all my years.
Dark in the middle of the afternoon. It's only 3:47
See
p.m.
that?
local
That's
time.
necessity over the
And look,
top right there.
It's pitch black. Like the lights everywhere have turned on.
See the green?
Wild.
That is necessity over the top.
Yeah.
That is Atu's moon. See the discharge? See the shape? See the refraction? See the color? Hello? Earth, we are in deep shit now, Ubu. Time to frickin' wake up. That is the big three. Right there, the big three under necessity.
I cannot see that.
I did not know
That's
that.
a hard one for me.
Wow. Yeah, but it sure is green.
I can.
Ooh, you can see that.
That's necessity core right there. They went to the light. That is the big three again. Close passing to a theater near you.
I hope I never see that.
Never. That's out of control.
Yeah. I just can't.
Did you say this was
imagine.
something to do with necessity, or not necessarily? No? I thought I saw some fingers, like necessity has fingers.
Oh, Lord. That is scary.
That's massive.
And that guy's sitting in his car. Jeez. Let's see if he has a Nibiru Followers Anonymous placard on the side of his car.
We need
Oh,
bumper
well,
stickers.
I don't
Yeah,
think he has
we need
one,
bumper
no?
stickers. Yes.
Do you think I'd be sitting there right now? My daughter always wanted to be a tornado. What do you call those people that follow?
A storm chaser.
A storm chaser.
Yeah.
That was her biggest dream when she was little.
Wow.
And I'd have to go
Been
out
there,
and
done
see-
it.
Oh, Lord.
That's cool.
When you're hanging on the side of the bridge and your feet are flying out from underneath you and you cannot breathe because you're not allowed to even take your next breath because the barometric pressure is reduced out of your lungs, you will change your opinion on that.
One time that happened to me. We had gone down to Lancaster and the sky started getting black. And I said to Lynn, I think we better pull under that bridge. We did. It was horrible.
Oh my God.
And that was a tornado that went through. The sound.
Yeah, I got caught by GS2, class 2 tornado, and this guy on the side, I'm hitchhiking down the road, and this guy picked me up going, look at the tornado behind us, and I was like, he drove me for about a mile, and we both had to hide under a bridge.
Yeah.
And we ended up holding onto the side of the bridge
Up underneath the birds.
as it went over. Yeah, as it went over us and sucked all the air out of our lungs, and our feet were flying behind us, holding onto this bridge. and then it went past, and it was gone. And after about 8 to 10 seconds, we could breathe again. And so, yeah, I know what tornadoes are. Definitely, yes.
Yep.
God, you know what's going to happen in the next week? You know what's going to happen in the next month? You know what's going to happen this summer? Shit, people, Christ, hide, run for your fuck. Right. Did I say that or not?
Aren't you, Samuel?
Freaking lives.
All right. Wait.
Well, you know, the point of it, I'm trying to scream this. This is not weather that anyone knows about. This is beyond anything we've ever seen. What is about to happen tonight is beyond anything we have ever seen. Get ready. It's now. What we see tonight will be far worse than anything we've seen in the last month. This too is a very scary situation. People need to, watch your weather, watch your storm reports all through the night. This is going to be a doomsday. Super, super, super storm. It's not just a storm, it's a super storm.
Okay, that was it on that.
Rebecca,
Yes.
it is it's 9:44 in your area. Go outside and look at the wind.
Go look at the wind. Okay, I'll go check see what the wind looks like.
Go look
Okay.
at the wind. Yep. It should be hitting you right about, well after, but about an hour ago, and then some. I could actually go to YouTube and look up what Ryan Hall and everybody's talking about, but it's really going to be very, very bad. And
and with all the weather Sam talks about, I've never heard him talk about a superstorm. There's no reason for him to say anything about it that isn't going to happen. So heed his warning, seriously. If you're in any of these areas that this is going to affect, be safe.
I do try.
Yeah.
I try to share the information that I look up ahead of time. I'm playing it now. Ryan Hall, y'all. It's a very, very dangerous storm. And there are people that need to, if you hear the radio warning, if you hear the story, go to your place, go to your shelters, get to the lowest possible place in your basements. If you are included in the severe thunderstorm or hail storm, don't even pay attention to the tornado warnings.
Yeah.
But if you hear there's a supreme storm coming over the top of you, hide. Because right now this is an electrical storm. It's a wave bow storm. It's on land forming hurricane. 70 to 90 to 150 mile an hour winds. And they're downgrading this shit and this information. Thank you, Carol Ann.
You're welcome.
What's happening right now in front of our country is being downgraded. The information is being stalled. But what's happening is unbelievably unprecedented, hugely unprecedented. I'm listening to Ryan Hall. You've got to get in your safe spot. If you're from Texas, Kansas, if you hear a storm warning, you have to go into your shelter. It is extreme warning. It's happening right now around the middle section of the country, and it will run through, literally through Monday, all the way up to New York and all the way down to Texas in a bow wake effect. Yeah. It's electrical. It's more to what they're telling you is happening. It's an on-land formation of a rotational hurricane. We've never seen this before, not on land masses. This is an on-land northern hemisphere formation of a hurricane in the middle of our country over and over and over again. And it will be going on till Monday. And then by Wednesday, it's going to start again. This is not a one-off. Go ahead, Rebecca.
I just want to tell Caroline, thank you. And it's thanks to you, Sam. It's thanks to your, your habit of dropping F-bombs mostly, right?
My habit of paying for them.
Right?
Oh, you freaking idiots.
Oh,
yeah.
One of these days I'll let it slip.
He can't control
can pay
himself.
me.
There you go. Right. No, but really, thank you so much.
You know
really,
what? When we invite you to Comic-Con and you park your butt in the chair next to me, and you get up and go, yeah, we study all this shit, and yeah, that's when we pay you back. We're gonna do Comic-Con.
It's crossed my lips already, so.
Oh.
Yeah. You hate it when that happens.
No lies here.
The crazy thing about it is it's like we're not working off of hyperbole. We're working off of time-proven material.
Right.
And unfortunately, everybody out there listening is not aware of that because we have decades of information going back that cross-references all of this information. And we're only repeating it over and over again.
Maybe that's what we're supposed to do.
I would hope.
Keep talking.
Yeah, or Pink Floyd, just keep talking. I direct people go to YouTube and type in Pink Floyd, just keep talking, and you will have the story that you need to hear. The answers.
Actually a song called "Just Keep Talking."
Yeah, type in, go to YouTube.
Okay.
Pink Floyd.
I like Pink Floyd.
Just keep talking. Type it in.
And I had to go and say that, didn't I?
Yeah, well, that's how that works.
Yeah.
Well, didn't you know you were magic?
Yeah, I know I'm magic, but nobody else does.
It's
well, not
a
many
kind
people.
of magic. It's a kind of magic. There it
is. Keep talking.
All the way back to the dawn of history of man. I don't limit my connection, do you?
Tara
Genetic
wants to know
memory.
how she can donate.
Say that again, Christopher.
Tara N would like to know how she can donate.
Rebecca? You're on mute. You're on mute.
Rebecca. Mute.
Thank you. Sorry. Let me get that slide pulled up here. But the options that we have set up are Cash App, PayPal, Venmo.
Oh, she learned.
Yeah, she got there.
She figured it. Yay, Tara.
Thank you, Tara.
Thank you, Tara.
Thank you, Tara. If you guys send me a letter and even a $5 bill, and Samuel Hofman with one F, that's Dutch version instead of the German, P.O. Box 625, Lola, Montana 59847, and tell me your story. I will write you a letter back. I will send you one of the miraculous magic gold cards while the supplies last. By the way, Rebecca, I noticed that you posted the picture of the gold cards.
I did, yes.
Oh, by the way, Samuel, I don't have any of those.
Yes, ma'am.
Actually, I think I have it.
Well, shit, lady. Why don't you?
What must I do?
This is what we do.
You tell me.
Carol Ann.
They're by popular
send
demand.
Me on in PM. Send me your address in PM. I will mail you 3 of them.
Whoa!
I only need one.
Wow.
Whoa!
Because you would need 2 of those for somebody else.
Well, you know how many do you want?
Collectibles. They're collectibles.
At least
you might want to
one.
fan yourself. You know, you can't fan yourself with one card.
Right.
Oh, I like what Rebecca's doing.
Christoper.
You can get those. You can get 3 of those cards the same one. I got mine right here.
Christoper, show Carol.
Right.
Show Carol Ann what you have.
Oh, look at yours.
Yes.
Oh, I have a frame. I want to put mine in a frame.
I got it in a frame with my cube.
No, just one. Just one, Sam.
There it is.
That way
I
you have
know.
some for others. Very
But
cool.
it's called the Gold Card Club. Right.
You know, it all has to do with the gold, which is, believe it or not, the construction of our binary solar system. We are a compound that involves the soft metals group, which is why we are the backwater factory planet Earth. And when you are standing in front of the campfire and I'm pouring coffee in your cup, and I will tell you the rest of the story, Paul Harvey, will be there.
Look forward to it.
Yeah.
All right, Carol Ann, you know better. You already know
One
the
of these
rest.
days.
You already know the rest of the story.
I'm pretty sure I do.
Yes, ma'am. I think you do.
Mm-hmm.
You are one of the people that have a serious collection of all of the captures and pictures I posted over the last decade.
Yeah, pretty much. Now, I did lose a lot of them. That one,
Oh,
but I
me too.
found I
Me
have
too.
that hard drive yet, and now there's all kinds of programs that you can go in and get them back out again. And I'm going to see what I can do. And if I do, then
Well,
I'll send
you know,
them all to you.
Well, you can attest to the background information that I've laid out over the last decade, right?
Yeah. Yep, straight through. What I
Am I
remember.
talking
Yep.
out? Am I talking out my ass?
No.
Am
No,
I
it was-
wrong?
No, I'm not either. None of us are. We're here for
Right.
a reason.
That's why we're here, right?
Exactly.
You know, it's hard to pull, a freelance out of you, but that's okay.
I'm quiet at times, but
Yes,
I'll
you
stand
are
for you.
reserved, my lady. Thank you.
Coming out of it, but I'll stand behind you. I will.
Well, the whole point is,
Help you back
we've all
up.
done this. We've all done this for all of us. It's not, it's like not about me. It's about us and the information and the people and the, people around the world that have laid into the Nibiru Followers Anonymous, the Montana Skywatcher, etc. And the sister sites that we've all gathered together to culminate this information. And we're not doing this for us. We are doing it for them.
We already know it all.
Right.
So like
Christopher, you're sweating.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Little bit, honey.
Yeah.
A little
bit.
Yeah.
Is it humid?
It's hot. Yeah.
Is it hot?
Yeah.
It's stuffy here too. It's stuffy.
Yeah, it's humid here because we had rain. It didn't rain much though, did it? No, just enough to make it.
It's probably mango all over my face.
Yeah.
Maybe I should
Well,
wash it off.
it's 50 degrees here in Montana right now.
It's not fair.
50.
Yeah, we're going to have snow. We are going to have snow again in a couple of days.
Yeah. It's 77 right now, which is not bad at all. Yeah. So
my bestie in California. Oh, so sorry. My bestie
I'm telling you, we are not
at Lake Tahoe right now.
We are not in Kansas anymore, Toto. We are in a new territory where we are pilgrims in a strange land, walking in a new climatology that we've never experienced before. And if you don't wake up now, I really pity you, because the shit is about to fly out of your yard. And look what happened to in the last 3 weeks, we've seen unprecedented storms going through the Midwest of the United States. Such devastation. They're not even talking about it publicly, but the loss and the monetary value of what we saw destroyed in the last 3 weeks is beyond anything we've seen in the last decade. Go look up the information. It's not making the news. What's about to happen tonight and tomorrow and Monday. I talked about this a week ago. I talked about it 2 weeks ago. I talked about it 3 weeks ago. What is about to happen is unprecedented. Never, ever seen before. Watch what happens tonight.
Yeah, it looks hairy out there right now. The lightning strikes alone.
Yeah. It's, welcome to the electrical universe and the close paths of the 180-day cycle. And we're talking about, these objects, the asteroids discharging on Earth as they pass over. They're dragging up. The only reason that we can talk about that these storm cells are reaching up into the 50s and 65,000 feet, which is twice to 3 times normal height of a supercell. The only reason that we can talk about that happening is the fact that something is dragging it up above us. This is the 180-day close path cycle that Rebecca and I are warning you about. It's happening now.
This is currently, and it looks like it's sitting right on JD's house. I don't know. Oh, there in Wichita. That's where JD is. So I would expect he's going to have some really great pictures tomorrow.
They're expected to get gorilla-sized 4 to 5 inch hail right now.
Yeah, it looks bad there.
High winds, almost hurricane level. 90 mile, it's 80, 70, 90 mile an hour winds, and dropping of hail that is the size of a baseball or larger on middle of Kansas, Nebraska, Oklahoma. And then after that, tonight, it's going to go beyond that. And then on Sunday, I have a very documented list of information that will happen on Sunday. And then on Monday, it'll reach all the way to the East Coast. Watch what happens. Doubt me. Check my information. Argue with me, please. Look up the information I'm warning you about now. These are informational series information that is beyond anything we've ever seen before. This is storms that we've never seen before. It's not a derecho. A derecho is a sandstorm from California, Arizona, New Mexico. But a derecho going across from Minnesota to Texas, all the way eastward, is not a derecho. It's an electrical superstorm. It's a hurricane. You have to pay attention to the reality, not what they're telling you. Let your BS meter tell you they're talking less of what reality is. This is a superstorm. They've never, ever seen what is developing tonight before. Ever. On a scale of 1 to 10, this is a 53. On a scale of 1 to 10, this is a 53. Watch what happens to the poor people downwind. God help us all.
Wow. How high do you think these winds can get, Sam?
They're in force to about 125 to 150 to 75 miles an hour. The derecho slash, if you call it a derecho, the bow effect storm is going to wave literally from Iowa, Minnesota, all the way down to Missouri. And then after that, it's going to re-embark all the way across Texas and Arkansas and Louisiana, etc. And there's going to be an offshoot on the bottom half of the Southern Plains, reaching all the way to Florida, and all the way on the middle of it, it'll reach all the way to South Carolina, all the way to New York and New Jersey and Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Minnesota, in the after effect. This is a waving storm, as if something from above is pushing this electrical wave formation from above, dragging it up to 65,000 feet. Normal weather, normal supercell is 25 to 35,000 feet. Anything that is yanking the weather, which is what's formulating in front of Rebecca right now, is going to be yanked up to 55 and above 1,000 feet.
Wow.
What can raise normal supercells above 35,000 feet? Something passing over the top of us.
And if you look at your upper jet streams right now above 500 millibar, maybe, you can see rotational patterns at different places. If you look at right now, you can see them.
Right. You're exactly right. You are informed with the 500 millibar section above in the higher altitudes.
Okay.
And what's going on? You're exactly right. The what's going on above us is being pulled somehow stellarly above normal supercell equation. And they are talking about a 110 extreme, and they're listing it at 53.
Yeah, that's way understated, according to this.
4 times above equated reality of a supercell. What is about to form, which is forming right now above Rebecca, in middle western Oklahoma, as we speak, and the winds are going to pick up into high winds. It's going to form a northern hemisphere on land hurricane rotational storm from the northern pattern, the midwestern pattern, which is over the California, Arizona, New Mexico high plain, high extreme. You got a cold pattern from the north and a cold pattern from the Midwest, which is California, Arizona, and New Mexico, meeting with the Gulf Stream moisture rotational pattern that we've been talking about for months, that's coming across from the Pacific over the Rocky Mountains of Mexico, including the volcanic ash that's going on down there, and dumping into the Gulf of Mexico, and they're rising almost due north. And all of those three systems are going to meet over the top of Rebecca tonight. And they will affect everything from Minnesota to Texas to New York to literally northern Georgia by Monday. It's going to be superstorm from hell. And they won't tell you on the news the extremities of what's about to happen.
I covered my car already. Waiting for it. Yeah.
Well, we talked about last week on Saturday, last week's shows. We talked about the superstorm that was about to envelop in Europe. Do you remember that, Christopher?
Yep.
Guess what happened the moment we were done talking about it?
It hit.
They had a superstorm from hell and it flooded from Germany to France. Did that make your news? No, it did not. That superstorm went through and they got flooded over the entire region from Germany to southern France in one evening. And it was flooding everywhere. It's going on around the world in that equatorial region. It's happening. And people have got to realize we are no longer in Kansas anymore, Toto. We're tipped. Our weather, our climatology is drastically, direly changed right before us. And we have to prepare for what's coming. I've talked about this all summer, since December. We have to be ready. This summer, we're going to fry or flood. We're in trouble.
Wrote a question here. She said, why aren't people being warned? It almost sounds to me like...
What would you do?
What can you... There's no place to go.
What would you do if they told you the shit was about to hit the fan?
We are telling
What would you do?
There's not much you can do. Prepare the best you can. That's it. It's like here, I have no place to
remove
go.
your shit out of the yard. Get rid of the lawn furniture. Buy extra rice. Buy extra potatoes. Long-term food products. Put about 10 gallon, 20 gallons, 30 gallons of side water, so you could live for a few days or a week or two off the water you have laid on the side. Culligan water,
Make sure
whatever.
You have enough for your animals, your pets.
Think about underground facilities. Think about Rebecca. She has a basement that is across the airway from her, and get the key, get approval from the landlord that you can get to those low bottom areas, and that may happen tonight. By the way, Rebecca,
right?
You will see a lightning storm from hell tonight.
I saw a little bit of lightning off to the west. So that figures, but other than that, when I did go check, it was quiet, and there's something directly above us, and I'm trying to get a video to show you, but it's not sending over. So anyway,
Carol Ann, that's a strong, comfortable male, right?
Yes, very much. He's I was going to say pterodactyl, a polydactyl. He is 23. He is 23. 23 and a half toes. Look at the size of the paw.
Look at him.
He has huge paws.
You are respected, sir. You're a good kitty. Good kitty. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
what's his name?
I can see
name
that was
Moji.
I can see that was a male.
He's an Egyptian Mao.
Moji.
He's not Moji. He's Moji's mom. I'm Moji's mama. You're Mojo's mama.
I'm Mojo's mom.
I'm Moji's
Moji. Moji, look back this way.
What are the odds of
Moji.
Meow.
Meow.
We're talking.
Meow, Moji. Yeah.
Listen.
Sam is talking to you, Moji.
Oh, he's purring like crazy. He's purring.
Bless you, Moji.
You made his day. You made
Good
his
kitty.
day.
Yeah. We do try. All God's little children, I try to reach out to all of you guys. My question is, when the hell are people going to take me seriously?
Some enough. It's getting bigger all the time.
Well, let's hope.
Sam.
I do try.
Telling them.
I'm not allowed to brag. I am not allowed. I have rules. You wouldn't believe this
I
shit
do.
in the
Why
rules
can't you?
Because I'm a hire. I was raised by off-world information. I'm not allowed to tell the secrets of what I know is coming, because if I do, I could hurt some of you people. I don't want to do that. I don't want to hurt anybody.
What happens if I would tell them? You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, duh. Which is why I ask all of you guys to share the message. I can't do it alone. Hello.
You are not.
Hello,
alone.
Bruce.
Far from
no, but there's times I feel I'm alone. I'm trying to share the information with you people. But the point is, who the hell's ever going to believe me that I got to sit there for about 2 hours and talk to a Pleiadian from the future? Who's going to believe me? Well, I do try. And when we are, thank you, Christopher. When we're sitting in front of the fireplace in Montana, over the open pit fire, and I'm pouring coffee in your cup, and we share these stories that I can't tell you publicly, then that's a different story. Thank you, Aaliyah.
Thank you, Aaliyah.
Oh, thank you, sweetie.
Very nice.
No,
really appreciate that.
A lot of
the point I'm trying to always make with you guys is there's so much more to the story. Rebecca, you and I have talked in the background.
Yes.
Do you remember the water running up my niece story?
I do. I mean, I know it was involving magic and
Correct.
how you were like pulling water out of the ground, that it was, making your pant legs wet coming up from the ground.
And do you remember that the number of people that were there to watch that?
No, like 4, a few.
5.
5.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
Now
Was that the
we-
night of the hot comet?
Okay, we
the
talk about-
Haley comet? Was it the same night or no? Not the comet
No,
night.
that was many years earlier. No, Haley's Comet was a different story. That was where I went to and during the Haley's Comet, I went to a lake that was told to me by a Hopi shaman in the early 80s. He told me I would do that, and then I did follow his direction, and we went up to that haunted lake by his suggestion, and we saw things that I can't, we'll share that in another story. But the time where I had the water flowing up my knees was where I performed earth magic or forest magic, and I had numerous people freak out to watch this occasion. And there's a lot more magic to what is really going on around us, and I can even share it to everybody here. And by the way, Carol Ann, your eyes are glowing blue.
That's the blue blockers in my class.
No, don't discount it.
Yeah.
Take it for what? Blue. Midnight.
I hope it looks nice on that end. I can't see it from here.
Magic. Got the magic flowing in you.
I do, really.
The whole
sir.
point with it is, there's so much more magic going on around right now. And everything and everybody that is here, Christopher, Rebecca, we're all experiencing a level of magic. And we have to embark on that, and we have to embrace that. That's why we are all here. There's a new thing. We are going to change everything around us. We are going to change the future. And I'm not kidding. Well, it should.
It does. Well, I'm sensitive. I can do
Well,
weird
that's
things.
the reality. reality. Okay. I had the Pleiadian talk to me. He says, "Oh, you're going to do all this shit," and I argued with him. Well, my recommended response is never argue with a higher race that is telling you your future. And I argued with him. And a decade, 2 decades, 3 decades later, 1987 to where we ever, 86, 85, whatever, today, 30 years later, I cannot argue with the information I was given because here it is today, right before us. So how the hell do you argue with that? How do I share that information with you that this really happened? Christoper, Rebecca, Carol Ann, how do I share this information that this happened? And the 4 to 5 other people that were there watching it happen. How do I share that?
What you're doing right now, you start small.
Well, I'm trying to share. Well, I've tried to share the last decade.
Were your friends more mesmerized?
I don't know. I tried to share the last decade of the information that we watched unfold before our eyes. And where are we?
Sorry.
We have X amount of people viewing this. So when is the rest of the world going to jump on board with this and listen to it? When? And I do suffer that. I suffer it.
Because there is a time. There's a time frame.
Yeah.
And the time frame is of more importance than what people realize. People just don't get that it's here and now. They're waiting for this unforeseen thing. And you're feeling...
But it's happening right in front of our eyes right now.
It's happening right in front, but you're... How do I explain it? Because you have...
I was recruited. I was recruited for the Far-Seeing Project. I was recruited because of my skills as a psychic. I was recruited for my skills as a scientist of a chemistry whiz, because I was a whiz kid, and I have an IQ that fits this realm and not the rest of the world. I'm not the genius of all geniuses, but I am within my one thing. Yeah. My one thing I am sharing with all of you now. I do not have any other way to communicate to you other than my one thing now. I do not know how to express this beyond what I am doing. Right. And I hope to God that every one of you beyond me shares this, including Christoper and Rebecca and Carol Ann and everyone listening to this YouTube video tomorrow on Nibiru Followers Anonymous YouTube. I don't have any other way to share this information from my cave in Montana with my bad internet. And I'm trying to share this information because I'm cumulatively aware of what is happening around us. I've recorded the Weather Channel since the 80s. What is going to happen tonight, what is going to happen tomorrow, and what is going to happen Monday. Please do compare to the information I'm sharing today. And if I'm wrong, I would like you to write, on a comment in YouTube that, Sam, you're wrong. And I would love to, and then we can contact you and talk about it. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I would love to be wrong. I'd want to be wrong. I do not want what is happening now already that I've watched since 2008, 2009, 2010, 11, 12. And oh my God, the Nibiru planets and the second star are here. I didn't want any of this to happen. I don't want to know any of this. I want to be left alone. I want to be stupid. Ignorance is bliss. I don't want to know this. And yet, here we are.
Knowledge
I'm
can
trying
be
to
a
share it. I'm here to share it with you. I'm not here to benefit it for it, but I do need funding to continue. Rebecca needs funding to continue. We're trying to share the very most important message. Please listen to us. Every week I go through hell trying to say I'm not right. I am right. I'm not right. I am right. I'm not right. Oh shit, there it is. I go through that every week. And all I care about is people like you, Carol Ann, and Christopher, and Rebecca, and Katie.
Hi, Katie.
Hi, Katie. Joe.
Katie.
All I care about is sharing the information with you and not being wrong. Yes, I want to be first. Yes, I want to be informative. But no, I do not want to mislead you at any cost. Right. I want to share accurate, time-proven information. Period. Rebecca, go.
Go.
Oh, woman.
Yeah.
I know. What do I say? Say something. Oh boy, it's like a relay race or something.
I thought I'd throw that at you.
You woke her up.
You woke me up.
Well, let's talk about what we saw this week. What did we see this week?
Which, like in what?
Yeah, all of it.
All the storms, or
no, the planets. Let's talk about let's stay on topic and talk about the planets.
Right.
Yeah, and are we wrong?
No.
It's the same shit every day, but more.
Anybody that can't see how accurate, because all the comparisons I make, whether it's on Facebook or I share videos, you can't, it's out there. You can watch it. If you still deny it, then I don't know what's wrong.
Right.
It's impossible.
It's not for them then we don't.
Right. There's more to it than that. There's more to it. There's personal issues that they don't want to,
there
let
are some
themselves.
I do not understand how you can miss the passing planets. We've watched them for well over a decade, right before our very eyes. We've been trying to share it with you.
Yeah.
I think people just want to believe that it's just the one planet they've been told about, and they just take it at at face value, and that's it. I went on like a, I looked it up, and I wanted to see some videos on, I didn't.
Were you down the
know
rabbit
that it
hole,
was just
Kristen?
one planet, right? Like planet Nibiru, right?
Yeah.
I didn't even know what Planet X was, so. There's just
you went down the rabbit hole.
The FAA pictures these people are stuck on, and yesterday there was a video where there's this big illumination on the side of one of these planets, and this guy is talking about how the sun simulator exploded.
Right.
and there's this guy's got like 10,000 comments on this video.
Yeah.
So what the?
Rebecca, I sent you a picture. On PM today about the 10 asteroid and illumination.
Okay.
Do you recall that? Let's talk about what's going on hi, Lana. I've known Samuel for many years. Recognized him as via a friend's site where it scrolled up. I have to go back. I can't read it. It's scrolled up. Okay. Okay. Hello, Lana. Okay. Via friends where he was speaking over. Guys, you got to remember who I am and why the government recruited me. I have skills. Rebecca can attest to how people around me are a little scared or afraid to approach me. I live on a level. My children live on the level. my friends live on a level, Lana included, that are above most everyone, including Carol Ann and Christopher. All of us have been raised to a higher doctrine of understanding because of Source, not because of me. I'm the clearinghouse. I'm the purveyor of that information to enlighten them to their their understanding of the dimension that they were drawn to and have always been ready for. I am not the culmination, but I am the opening door for. I am the early indigo. I set all of you off on your journey of information. And, every time I talk about this, I get a little embarrassed. On the next show tomorrow, I'm going to go watch the video and I'll go, oh God, I said that. Oh my God. The fact is, I am here and I know this. We talked about it earlier in the early part of the show. I was chosen many lifetimes ago. And I went, oh, I don't believe. No, I'm not worthy of this, blah, blah, blah. All the way back to the Ajanti Caves. Look it up. Go to YouTube, Ajanti Caves. I was chosen back then. Look at this. This is not the sun. This is not the sun.
Wow. Yeah.
You know what this is? Christopher.
Tan asteroid?
Bingo.
Yeah.
Why do you know that?
Why? Because it illuminates. It's because it's positively charged, right? And with all the gas and dust around it, it reflects all the sunlight.
Because it is self-luminescent.
Right, that too.
Because it's a diode or diode is the best expression between the planet above, everything in the upper level, the blue area in the upper part of the picture is Atu's moon, and below it is Earth, and between that there's an electrical fiber, a filament of the electrical solar system. We are not gravitational, we're electrical, because that diode is coming in and connecting between the planetary body is self-luminescent. And if you go to the Montana Skywatcher monthly drawing, Rebecca, what does it show you?
Which drawing? Sorry, Sam, it cut out for a second for me.
May monthly site drawing.
Oh, okay. Let me get it.
We've talked about it.
Sorry, I didn't hear it all.
For 2 months. And thank you, Lana. I've known Lana Davis, and she doesn't want to be mentioned, but I did for many years, and I trust her, and I trust her value. And she's trying to hide, but she's doing so for the right reasons. And I trust in her angelic monetary behavior of a special, highlighted human being on this planet that I thank gratefully for her guidance and her reverence as one of my spiritual leaders. And I have to mention that thank you. Now, this is a photograph of the Tan asteroid in front of Uri, which is in the upper left to mid right. And this picture goes back to 2018. That is the Tan asteroid underneath the Salamander asteroid group of Uri. And then I sent another picture and another picture and another picture showing. Yeah. That is this is 2019 under Uri.
I'll say hi to Mal.
You can see the illumination. You can see the facial. This is the Tan asteroid illuminating. We've watched it for years.
Yeah, Meow. Hi.
Oh, I got a stiff neck over talk, like to the microphone. Ow.
That reminds me of that picture, Rebecca. I think you posted it of the bioluminescent waves in the ocean. Whatever it is, it causes it. It makes the waves
before.
Yeah, that's what that reminds me of.
Right.
Bioluminescence in plankton is normal up to a point. It has to do with red tide. Prior to red tide, it has to do with the temperature of the ocean and the raising of. Well, it has to do with the raising of the plankton or the phytoplankton up to a certain level of oceanic temperature changes, and it'll wake on shores because it's at that level.
Yeah. So in the clouds, though, the temperature changes. Would that make effects too?
Well, yeah, but you're separating electricity from space connectivity, because there's nothing that separates the electrical connections between the planets, Earth, and the diode asteroids and the gaseous material from larger, asteroids to gas material in space, because we know space is not a void, but is a group of gases that are culminated and gathered through. Now, the gas giants gather gases because their atomic or subatomic internal weight value, and they draw in these space gases because of their connectivity. And it's the same thing with Jupiter, Saturn, or Attu or Uri. They're all gas giants that have a internal core that pulls in a gravitational force and gathers in specific elements from space. Space is not a void. It's not gasless. It has gases, hydrogen, this, that, the other thing, methane, sulfides, and then each chemistry equation will gather a specific atomic weight value. And each of these passing planets and the connective attachment between them have showed discharges between the bodies. And the bodies, the lead asteroid, the red asteroid, spiral, and all of that included. And that discharging happens when the close bodies come in close to Earth, and there's a different electrical connection, a give and take. It's a pull and a push. They don't crash into us; they repel, and yet at the same time, the larger bodies will have an ion bleed off between the electricity factor. It'll pull away from us, and that's what causes the ion towers in light at nighttime, going to the planets above us at night, because they're pulling on that ion illuminated accelerated electron superhighway, and they pull to that planet. So there's that give and take in both of those scenarios, and when the close passes occur, they'll discharge or they'll pull away from us. And we saw that many years even before the planets got close to us. They were exhibiting that behavior between them as well.
Just want to tell Egg goodbye and good night.
Nibiru-aholics.
Next Saturday. See you next Saturday.
We don't want the 12-step program. We are Nibiru-aholics, and we're going to keep drinking. Damn it, Gumby. And we like AI, it says we're trying to break away from our.
Right. We're not looking for a cure.
Yeah, we don't want a cure from our conspiracy theory. Thank you.
And from the teachings of somebody, Nancy Ryder. Who's Nancy Ryder?
Yeah, who is that?
Nancy Leader or something? It said.
Oh, it's a
I tried looking up the name.
Dude, type in Zeta Talk.
Okay.
Oh, really? Maybe that's why we don't know who it is.
Oh.
Hey, look, I don't have a government rated IQ for nothing. I'm going to laugh about that. Anytime any one of you guys wants to argue with me,
I'd like to argue with you, but I know I'm going to lose.
My mom used to call me Mr. Know-It-All.
You know what? I think I have a feeling I knew that. I love you,
she
Sam.
did that for both good and bad.
I think I've been called that myself.
I'm the guy that's, studying Rome and Gothic architecture to roundhouses through Neolithic
While everybody
man.
else is doing 2x3 multiplication tables.
Remember,
you got it.
Radius to the square times pi times 4 equals surface area circumference.
Whatever. That's not my fault.
I was 17 years old, and I finished equations Einstein couldn't finish into this deathbed. He had a notebook at his deathbed trying to finish the equation that I wrote off in 2.5 minutes.
Should I say when you got it, you got it?
I thought everyone knew this shit. It was so easy. I know we have to have 2 atoms in our atomic structure of our solar system in order to where the planets where they are in our shell structure according to atomic, subatomic chemistry versus atmospheric solar system, because we cannot have a separate rule of astrophysics and subatomic chemistry. There is
that
one
where he made his
rule.
mistake?
Yes.
Yeah.
What is above is so below. What works in the tabletop works in astrophysics. It's not astrophysics. It's astrochemistry. There's not gravity. There is electrical connection to a compound, shell structure, and placement in atomic chemistry, astro and subastro, period. One rule. Hofman, 1978. There can't be 2 rules.
Right.
And what Einstein looked for his entire life was the unification model. Because he based everything on this dinner orbit plate model of our solar system, rotating around our star every year in the same plane of value in 2D, not 3D. He did not take into account that we're stellarly attached in a sideways, fresh orbital every day of every year model, following in a static electricity model behind our star and a secondary star, because there's no way that our orbital model could include the divergent orbitation of Neptune and Uranus in the odd jog that showed us that there was an outside obtuse value in our orbit in oval oblong rather than circular, which goes all the way back to the 1970s premises of Planet X. Zachariah Sitchin, Immanuel Velikovsky talked about Planet X and the obscure orbitation. Therefore, we must have Planet X pulling outside us, but yet attached to us. And I knew from atomic chemistry, Hofman 1978, that we had to have a binary 2-atom molecule
in order for our large gas giant bodies to occupy the 16th and 32 chemistry 4th and 5th shell structure in order to equate that which we saw prevalent in what we saw in our solar system. I knew we had to have 2 stars, 2 sets of planetary models to reach the rather larger atomic proton, neutron, and electron count than even man recognizes to this day. I know shit beyond what I know 17, stuff beyond what. Yes.
You realize this.
It made sense. It fit the equation.
Was there no one else in that school that
I was accused of cheating because I could do those equations without showing the back work.
Right.
I didn't have to get out the calculator. I saw it in my mind. I looked at the periodic chart. Nowadays, they don't lay out. Okay, in the modern current periodic chart, they don't show the subsection of periodic shell structure that they used to. No, in the 40s and 50s and the 70s, they were showing the shell structure at the bottom equation below every elemental description below in the periodic chart, which showed you the shell structure of each atomic molecule, the separate element. And if you add those 2 elements together and you remember there's a math equation behind that each first ring can only hold 2 protons, 2 neutron, a proton or a neutron, etc. Electrons don't count. But then it goes 2, 12, 16, 32, 2. In that 16 and that 32 is where our gas giants are hiding.
Right.
The atomic weight value of a mass object, a gas giant, which is a central core of high electrons, is pulling in masses of space gases around it to create the ringed planet and all this shit, Saturn and Jupiter. Okay, they're pulling it. We could fly into it, and we won't see the surface of it for quite a long ways inside the gaseous planet, gas giant.
But now
the same thing exists. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say move forward to now. That knowledge is out there. Like
no, it's
other
not.
People.
They don't even understand what a gas giant is.
They're just frustrating.
It's an electron cluster gathering. It's because its atomic mass has so many electrons inside of it in the placement of the structure of the compound. We're talking not one element, but we're talking about 2 elements joined into a 2-atom compound. Which is why
they don't know, or they don't want.
No, they're not ready. It's so simple they can't see it.
Oh, frustrating.
What exists in the tabletop and in the ground and underneath my toenails,
right,
is so basic. And this is why they screamed at me. They went, "How dare you, you arrogant little bastard, talk about what you're talking about, because it doesn't make sense to any of us." Because they're all gravitationally related to Einstein.
To take a young mind and do that.
It is so much simpler than everyone gives credit to it. What it is, it's called the earth. It's called the air. It's called methane. It's called oxygen. It's called sulfur. It's all the basic elements. Earth, the binary solar system, is a compound. It is 2 elements jammed together in a binary atom solar system. Always was, always is. The reason that Earth produces in the offset binary secondary system lead, copper, gold, iron is because we are involved in the soft metals group of the periodic chart. We are a compound, and we are the off-fracture size system of that equation. We are a binary solar system. There is a larger mass that holds even the two stars. We talk about Nibiru. That is on all gas giants, including Nibiru, which is vast beyond your wildest dreams how big it is, which is why we don't see the Nibiru system back in 1940, because they were on the other side of it because it was blocked. It was so big they couldn't even see it, which is why the guy in Mexico is talking to whatever this guy's talking about Nibiru and the red dwarf and all that crap way back in the 80s, because they had pictures of it, but they didn't understand what they were looking at. Nor did Velikovsky, nor did Kitchen, and the understanding of the planetaries and the binaries. The Greeks knew about it. The Egyptians knew about it. Before that, the Germans knew about it. All the way back into rotational, the Picts. The Picts are an offshoot of an Aragon by and destruction. You would believe the history of everything that's gone through Earth. That we're lost because of what they call empirical science by the English. Oh, we can't prove that, so it doesn't exist. We talk about the genetic values in human beings. We talk about Neanderthal genome, bloodline. We talk about the O positive. We talk about the O negative. We talk about the AB and AB negative and AB positive, which is rare. And all of this is transitory. What's going on is a very long process. And we are now in a culmination. And I can't even describe all of the information that I know, because I was given that information off world. There's no way I can share with anyone out here today the shit that I have acquired knowing what I was told. Because you guys, I love all of you, but nobody's ready for this. I spent 25 years. I spent 25 years just trying to swallow it and hide. And then when 2010, 9, 10, 11 hit, and I saw the passing planets, and I went, oh shit, they're here. You tell me, what did I have to do?
You shout it to the world.
They told me to shut up until 2010. What did I have to do? Because they told me I couldn't talk about it. I have to talk about it.
Right.
I have to share this, and this is why we documented it. We watched it happen. No, Rebecca, you, other people, we've watched this happen in front of us. We can't argue with the information that we're viewing. So what are we supposed to do?
Continue what we're doing.
And, Rebecca, what show are we on? Is this 62? 63.
Right?
No, we are trying to share.
Now I got to check.
We're screaming this shit to everybody we know. We really are.
But each program you're giving more and more information.
Am I?
And that allows people to build up their knowledge.
Yeah.
And that's all you can do is do the tidbits.
Am I being more comfortable?
Every time. Absolutely.
You tell me. Am I telling you more all the time? What? Yes. I don't know.
I think you are. I mean, I'm still learning. I'm still a student. Samuel, I think you need a drink or something.
Yeah. Hey, look at the clock.
Yeah. Look at the clock.
No, it's just about midnight here.
Yeah, thank you. It's called cough drop time. I'm at 7 hours, 49 minutes from
almost 8 hours. Yeah.
Ricola.
Right?
Yeah. Go get yourself something to drink.
I have it in hand as we speak. Trying to open it.
Okay.
Yeah, I am hoarse. I apologize. That proves to you. I am really working.
You go above and beyond.
Yeah, you do.
No. This is my norm.
So much.
It's my quest. I have to do this. I don't have a choice. I stopped being me, a decade ago. This is me. This is the other guy.
I like both of them.
Tara had a question.
Go ahead.
Sam. Tara had a question about the periodic table.
Yeah, she did.
If you saw that or not.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
I'm just going to stop.
Sure.
Just keep listening.
Yeah, but she wanted to know if the elements that are missing off of the periodic table have anything to do with 0 point energy or space travel, etc. Do you know?
Okay, those empty spaces in the periodic charts will be found. They are currently not within man's realm of understanding, although the only reason they are empty in the values of those periodic chart spacements is because man has not been able to prove it. Although there's much more beyond that in elemental cross-reference repositories that can occur and will occur and does occur in space. Because if you do equations in chemistry in space at minus ultimate 0 Kelvin, the rules in physics actually change, and man has yet to discover that. Oh shit, do I know stuff you guys don't know. Let's talk about the damn pyramids. Oh shit. I mean, God.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is that I have memory. I have genetic memory. I have connection going back as far as I can see beyond me, or as far as forward as I dare look. Christopher, have you ever known me to be inaccurate when I do look forward?
No. No.
Am I bragging?
You can look forward on pretty much anything you set your sights on. So, yeah, no.
This is why the government came after me at age 17.
Wow.
I hid for 30 years afterwards so that no one could find me. Because I didn't realize, and Lana's on the channel watching us tonight. I didn't realize my accuracy. I didn't realize my potential. I didn't realize the things that all the other factions around me were trying to influence me. And I didn't realize that I can't trust any of them until I started talking to you guys, everybody out there in the reality world around me, to find out. And I'm not trying to brag. I'm not trying to boast or embellish or anything like this. I'm talking about fact. I did not know what I saw was genuinely divergent of everyone around me in the Facebook zone. I am not average Joe Facebook.
Right.
I did not realize that until literally about my second year. And this is where I found my friend Lana, who's she's a minister. She's a very religious person, and Rebecca is religious. And I am very religious, until I actually sat down and talked to a 7-foot-tall Pleiadian from the future who told me that I was going to change everything in the past, his past, my future. So how do you deal with that? How do I express that to people? How do I not brag about it and yet try to include the knowledge thereof? Please explain that to me. Rebecca, Christopher, please. Carol Ann, anyone.
It's not really bragging, Sam.
Right.
When you're doing
I'm not
knowledge that people don't understand, you have to get a little forceful.
Well, this is why last week I dropped the F-bomb I don't know how many times. And I get irritated. I mean, I have been sharing this information for over a decade. And people are going, what, Planet X is red and is coming in from behind the sun?
Yeah, we see a lot of that in the
and
group.
Sun Simulator and
a lot of
the
that.
firmament and flat Earth and
people that come right out and say you're lying and blah blah blah.
yeah, yeah, that I went through that
you
today.
know what? For every single person that naysays, you've got 10 more that believe in you. So stop focusing on.
Well, I don't see them. Only you guys do. You guys see those other people. I don't see them because I'm being limited. I had, I made a post. I put up a post today after being banned for a week, and I put up a post, and for the first 2 hours I had 0 reach group.
Right.
0. And I go to Newsfeed, and I get notice from Christoper that he sent 5 days ago.
Oy.
Wow.
Yeah. So how do I deal with that? I mean, I just went through jail for something. They don't even tell me what I did wrong.
I know. I feel so bad for that they have to be so.
I mean, thank God I'm still on Facebook. Yeah. I thought, a decade ago they would have booted me by now. Everybody else did. I can't do Skype.
Today, they booted me for going too fast.
Yeah, that's weird.
Oh, I've been there.
That's very weird.
Yeah.
How long did they? How many hours was it?
It didn't even say that. It just says temporarily.
Okay.
Yeah, I just went through 6 days.
I'm glad I got all the major work.
I posted hamster nipples. I don't know. I mean, what the hell? They won't even tell you what you've done wrong.
So you're fine.
You have no idea what
you kill the hamsters.
Are you allowed to appeal it or?
No, they don't even tell you anymore.
No.
They gave me a box to appeal. They gave me a little tiny box. So I said some strong things in a tiny little sentence. So
I didn't even get that. I was told that I'm on restriction for 6 days, and I couldn't appeal it. And because I was violating community standards, and that was Sunday morning after our last show, and I couldn't even click on anything to find out why. And so
if I do something you pay me, I'd like to say community standards.
Right.
Bingo. I didn't even get back on until noon today. I at 10 o'clock this morning, I tried to post, nothing happened. And you're violated community standards. You're not allowed to post. And afternoon, about 12:08, I put up a post, test post. Go to Montana Skywatcher 2, me, whatever. And hey, I could post, yeehaw. But then for about 2.5 hours, I had 0 post reach. Like, hello. Hello? Are you out there?
It's not fair. It isn't.
Well, I don't want to.
They could put a notice on your page that says Sam Hofman has been muted for a few days, or something can we at least know?
Wouldn't that be nice?
Right? Yeah. At least tell the people, look, we muted him.
Well, I had actually people get mad at me and think that I was shunning. There was a person that we care about a lot. And Rebecca knows who I'm talking about. That got mad or upset because they thought I was dissing them. Because I did not hear my phone ring and I did not answer them on Facebook for over a week. And they went, I'm sorry, I did not mean that to happen.
People should put 2 and 2 together.
If I have a problem, personally, if I have a problem with you, I will tell you before I ever block. I have so rarely ever blocked anyone. I'm in the 20s after 14 years. I maybe blocked 25 people in 14 years. So if I block you, it's rare. I try to talk to everybody. Marshall Masters, Ben in Suspicious Observer, You name it. I've tried to talk to Mr. BBB 333. Tried to talk to all these people, and from the Money Boys to you name it. And I've done all these shows. I've a couple hundred shows, all for you guys. That's why we're doing what we're doing. And I don't block people, so anytime someone says, "Oh, that guy was a jerk, he was an asshole, he just blocked me," well, they're lying. Right. Including the Peanut Gallery and the Trolls. Knock on wood, we have not heard from them in a while. I wonder what's brewing. But here we are.
Then you don't want me in your group, Sam, because I block people.
I know you're allowed. I mean,
say something not nice about Rebecca. They're gone.
I know, right?
Like, don't talk about a girl like that.
We defend Rebecca. Yeah,
we're just alike. We really are. I don't take that.
I have a bozo on my page right now on my personal wall. And he can be warned if he watches our show, which I doubt. But I reported him, and he's dogging me and harassing me for no reason, telling people that I'm a liar and I'm full of shit and I'm only just trying to raise money. That's not what's going on. Actually, if I had a nickel, if I had 5 cents for every hour in research time that I have involved in this topic for you for free, I would be a rich man right now.
Yeah, definitely.
I'd be a millionaire plus. And I have 75,000 plus hours involved in the research, including from Egyptian lore to Hopi lore to crop circles to the planets to you name it. And I people around the world have sent me information in this 14 years that no one out there matches the information that Rebecca and I have shared with everyone.
You really are.
Well, we are. We're gifted. I mean, all these people, all the people out there have made all of this possible. The only thing is all we asked was that they shared the current information.
Right.
Over the last 14 years, we've gathered it and documented and correlated it. And we come to summation and we share the information. And Rebecca does some wonderful comparative because I don't have time for that because I'm looking at the other stuff and she's looking at the forward stuff. She's the now, where I'm looking for the now, the past, the back then, and what's currently happening and gonna happen. And she looks at the now, and then she gathers these things together, and then she does videos on it. And because of that benefit that we all benefit from, her correlation, she has become the major sister site to Montana Skywatchers, and how we do and what we do, and why we do it, which is for all of you guys.
She's definitely a keeper.
I think we'll keep her. Yes, thanks. I think we'll keep her.
Okay.
I think we should.
I get to stay. No, I just love how it all fell into place like it has. I mean, it's not like I ever could have planned out, like, I'm going to do this and this.
Yeah, and I tossed your ass out early because you were like being too religious on me.
Yeah.
Rebecca is one of the few people I ever let back in to Montana Skywatcher 1 and 2.
Oh boy!
After she got booted because she was like posting a lot of religious material, and actually she was doing good at it, but I just kept asking her not to, and then finally, because and Lana can attest to that. Yeah. That was in the early days, and then we were right after that. We formulated Montana Skywatcher 2, and we opened up a different segment of behavior, and we allowed certain things and blah, blah, blah. And that's when Lucinda came in later, and we missed Lucinda. She passed away on us. It's a bad thing. We all do miss her. She was a really strict. She was strict, but she was good at what she did. She made sure everybody saw the links, did the homework. Don't talk bullshit because we're not doing that. We're not going there today. No. And we lost her. It's gotten open since then. But anyway, The past tense information is what's really strong. We've spent over 14 years, people. 14 years. Fact, not supposition, not summation, other than culminated, time proven information. If you're not going to listen, why are you here now? Because you know you need to. It's real. It is real.
You just keep plugging away, buddy.
Well, I ran through the whole week not doing a show, feeling weird, second guessing myself, like, am I full of shit?
Yeah.
And I do this regularly. Christoper does it too. We all do it. We go, God, are we so full of shit? This is batshit crazy. And then I got to Walmart this week, and I went to go buy, let's see what I bought: bread, and I bought pizzas for tonight's show, and I bought Coca-Cola and hot dogs, and potato chips. And I walk out in the parking lot, and I see beyond the sun, because the sun is behind me, and I'm looking to the western sky, and I see Atu and Atu's moon, and the asteroids going vertically underneath it, orbiting in the model design that I've drawn 1,000 times. And I go, okay, it's real.
Right.
What do you do? How do I grab the guy walking out of his car at Walmart and go, dude, do you see that fucking planet right there in the moon? Oh my God.
I had a cashier that we normally see at the grocery store. She walks up to me and she's smoking a cigarette on her break, and she's like, what are you taking pictures of? I told her.
You need to come to my Walmart. I walk in our Walmart.
She just gives me this look every time I go in the grocery store now. She just looks at me. It's like,
okay.
Dude, you got to get her on. I'm telling you, Christoper, you've got to get these people on camera. You've got to get,
right? I'm going to.
Yeah, your wife.
Can't wait.
You got to get a microphone and a higher level camera.
I have one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got one. And
see all that out in front of you. You say, hi, I am Christoper from Las Vegas Skywatchers, affiliated with Nibiru Followers Anonymous and Montana Skywatcher. And we are a citizen science network. And we would like to ask you this question. Please answer us. Blah. And you put the microphone in front of them. You film 20 seconds of whatever they have to say. And then you share it with us.
Go for it, Christoper.
I'm telling you,
the first president of the United States was?
Yeah, I'm telling. Yeah. Where is the Queen of England from?
Right. No, I like this one. Where is Mount Rushmore? Is that a band? What?
Yeah.
Who fought the Mexican-American War?
South Dakota.
Or Peru? That's what the answer was. The Mexican-American War, and the person answered Peru.
Where did George Washington vacate the generalship to achieve the presidency in Washington, D.C.? Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Okay, the point with it is, let's talk about Rome. Let's talk about architecture. All those things that Sam has no way other than I must study because I am a drone. I need to know. Beep, 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 beep. I am a robot. Come on. I live in an entirely different world than everybody out there. Where is the Queen of England from? Brazil?
You say there's a queen? Which one? Which clone?
It's terrible. Right, which one?
Type it into YouTube. I dare you.
Yeah, no, they're great. It's great.
Well, I don't think you have to dare him.
Who the hell educated our populace?
Yes, what happened over the last 20 years?
Did I go to sleep one night and they switched Bizarro World on me? Did somebody bring in Bizarro World? Because I'm living in.
They don't teach like handwriting or cursive anymore. It's just
right.
It's
I taught my daughters cursive, and they still refuse to read it.
I just read a little blurb about writing cursive and in cursive in schools, because I know when I was there yet, second grade still was learning. AI can't read.
I learned how to do pen and ink Gothic. I learned how to do Tambenic, or I learned how to do pen and ink from the Roman and the Greek and the Ionic period and all of the, we were taught things. We copied pages out of the Bible in what the hell they call it? Brain glitch. Detention. Yeah, detention. I remember detention. After school detention. Yeah, we had to copy out of the Bible. Yeah, I'm not. I went to
I must have been easy. I just made the kids copy the dictionary.
No, I went to a private, expensive private secondary college, Catholic high school, which is where I wrote my paper in my junior year, and why they tried to sell it to the government. Because look what this student is doing. He knows shit we don't even know. And he solved Einstein's equations. Oh, look. And I got my ass in trouble. 3 months later, the FBI and the NSA are in my living room during the Jimmy Carter era. And those guys are bastards. Carter was a great president, but those guys were assholes. And, you have to go, you have to go and talk to this guy, which was Ed Dames. Look that up. Yeah, go look that up. Dr. Arrington used my paper, post-ad 1983, 1984, the SETI Alpha Project. Look that up. I was taken away to the government in a Langley visit. Look that up. Against my will, and brought back to Montana in handcuffs in 1980. And I shut STFU from that point on because the threats were so immensely large that I did not dare share any of this information with you until 2010 at the end of my NDA. Look that up. And after that, you can ask Rebecca and you can ask Carol Ann here today at my accuracy ratio ever since. And I do believe that I am drastically underrated in my skills and my ability. And that is why last week I was swearing. And ladies and gentlemen, I dare you
That's frustration.
take any of my older shows, go through Radio Wasteland, look up any of my shows. I dare you to find any fact-checked fault in any of my other previous over 150 shows. Way over 150 shows.
Yep.
Fact check me. Please. Please.
Was glued to the shows that you put on. That was our highlight.
I don't understand what it's going to take to get us to go viral. I have no clue. I'm doing my damnedest to share this with everyone here. Rebecca is doing the same thing, correct?
My goal is to make Samuel Hofman like a household name.
No, you are the producer, the director, you're the star, not me. This is your show. Christoper is a very good commentator. Christoper's going to go far.
Yeah.
Carol Ann, I have no worries about you. You're a mystic.
I am.
You have studied. Yeah, you're there. I know you're there.
Just said to me today, we were talking about you doing readings and things like that, which I also...
I know things. Yes.
I know things too. And sometimes
Yes, I know you know things.
Yeah,
That's why I
but-
said you're a mystic. You don't need my opinion. You're already there.
Exact words they used. They said, "You are a mystery," and I said, "Yeah, probably."
No, I said mystic. I see.
Mystique.
You are a hierophant. You're a knowing. You are a learned. You're an illuminos. You have
But I
learned.
also
You're
pay attention.
well. You
I
know
pay
when
attention.
you pass on to your higher goal, you will be directly connected to everything, and you will know all that is before you.
And I know
You have
that.
no fear of your accumulation of knowledge. You're at your level. Rebecca is getting there. Christoper is growing upon that. Christopher's
He's
about
gonna-
to embark the greatest story of his entire life, and he's gonna pee his pants.
What I see for him, I would love
know,
to
I
share
know.
that, but
I know. I'm not allowed
he
to
has
tell him
got
his
to
story.
do this on his own. It's
Yeah.
I
gonna
know.
happen. It's gonna happen.
Duh.
And
Christopher is a
Rebecca, I have
star.
no worries of Rebecca.
Yeah, I don't either.
will
That's why.
stand
Hey,
behind
both
her.
of them have earned their place as well as you have. And I see that. I
Thank you.
recognize it automatically, and that's why you people are the experts that I rely upon. I would rather not talk and let you speak for me, because you learned it. You all earned your places.
It's yours, Sam. But now these new people coming on
No, it's
now,
ours. Hey, this is
so
our
much
story.
more.
It's a bloodline
So
thing. It's parts of the puzzles. We're all
Mm-hmm.
part of this. Everybody who is here for a reason. We're all
Absolutely.
originally part of our own story. We are within our own time. You can't learn everything in one day.
Right.
But over time, once you let it happen, once you let the tap on your shoulder and the moving and the Mystic 2010 ascension embark upon your old soul, where your old soul starts to speak to you from inside, you won't learn a great deal of new stuff. All you'll do is accept what's already inside you. Christopher's going to grow. Rebecca is there. You're equal in your studies, Carol Ann, and you're comfortable. And every day is also a passing of time, which is a curse. And yet the placement of what you are is comfortable. And the same thing with me. If I pass on, then all of you will have this story to tell tomorrow. I don't count. All what counts is the knowledge, the passing on of the growth of each of us. Each of us is in our own time, in our own placement, in our own learning, and we're all going to go forward. It is the transition. This is the change. And I've already done the change. I've talked about, I was, semi-arrogant about a week ago, and I felt uncomfortable about it. And I said, oh, I am the change. I am the change. I am the change. But guess what? I am the change. I am pushing you guys forward in a new viewpoint. It's separate of what Einstein told us was, an airplane going around the Earth every, year after year after year on one plane dimension. It's 300 and it's 3D, it's 4D. It's like we're falling behind our star. We're an add to a binary solar system. Once you take into account the binary solar system, everything makes sense.
Yes.
It's that simple. As
And
above,
we're all links. Each
so
one of
below.
us, each one of the people watching, each person who will watch, we're all links. And one
And
by
this-
one, we're going together.
This is the coming truth of the coming future. Now, if you're going to drop into the negative and be distractive or destructive and fall prey to what's about to happen to us, let's talk economics right now. What's going on the planet? Economically, we are months away from a crash. Our monetary system is going to do something very dire.
I apologize for telling you this information, but is right before us right now. And I will end it at that. Let's talk about the weather. Let's talk about the planets. Economically, we are at a really bad stage. I don't only study the weather. I study economics, I study politics, I study mathematics, I study chemistry, I study architecture, I study the Romans, I study everything. We're in trouble. We are in trouble. Look up Warren Buffett.
But we're older, Sam. We've been there before.
Yeah, the 2008 and 1978. Right. I went through the. I was a product of the 60s. I went through all of the recessions and the gas crisis and Jimmy Carter and the K car.
Yep.
That when they were
coming on behind don't have that knowledge.
That's what's funny. When they tried to recruit me, when they handed me the keys to my car and the keys to my house, they handed me the freaking keys to a K car. At the end of the Carter administration, I laughed. I was like, Jesus, can you at least buy me like a Chevy or maybe a Ford or a Pontiac? And they're handing me a freaking K car, a 1978, 1980, 1979 K car. It's
Not
like,
everybody can
dude, are you that stupid? I had a 65 GTO. I had a 67 Tempest.
I have one.
And a 1966.
Don't have it.
Oh,
That's
God.
cool.
Don't.
And
you know
it
what
is-
that's worth? That's worth
Yes,
10
it is.
grand.
More
Base
than that.
10 grand and above if it's working. Okay, what's the transmission? Is it a 2-speed turbo hydromatic or a 3-speed?
Oh no, it's four and floor. Man, what engine do we have?
Automatic or manual?
Oh no, it's manual. Was that a 420?
Which one?
The 65.
400 Ford motor.
400 Ford motor.
Yeah, it'd be a 400. No, a 400 is a GM because it wouldn't fit. It would not fit in a Pontiac without a
He said 430. But I know
now
that was
Chevy,
my.
Chevy came out with a 427, but you should have either the standard Pontiac motor, the GM motor would be a 400, and then you go
It's
to
a
the
400.
transmission. Yeah, it would probably be a 400 depending on the carburetor. I went through all of that, and I used to do fuel equations.
Well, he knows all that details.
I was an
remember.
early
So I just
purveyor of ethanol in many years. I actually wrote a paper on ethanol in the 80s. Anyway, no worries. Save it. It's
what
worth.
I make my money on the weekends
It's
with.
worth. It's easy worth 10 to 20 grand depending on what it looks like. Take care of it.
It's in
Keep it in the
Midland.
garage. Keep it in
That
the garage.
is.
There you go. Yeah, I
Something
drove
in common.
Italian for a while, and I had sports cars, you name it. But yeah, I did cars. I
he's
even tried to buy a Thunderbird one time, a 65 Thunderbird, and somebody sold it out from underneath me, and I still regret it to this day. Anyway, which is Ford, and that had a 400, a 420, 424, 427. Anyway, V8. Back in the old days when the carbs and all of that and the fork.
That's
Four
what we
bolt.
made our money.
Yeah, 4-barrel versus 2-barrel, or the 6-pack, which came with the Chevy engine, etc. The 327, blah blah blah. And I used to do paperwork on that. I used to study engine works,
That's
compression
what we did.
ratios, etc. Yeah. So.
Did we lose?
And then I do miss my old van. I had an A108 Dodge van with a 225 slant 6 that I rebuilt in Arizona after driving it all the way down there from Montana, the hard way. Anyway, long
His
story.
brother had a 396 Chevelle.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, that's a Dodge engine.
always a muscle car. Yeah.
Yeah, 396 is a Dodge, and I once was in a 440 GTX Plymouth with a blower. That when he stepped on the guy that drove the car, stepped on it, the spit came out of your mouth and went into your ears. And the G-force was so strong that we did 200 miles an hour all the way to Minneapolis.
Absolutely.
And thank God the cops didn't find us. Anyway, another story. Okay. Back to topic. Let's talk about the skies.
Back to topic. We had enough of that now. Yes, we are into other things.
You guys
other
missed
than
the whole
climate.
60s, 70s, and the
These were the best years.
the wood. You know, when Woodstock happened, I was 9. I wanted to run away, but I didn't.
Yeah.
You guys missed Woodstock era, man. You know, summer of 69, 60, 70, 71, 72. Yeah. I was there, man. I was there. I was part of the movement, man. Anyway.
I was the quiet one in the movement.
Led Zeppelin, man. You know.
I was the one with the long hair, wishing I could run free like the rest of the girls. It's like, no, put them.
Yeah, well, Mom, we're not allowed to do that. And I actually met Robert Plant in 1997 in Boise.
Yeah,
he walked up to me and tapped me on the shoulder. And he says, dude, you're wearing my shirt. And I stood up, and I'm wearing cowboy boots, and he's wearing cowboy boots. And I'm wearing blue jeans, and he's wearing blue jeans. And I'm wearing the same shirt that he is wearing. And he says, now I'm going to have to go backstage and change because you're wearing my shirt. And I teased him about it. I said, dude, I'm from Montana. It's okay. He laughed at me. And then he went down. I thought I had the worst seat in the whole world. And this was in Boise in 1997. And Robert Plant walks up to me and taps me on the shoulder. How do you argue with that?
You can't.
Robert, I had coffee with Clint Eastwood, for about an hour and a half in my Red Lion days. And I waited on many, I'm a friend of Huey Lewis. We're actually friends because we've met many times. But Robert Plant in 1997 in Boise, Idaho, walks up to me and taps me on the shoulder. Says, dude, I got to go backstage now because you're wearing my shirt. I mean, where how do you weigh that?
What are the odds of that? Not.
Damn it, Gumby, I'm here to change the whole damn world, and you better all get on board with this shit because I ain't boasting. Yeah, I'm crazy, Nibiru guy. I'm that crazy man in Montana in his cave, talking to y'all here tonight, y'all. With my science lab coat, my Led Zeppelin T-shirt, and I'm ready to wear. I'm going to do a photo of that here really soon. I'm going to get my girls to snap the photo of me in my lab coat and my Led Zeppelin T-shirt.
That's
awesome. Can't wait to see
I
it.
know, what the hell? Give it a try and see where it goes.
Right.
I don't know any other way to try and get this word out to everybody out there. A, I'm human. B, Rebecca worked her ass off. C, Christoper earned every inch of this. D, Carol Ann, you've been on this for, a decade. So,
there's
what
more
the hell do we
people
do to get
behind these guys, and you're going to help them, and they're going to help you.
Well, what do we do to get them to listen? Because, we're getting 600 views out of 6,000 members. We're at 9%. What?
Things happen.
I don't know any other way to try to communicate this. I'm sorry, but there's something wrong here.
Well, then keep doing it the way you're doing it. You're going to be fine. You are.
Well, we did drop back to 1 day a week, so we hope that they listen.
Yeah.
Together.
I feel good about that.
Yeah.
I definitely feel good about that. Not to mention it helped me, I was
things, just in the last 2 months, all the new things that have been implemented for this purpose.
Yeah.
So you're on the right track. And it's frustrating.
I am not in doubt of that. I'm just
I'm frustrated because,
the
serious point is that ET is directly over the top of us since April of 2019, and we are seeing factional extraterrestrial craft by the hundreds, if not thousands, over the top of us every day. And when the hell is that going to go? We talk about the Miami event. I mean, shit, come on. I mean, when are people going to jump on board with the reality of this shit is right now, right over the top of us?
And when they also realize they're walking among us for quite a few years now.
1950 on.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the underground experiments mission going on between the Texas-Mexican border for decades, which I'm not allowed to talk about. Let's talk about the rogue faction that broke away from the back of the moon base, because on behind the moon on the dark side, there is a gray installation and the watchers and the keepers. And let's talk about how some of them no longer wanted.
Right.
They didn't want to be part of that anymore, and they rogued out to the U.S. And that's where the U.S. got those internal agents that are of the gray extraterrestrials that I met with, one of which was the one that did my psyche eval in the DUMB in Langley. I've talked about this. I mean, these factions, there's so much more really going on than I'm even allowed to tell you guys about.
But you stop and think, the government has worked really, really well on keeping the knowledge from the people. A little bit of truth here and there mixed in to make it work for them. And people believe it. They believe what their government tells them.
Well, part of that is to protect them. And part of them is to maintain their power level. Now, when we talk about the big they, there are way, way more factions. Planetary. Let's talk about France. Let's talk about Rome. Let's talk about Spain. Let's talk about Germany. Let's talk about any one of the countries. Going back to the early Romanic popedoms and any of the placements that throughout history that the Plantagenet of Rome was forwarded, and all of those factions and the money they've gathered that has for centuries risen above everything or anything we could even as individuals hope to prosper. And the control ratio of Rome and the Bible and all of these things. And I can't express that enough to the level of manipulation that has occurred.
Yeah.
And when I was told the story from Off-World, when the Pleiadian told me the truth, the above world, the factional truth of Factory Planet Earth, which I easily discount on a regular basis because I've spent 30 years dealing with it where you guys have not. And I do apologize for that. It has become normal, kind of oatmeal accepted. But there is so much more going on than anyone is prepared for, which is partially why that lie has been conscripted. Most people are not ready for the truth.
And they might not ever be.
Correct. Exactly. And that's that threshold that
there's a balance. And
well, that's the threshold that I tiptoe between trying to be soft kid gloves all the way to being shockingly frank about it, where I talk about Factory Planet Earth. I mean, there's a spectrum between there and there, and I try to hesitate in between to not share too much information and get myself in trouble, and yet at the same time not freak people out. Warning, the information shared within is about to scare some people, and if you are shocked, turn away. That kind of thing.
But a lot of this stuff is in those older books that I have already, and There have been some psychics who were very, very close in what they predicted.
Is, do I fall into the category of Edgar Casey? Do I fall into the category of other scientists, or where am I?
Can we place you among the best?
Well, I would appreciate that. Absolutely. I do try to personify a level of factual information, not emotional or political biased information. I have experienced many factions trying to sway my opinion, and to date I have not acquiesced into one single opinion, and I do try to be discerning and share that information with you in the middle of the road, because I do anticipate that I'm going to actually meet other factions very soon. And some of them, well, it's expected, because I have a future meeting with a rather harsh member of what is coming, which is actually in control. I am supposed to meet a very strong faction of the Empire Orb faction. We'll leave it at that. I know who they are, but I can't tell you that yet because you're not ready for it. But I have a meeting, and I know it.
That's why I asked you maybe 2 weeks ago, do you feel that they're going to contact you soon? Because I sure feel it.
Wow.
I feel like it's real close.
After having been face planted with the blood routine, and that was spooky. And I have professed openly, publicly, and I actually believe occasionally that some, maybe just in the minor aspect of the possibility that the people above us, above Earth, are actually hopefully watching our show. What a joke.
No, not
I
really.
hope that I'm actually approached. Well, I hopefully am approached in a respectful manner, face to face this time, rather than attacked.
I'll be serious.
My earliest. Oh, I'm not worried. I don't take things personally. My prior meeting with this individual that I expect to re-meet was when I was 9 years old, and I expect to re-meet that individual of that faction. Because I was you're getting the goosebumps.
Yeah, big time.
Yeah, it's electrical.
Yeah.
Because it's correct. It's correct information. That's why the electricity is there.
You can't see it.
I expect to meet that same individual because that's why I was visited at an early age, that later on I would meet again. And I'm an early indigo. I'm the early bringer of the information, and I'm an early emissary of the future coming of what we know is happening right before us right now. And now I am sort of bragging. I apologize. I do not mean to brag, but I do need to share the importance of the message. And how else do I have that do that other than be as frank and open as I possibly can? It will come back. Well, it will come back to haunt me. The more I tell, the more they can use against me.
But the stronger we get, what you share gives us strength.
Definitely.
So,
well, we already know that the information it's recorded in the future. We already know that this has already been done. So the question is, how far do you put your feet forward on the surfboard in this wave? If you go too far forward, you're going to fall off. If you stay in the middle, you can ride this wave. We know the wave is here. We know it's now.
Whatever you do will lead you to.
Well,
I cannot
beg. I cannot beg people to listen to me. I have knowledge. I have clairvoyance. I have information that comes from off-world. How can I express that to people Joan of Arc, being burned at the stake and all that crap. And if I say too much, the naysayers will go after me. And if I don't say enough,
I know,
then I haven't moved people forward enough. And
that's where the old
not
damned if you do and damned if you don't. You just
right. And I do not doubt that I've already changed the tide.
Oh my gosh.
I believe I have already changed the tide. I brought you the binary solar system. I brought you the planets' names. I brought you their approximate location for the last 14 years. I've drawn you pictures of what they look like. I've told you their colors, their sizes, their approximation, their placement in the binary, the star diamond compound of what we are. You may not understand it now, but later people will go, "Oh, he was right," and that is what I've done.
Before, it's the difference between being a good teacher and a great teacher. You are not a good teacher, Sam. No, you are a great teacher. You do what you do best.
I do this because I care. It has no meaning other than that. I direly want to share what I see, which is why they came to me and asked me, "Oh, we're going to recruit you because you can do this." And I didn't believe it until many, many years later. And then I was in hiding, and I was trying to swallow what I was dealing with, what I knew, what I felt, what was always inside me since childhood. And then I started talking to you guys online, 2010, 2011. And then I realized that I knew so much more than everyone. And I'm not trying to be arrogant about that.
No.
The fact is, what I thought everyone knew, what I thought was basic, people kept telling me, "God, Sam, slow down. You have to go way down. You got to drop you got to bring this down to caveman level. I don't understand a word you're saying." I was like, wow.
We told you that many times.
Well, you were back there in the early days. You tell me. I only know me. I don't know what you guys saw.
Yeah.
I only know me.
You're great with us. When you were talking over our heads, sometimes it's like, we told you. You slowed down. You made it presentable for us. So,
well, the point was, I just was explaining what I understood as basic.
Mm-hmm.
And I, to this day, 14 years later, I'm still doing that, trying to tell everybody, this is what I see. This is where the planets are. This is what the Saturn's yellow moon is doing right now. And look at the ion tail and and why the color refractions and they're between Earth and the sun. And we're looking at the dark side till they pass beyond Earth, which, by the way, the Walmart parking lot 360 today was showing the facial illumination of Attu and Attu's moon beyond the sun, directly across from it, which we've been talking about for 6 months. I mean, I don't know any other way to share this other than plainly exhibit
exactly
what I see.
We appreciate
Bingo!
it.
Ding, 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 ding. Okay, I'll take that. I'll shut up now. Shut up, Sam. Time to shut up, Sam.
Love you.
Well, I do try. I'm trying to bring everybody into the fold of what I see. It's so basic. It's so easy. I don't understand why you do not see them. Hello? I've been watching the planets since frickin' 2009, 10, 11, 12. Hello?
They see it.
Turn it up.
They're
Rebecca. Turn it up.
They don't know what they're looking at.
Or they don't want to comment because they're afraid or embarrassed or,
or they don't want to tangle with the big Sam.
I don't see it that way. Tangle with Big Sam. I'm not this thing to be tangled with. I'm just me. I see this as plain self-evident. I don't understand why everybody else doesn't see it.
Back then, you sort of had just this little level of putting like a fear in us of we can't question you, but you brought that around.
Really?
So
Why?
nice. Yeah. At the very beginning, it was difficult because
I was
so
just basically
inadequate.
talking out of the science
We're
that I understood.
inadequate.
That was science. She
you
blinded
really
me
can-
with science. I mean, that was.
And we were the
I
ones that
just
were-
talked about what I understood at my level.
Yeah,
I mean,
but it
this is
wasn't
why
our
I
level.
did equations.
So these guys.
Well,
have
this is
to
why
come
I
to
saw
the-
it. I was accused of cheating in classes. I said, "Give me any damn equation you want to. Give me Einstein," as bragging. And they
that was
laid
in
out
your
Einstein's
time.
equation on the chalkboard. And
These guys we have now.
Well, I
They
finished
hear you.
equations. He spent a lifetime.
They
I
hear
did
you.
not know he couldn't finish that equation. I finished it in about 2.5 minutes. And then my professor, the adjoining professor, turned it in to the Scientific American or whoever. And within 3 months, the NSA and the FBI were in my living room. And I came home from school. It's like, oh shit, what have I
Horrible
done?
thing to happen to a young
It was
man.
easy.
Christopher,
It
how
was.
would you like to have people show up in your house and do that to you? That would petrify you.
Oh,
You know?
yes.
I'm 17 years old in Montana. I got half a joint in my bedroom. Oh my God. They're here because I have half a joint in my bedroom. Oh my God, they're going to take me to jail over marijuana. Oh no. You know, I mean, come on.
Not realizing that 50 million other kids his age did the same thing.
Right.
Well, meanwhile, they hand me the business card of Major Ed Dames from the Far Seeing Project.
Mm-hmm. I'm familiar.
And I have an interview for a job tomorrow at the most expensive hotel in Missoula, Montana, with this person. And then I went to that interview after almost shitting my pants while they're there, Men in Black. And the next day I go to that interview all dressed nice and everything. And within the first 5 minutes, I'm signing an NDA. Prior to them ever even telling me of the job they wanted me to do for them.
Not
and
exactly
I was, handed this fruit
normal
salad.
thing for teenagers to do.
Yeah, I'm age 17, and he said,
Right.
"Well, we've noticed you through your ASRAB military test scores and some of your schoolwork."
Mm-hmm.
That's the extent of what this man is talking about, and we'd like you to think about taking our job, and then your supposition about the binary solar system was correct, and that there are other people living on those planets. And now that you have signed that MDA, you cannot tell anyone for 30 years.
Yeah, that sucked.
And so I'm sitting here thinking, well, if people knew that in 1980, by 2000, 2010, we would actually have grown aware that these planets were coming and there were people on them, and we could be the Jetsons by 2000, 2010. And look where we are now. The only Jetsons we are is in the commercials trying to sell a antiperspirant or a cologne or a fashion wear or somebody's new music tunes. And they're just now coming out with ever-charged three-wheeled vehicles, et cetera, and hydrogen cars, you named, all these other things that they're breaking free. But I mean, we're in a 2024 scenario that has 20 years missing out of reality, if not 30 years missing out of where we could be had we known that this other planetary system was coming and they have people on it. We could be the Jetsons, and I knew that back in 1980. And as of 2010, after the non-disclosure and me recouping a good portion of my memory and everything fit, and it was like, and I looked up and I saw a passing planet, and I went, oh shit, they're here. I finally had to start talking. I had to tell you what I was told I could not tell you. And that's, and the rest is history. And here we are today.
Beautifully.
I wish I could believe that. I wish I knew a better way to do what I'm doing, but other than one word at a time.
So many people. Please don't forget that. Please don't, Sam. So many.
No, I have already changed things. Whether if I die tomorrow, I have thrown the dice onto the crap table and let them roll out to 7 or 11 or whatever, and we'll see what happens.
I did my part.
And if I was told I make it beyond this, but if I don't, because I'm going through the Fukushima thyroid cancer, and all of that, and I am suffering, and COVID and all that other crap that we all have gone through. So I'm going to work past it. I promise you.
I have a list.
But we are.
Things I'm
we're
dealing with.
We're at a spot where I'm hoping to God this goes more, because we can't work any harder than we already are. Christopher's a new phase of this. Rebecca is a great phase of this. You are a good phase of this.
I stand behind. I do. They know it.
The only thing we have as our base or our armor or a sword or a shield, whatever you want to call it, is the fact that we have the truth and the facts. We have gathered information which was unbiased, empirical, gathered science, time proven information. We didn't embellish. We didn't try to gain anything from other than providing the culmination of the information to what we're going through today at 14 years later. Right. And now that the planets are rising above us. Oh, what a show. I mean, Christ, what a show.
Our personal experiences to add to all this equation. What we personally thought through. So focus.
Well, all you have to do is go outside and look up for an hour, 20 minutes, 25, 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Take the comparative information that we provided over the last, many years, and then the site drawing for a month. And Christopher's a great example of that. He studied for a very few short months. He picked it up. He gathered it beyond what everybody else around him gathered within 9 months to 2 to 3 to 4 years. He picked up in a summer.
Yeah, he's like a sponge. My Christopher.
And he's producing.
I don't know.
He hit his TikTok 1000, and he's producing material, and people are noticing him, and it's all good. It's all going up.
Yeah.
It's us. It's us. It's us, not me.
It's just to push this information further. I would have never even attempted to try and get. I would have never even tried to go on TikTok if it wasn't for this. I wasn't using Facebook until I started with you guys. So
it's in your cards, Christopher. Yeah. It's going to happen whether you know it or not.
It's just funny because I've had a Facebook profile for a while, and you can see for like the last however long I've had it, there's probably like 10 posts on there until I met you guys.
Nothing. We opened a can of worms with you, honey.
I know.
Everything's for a reason. As above, so below. As within, so without. This is the universe. The way it works.
I'm here there, and I just went. Yeah, I went short there. I just skipped out. Heroes are not made; they're born. And Christopher is going to be a very prominent hero. Thou hast thy armor, sir.
Just remember, Christopher.
And all you got to do is just, go into that belief that you are doing what you're supposed to be doing, and you are. That's why you are here. Look how fast you picked this up. Look what you've learned.
Right.
Yeah.
Enjoy
revel in
it.
This is your chariot to the fast lane.
I definitely am.
Is Christopher going to make it real big time? Yeah. I don't know. They're not separating. I don't know, guys.
I talked about it last week, and I said, we talk about the Force and Star Wars and all this stuff. The trick is
in life right now, currently, with all the crap that's going, we're all freaking broke. We're all suffering. We're all paying way too much food, or way too much food. Excuse me, way too much money for food. I mean, I've been talking for 8 hours, 54 minutes. Okay.
Wow.
We're paying too much money out.
Almost.
Yay. Hi, Rebecca. The point with it is we all have to be exceptional.
Yeah.
The Force, the Jedi, the prominent power in the good side of the universe to move us forward is to be and live and feel and be exceptional. And know it's you. It is you. You are exceptional. You're not Joe Facebook. You're not average. You are here. You are exceptional. Every day, if you live that, when you get up and you wash your face to the point where you put your head on the pillow at night and you tell yourself, I am exceptional, then you will be exceptional. You will live the Force. The pathway will be self-evident before you every day in all the people around you. And everything you do when you're driving through the intersection at highway such and such into downtown, you will feel all around you, and you will know you are exceptional. That is where Earth needs to go right now for everyone.
Yep. Thank you, Russell. That's true.
I agree.
That is very
Sam, did
true.
you see that, Russell? He was saying how up until this year, there's never been as much information coming from you. But it's because we have the show now. You know, we went months to hear from you, months and months and months.
We went past the sixth seal. Okay. Let's all look back in religion in the Bible. We went past the eclipse, and that was the opening of the sixth seal, which is also the generation of us moving forward according to the Mayan calendar into the sixth age. So this biblical, it is a Mayan cross reference within a few months of each other. You don't have to do the minor math. Point with it is there's a transition in man, and there's a transition in the planet. There's a transition in knowing, and there's a transition in the unknowing. There is a transition in the smart, and there is a transition in the stupid. I am sure that most of you have experienced the stupid. Why things around you are just completely beyond common sense, and it does not work around you right now. And when we talk about exceptional, rise above those negativities. Don't live in those downfalls. Don't live in those fear factors. Don't live in that internet discerning information that's negative, that you already know is BS. Your BS meter is going, excuse me, that doesn't make sense. What you have to live in is the positive nature and discernment of the media. You also have to seek the media, but not believe everything you read, see, hear, etc. Judge who you're getting the source of information, because we are in an information age. So now you have to be exceptional, be wise, be wisdom, be knowing, be seeing, and actually don't take the first connotation of information that you get. You have to go through like 5, 6, 8, and you have to go through a lot of sources and judge what everyone is saying. If you're interested in the subject, go look it up, because source is telling you to search this information. If it crosses your mind, look it up. And don't take the first source of information you get. Look up other sources as well, so you can be informed. If you are not watching the news, you are uninformed. If you are watching the news, you are misinformed. And the only way that you can get through that is to go out and find out 5 opinions to the one to find out if you are or are not misinformed. You have to be very discerning, very
careful about the source of information on the internet that we're getting right now, including me. I want you to fact check me. I want you to go back on everything I've said all today. Check me. If I'm wrong, let me know. I want to know. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. I want you to check my facts.
And Christopher, don't be quiet like we were. Talk to people. Right up there's the guy. He's available to you. He will stop what he's doing.
Well, it's all inside of us, and we just hit 9 hours.
Oh, we did.
Wow.
Yeah, this is the right at the moment where this is the 4th longest show of all 63 shows.
Really?
Yeah. Well, and in 5 minutes, it'll be the 3rd longest. Okay.
Well, Rebecca, part of that's your fault,
20 minutes, it'll be the 2nd longest.
Rebecca.
The longest is 10 hours and 8 minutes. So
wow.
That's crazy. Okay.
I've known about this shit for 40 years. I've known about. I have walked along with the asteroids that are above Earth every day, including lead asteroid and red asteroid and spiral asteroid and blue asteroid and green asteroid, etc. I could keep going. I've walked along with them in my dreams since I was 5 years old. I have known about this coming all my life.
Yeah.
And how do I explain that to you guys? I mean, what? Yeah, that Sam guy, he's a whack job. I mean, where do I hand this to you from? How do I convey this information? And expect not to be trashed later or say too much or say too little. And yet here we are. And look at my drawings. I do them in advance, ahead of time. Well, I have to have a level of humility. I have to have a level of humility that I don't believe in what I'm doing, and that way I keep doing what I'm doing because I try.
Right.
If I place arrogant, then that would not be a good thing. Right. So I have to remain humble.
It's not.
Well, it's not a question of thank.
A lot of us, with our own visions and our own dream, like the dream visions and things like that, like with the asteroids. Before I realized what was going on,
It's all a calling. It's a calling to wake you up, to show you there's more. There is more than what you know, and everybody that is here now is here because they heard that calling, some part of the thing that they grew up in and lived in. At some point, there's a part of you that says you need to be here. You need to listen to this now, because if you are one of the few people when the shit hits the fan, pardon the expression. And everybody else around you is confused, and you know what happened. If you know what happened and they don't, look who you will be. You will be the person that has calm and awareness and can gather and help.
Students will become the teacher.
That's why. Otherwise, why? Yeah. Otherwise, why would I do this? I wouldn't yell this to anyone unless those people are supposed to hear this so they can help later. It's not about me. It's not about us. It's about them. When the children cry, I play that. I play a lot of music metaphors for a lot of people, and I share Led Zeppelin. I share all kinds of stuff from Enya to you name it. And I do metaphors in music because I'm trying to bring people forward in a way beyond my words, in a way in a convection of emotion. I'm supposed to have this equatorial gathering of people that hear me talk, and Rebecca talks about it as well. She just knew that I knew what I was talking about. But there's more to it. There's a harmonic that all of you people out there right now, in this word right now, are part of. That's why we are here. And I'm not me. This is not me. This is beyond me. But I'm the guy that's supposed to bring you here. You follow that?
Yep.
This is our campfire.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Have a cup of coffee.
Sounds good. Are you ready to
try. I study. I look shit up for you guys every day for the last 14 years. I want to be here to inform you because I see things the way I see them. And I actually do trust me. And what I'm trying to teach everybody is for you to trust you. When you follow the information of what's inside you, and it leads you to look up the information because, school did not end at the 9th grade, 10th grade, 11th grade, 12th grade, college year, junior, whatever. It did not end there. School is now. Learn now. It's before you now. Now is a new now. We're in deep shit, Albert. We are. We're in trouble. So how's that weather, Rebecca?
It's not bad. Not much going on here tonight.
Let's hope it stays that way.
Wow,
Yeah,
I
know, right? I think it all went to the north, really. Here is a short clip from a little bit earlier. Oh, that's not it.
I'm gonna look up Ryan Hall, y'all.
That's not it.
Very nice.
Whoops.
Another dude.
Yeah, I know. I thought that was it. Is this? I don't know now. Maybe that's not it. Anyway, there was something like directly above. I could tell, it looked peculiar.
Mm-hmm.
But no, it's not raining or anything. It's very quiet. So thank goodness.
Right.
But unfortunately, there was like some tornado warnings right over Barnstall, which, if you remember a couple of weeks ago, they had a terrible tornado. So
I remember that.
Yeah. Oh, here it is. Let's see if I can pull it up for you.
Yeah, it basically went to your.
I'm trying to look up Ryan Hall here. Okay, live tornado outbreak coverage with storm chasers on the ground. Ryan Hall, y'all. Okay. Off the commercial.
Ryan Hall, y'all's a household word around here.
So this was, I don't know what time it was. A little earlier. Can't really see anything, but above it was just these, I don't know. I think I pan up there. Like I could see some like dark patches in the clouds, but no stars in sight. None.
Right.
Okay, I'm watching it. He is not expanded out to the state where I can identify where he's looking, but there is some severe, extremely strong, Texas superstorms going on here.
Mm-hmm.
I'll keep watching for now, and we can move on.
What the radar shows.
Okay, we're talking the edge of Texas, reaching on into Texarkana, and right around your area in Oklahoma, Rebecca, there is a very strong, severe thunderstorm to the west of you.
To the west. Now, on my radar, to the northeast.
East. It's northeast.
Northeast, very northeast.
What I'm looking at could be a little while old. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, like almost to Missouri so far northeast.
Wow.
Yeah, well, just over the top of Tulsa. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you're discounting it a little bit there. Just past you at the northeast, northwest.
She has a pretty good low-level wind direction going to the north and a little to the east.
Well, that blow up is supposed to go very high right after you and during you, and in Missouri, etc., is supposed to elevate into a superstorm.
It looked like it's
tornado on the ground. We're working towards Kenwood, New Hollow, etc. Just above or south of Oklahoma City. Anyway,
like it's from
lots of stuff happening right next to you.
Des Moines, basically.
Yeah, and it's going to go in a very electrical thread, a rolling wave bow storm rolling across everything tonight and tomorrow, etc., all the way until Monday.
Yeah.
This is going to it's slower than they expected. It's not panned out yet to be that big, but it is expected. These are very bright superstorms. They're smaller than expected, but they are very strong.
That's a big area. Wow.
It goes all the way to Texas, literally all the way up to, Iowa and Minnesota and Wisconsin, etc. There's a string of electrical, even though you can't see it, but if you were to look at the actual cloud radar.
Yeah.
If you were to, it's this big rotational thread. And we talked about the octopus with a few arms. It's an electrical arm of a rotational low pressure system that is forming a hurricane rotational electrical storm, mixing the cold air and the hot air and then the wet air all together. And that's what's causing that rotation, an electrical occurrence. Static. I think it's a close pass.
I think
the only
you're
thing
right.
that can drag weather up to 65,000 feet, which is twice, if not three times, normal supercell height in our atmosphere, is something going over the top of us. How else would that form?
Well, if you look at the upper level wind right now, you can
and they're talking 53 on a chart of 1 to 10. So how do they get a 53 on a chart of 1 to 10? It's off the charts of numerical meteorology. Doesn't match what the computers are telling them is way off the charts.
Mm-hmm.
The only answer is there's something higher up dragging it up that high.
Mm-hmm. That's what it looks like. Unbelievable.
How does it go beyond atmospheric norms by 5 times?
It doesn't.
No,
how does it go above atmospheric norms above 2 times, let alone 5? The top of the supercell is supposed to be 35,000 feet if it's a supercell. This is running up literally upward of a mile. How the hell does it go up that high in the debris flow? And then the stuff that these tornadoes are dropping down goes by, 100 miles away.
Wow.
Because, it's dropping shit that went way up there.
It would have to be something massive. And the only thing massive up there right now is the planets.
or the asteroids underneath the planets,
the asteroids, any of the bodies,
close passing 180-day cycle asteroids. And we're seeing the close pass of, we know that the red asteroid and the tan asteroid are doing the cameo role as the overpass of the when Uri goes by us, etc., and Atu goes by us, etc., and Nepesity goes by us. We know that there's asteroids underneath them, so we have to include that equation that they're close between us because we know the planets are. So the crap in between it has got to be somehow affecting our upper atmosphere, which is extractional, which is why we say, welcome to the 180-day cycle close pass problem that we've documented for the last 5 to 8 years now.
What was the first year the 180-day cycle started?
Oh, God. There's a question. It probably started before I realized it, but we documented the Boxing Day event in England in 2018. And then it happened like 2 days later in the United States. And they were very unbelievably similar cloud pattern passing behavior storms that matched. Right. And after that, I would say 2018, 2017, because the first close pass of planet Nepesity, which is a small planet, when it first passed, it caused a atmospheric turbulence from the Gulf of Mexico, Florida, higher as the years went by, 2019, 2020, etc. And we saw a transitional period that literally would be 2018 on. We believe that the rotation pattern has to do with the catastrophic events because Nepesity is so much smaller than the rest of the planets and it rotates faster. Right. Therefore, it causes a different rotational suck up, which we talk about the snorkel effect of onset of Nepesity in the open base core, where it creates this unbelievable snorkel. It sucks up our atmosphere. It's not attached to Nepesity, but it's in our upper atmosphere. And then when it pulls away, it dumps all that rain, which they call a bomb cyclone, or what we call the rain bomb. When Nepesity pulls away, it drops 2 years worth of water on us right there from the core that picked it up. And we've been watching that since 2018.
Wow.
That sounds right.
And the neat thing is we've got all the people like Carol Ann who have been around long enough to agree with it and go, yeah. We are experts, and we've all gathered this information for many, many years now.
Many. I can't.
Many, yeah. I'm going to turn this off behind me back here. I got Brian Hall, y'all playing in the background.
You turn that off, and I'll say
makes my head hurt.
Tara. Happy birthday, Tara.
Is it her birthday?
Yeah.
Is it?
Happy birthday.
Well, cool. Happy birthday, Tara. Nice. May 26th.
Well, Sabrina's talking about, I don't care about Planet X. Well, Planet X cannot be Planet X. There can't be a rogue individual planet flying through space with people living on it without having a star to have light so those people can live on that planet. And it is not just one planet, Planet X. It is an entire solar system. God, I'm still scrolling down since that comment. Scroll. God, I'm still going. Wow, I'm sorry, guys. I didn't catch up on your convo here. Now 2021.
Over there, it's like, oh.
So this is now officially the second longest show. We're at this. I'm keeping track.
Now 2021, we have a The precursor, the individual lower part of our brain, is actually what they refer to as the reptilian part of the human brain. And I have actually met a Draco face to face. They are part of us and we are part of them. So I would strongly recommend you throw away any prejudice that you may have acquired through the internet and realize, pray to God, you never meet an extraterrestrial until you have acquired that. Because there's a lot more going on in the reality. The draconians or the lizard people actually have semi-human characteristics, and we have semi-lizard characteristics within us because we are a culmination group of 12 separate races placed on factory planet Earth to do our job for the larger other half of the binary solar system. And there's so much more you need to learn. Do not let prejudice defeat you in what is the whole story of what's happening now. Don't let it, because it will. If you do let it, it will be. We have to pass this. We have to learn a new way. We have no choice. The time is here. The time is now. Everything we know is changing right in front of us right now.
It's big.
It's that simple.
It's that simple. It's huge.
They are a part of us as much as we are a part of them. They do live among us, and they will more openly in the not near future, but it's coming.
Wow.
That it will be open and accepted. No fear. No fear, Chris.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, no.
No fear.
Yeah, I think I'm done living like that. You know?
It's just like we are now. Each one of us is different.
Yeah.
And we accept each other with those differences. It's just going to be the same thing. It's going to be hard for some people, but it doesn't have to be hard for all of us. We'll make it. We'll be good. Yes, Stardust. Thanks, Shelley. Hope, no fear.
Yeah.
And when there is love, there is no fear. I love you guys.
Yeah.
You know, the thing is we have to let go of our prejudice all the way across the planet. We have to let go of things, these preconceptions that we're all holding from the internet and all the everything going back all the way to the 40s or the 1800s, the 1600s, or even all the way back to 2,000 years ago. We've got to let go of all this crap because it's changing right in front of our face.
Yeah.
What we know and what we perceive has been written wrongly. And if you want to persist in the evolution of what we live in now, good for you. But if you want to grow past it, you have to earn it. It's not simple. It's not for free. It's uncomfortable. It's direly uncomfortable. And you have to go through the plague of clearing the old shelf and filling with new information that's balanced, loving, caring, accepting. You have to accept that there's other races out there because you're going to look at them. If you ever see them, they're going to scare the crap out of you. And if you let that happen, you're not going to experience the value of what is really, really, really happening. We are earning our place in the future. Where are you going to be on that page? Are you going to be in the past? Are you going to be a worker? Or are you going to be a future seer? You choose. What you see, be the change you seek. Because only you can trust you. Only you can believe in what you believe in. So the question is, without prejudice on either side of the spectrum, a conspiracy theorist, or oh my God, ET is real, from one side to the other. The only way that you can comfortably exist in being that incredible incumbent person of the future to earn your place is by believing. And the moment you do, there's all kinds of information available to you. If you stay in the past, you will live in the past. If you root for the future will unfold before you. The source will speak to you. It will teach you. Listen to it. It's tapping you on the shoulder now. Trust you. What you learn, and I mean, if you quit, well, I can't learn anything because it's beyond my science level. If you're going to do that, well, then fine. Go,
don't do that.
Go to Walmart. Go talk to, go look up, the Kardashians and how to pull a V8 motor on YouTube or Google. If you're going to do that, do that. But if you want to grow and you want to become part of what's coming, what is, be the change that you seek and trust you. Absolutely. Because the infinite knowledge is within you. That's why you're here. That's why you're listening. That's why you've gotten to this website or this podcast or whatever you want to call it. And I only have one way to reach out, and I'm limited. And our friends here today are here trying to help you with that information. They have chosen to be my very good friends and promote me and the things they believe in. And I could never, ever thank them enough for their contribution. So the question is, do you trust you for why you are here right now? I hope so. Just had to say that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Absolutely.
Nah, you guys make this work, not me. I'm just trying to share it. I just try to share what we all do together. We all work for this. We all earn this. Because we see stuff from around the world. We're matching sky patterns from around the world. We're talking to people around the world. And our collective, because we believe in what we're doing, we all trust each other and we respect each other. We don't have infighting. We don't have an issue. We're not at each other's throats. We're not arguing with each other. None of us do. We know the right course. We know what we see. We see it happening. How the hell can you argue with it? And guess what? Common society says, "Oh, you guys are full of shit," and let's talk about this 12-step program that we can walk you away with Nibiru-aholics because you got to be out of your mind. Let's figure out a way, AI. I'm still laughing about that. I'm sorry, but it's like we're not trying to walk away from this. We're walking towards it.
No, and we don't always have to agree on everything either, because you're all entitled to your own opinion. But the thing here is, when you disagree, you talk it out.
Well, but I'm not wrong. So if you disagree with me, the hell with you. I'm bad joke. We are not wrong. We worked all this crap.
The evil eye, Sam.
Okay, all right. Well, I get be. We are at 9 hours and 28 minutes. I'm allowed to be silly.
You may be, but you also need to have something else. You need to say, "Thank you, Sam."
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I do have to. Yeah, I actually have to give myself a little bit of credit once in a while. But guess what? I'm going to be silly. Woody Woodpecker and it's all about the fun.
I won't say it.
I mean, crap. I did the Walmart 360. I saw Atu and Atu's moon today, and I was looking into the west sky, and the sun was behind me. It was very early, and it's like, "Hello, planets! There you are again." So we are not wrong. There's no one out there that can argue this.
I'd love to hear it. But
stop saying we are not wrong. Start saying we are correct. We are irrefutably correct.
Yeah, that's proven, time proven. Remember the Daniel guy on YouTube, Rebecca?
Oh,
who actually called you out by name and
Sci-Fi Dan.
he did me.
Sci-Fi Dan. Yes.
Yeah, and he did me, and then a couple of years later, he went after you. I mean, the guy's credible. He's good. I mean, he's a very good, intelligent scientist, and I loved his work. And he's, he's entirely respectable in just about every way, feeding off of what NASA hands him. And the guy did his homework, and then he got to us, and he just laughed at us, and it was like, okay, Skippy. You go right ahead and laugh all you want because you didn't figure into what we talked about for the last decade. Okay. And then we can talk about.
I wonder how much of what he says is his own thoughts, though. And
he does. He does have a media which he does sell on his platform, specific items. I don't know. I can't hand you the genre. From survival supplies to you name it, whatever. I don't know for sure, but he does have advertising and quite a few mini viewers above ours.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, it's such a big channel that it's almost not legit. Like we're legit. Like we're our own people.
Well, and then we also have. Look what happened last week, where all of those other legit channels talked about you and Nibiru Followers Anonymous, and how they're bringing forward to the platform that we are this conspiracy theory, and because people even talked about your theory, Mr. Hoffman. I'm going, no, we don't have a theory anymore. We are in fact. So we spent 14 years, not a decade, a 10-year doctorate study. Now we're at 14 years now. We are in fact. And if you don't believe this information, I am very sorry for you. And what rock have you been living under? That kind of thing. Sorry, I digress.
Right, but I don't know. I can see how whoever they are, would use tactics like that to, persuade the masses out there on making fun of people like us.
Discount us and use us as a measure of a conspiracy theory.
Controlled opposition.
I was a little disappointed in AI as well. I do.
Yeah, I did see another AI. I don't remember which one, but it actually had a more correct version of us, you, me. It was more kind of like what Google would say, but it wasn't, rude.
Yeah, Andy Pohl sent me a copy of a song that AI had written about me. It was interesting, and I would love to see it again. I did not save it. I should have. I didn't save it, but I should have.
Maybe
so if he's out there listening, the point with it is like if you Google me or you Bing. There's more references to me on Bing than Google. And you, Rebecca, and all of us together, we've been doing this for a long time. And hopefully this actually goes somewhere. Hint, world.
I can't see that.
Right.
Oh, well, even if it doesn't, this is now going down, and it'll end up on YouTube, and it'll be a log, and then we're 9 hours, 33 minutes, and 58 seconds. And this will log down in the future archives. That way, Yahoo, and the Pleiadians will look this up in, 1,000 years ago. Yeah, let's fly back to Earth and talk to these people because we want to know what the hell they were thinking at the time.
Maybe that's the same interview.
That's the same interview we went with, Russell tonight and say, well, tell us how you found Samuel Hofman, okay. Woo. Yeah, 9
That's
hours,
cool.
34 minutes, and I am lost my mind.
Yeah. No.
Yes.
No.
Nah.
Let's see. We're 34 minutes away from setting a new record. Just throw that
I
out
think
there.
we should set that record next week.
I know. Next week. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah. Really.
Yeah.
It's all your fault, Rebecca.
Oh.
You let
Is
me
it?
come on.
Yeah.
You let me come on.
No, you read my mind. I was actually.
I'm over it.
Yeah. No, I was thinking that earlier. Actually, I was like, we should have Carol Ann on, but after Russell finishes, and then
Well, I was busy getting in
So-
trouble today, trying to clean up some messes on the internet, and that's when I got booted for going too fast.
I've done that before too.
I had that happen. Yeah.
Anything. Yeah.
I got nailed for posting too many posts within a period of time.
Right.
It's weird.
Christopher, is
All right.
Jackie's birthday today?
It was on the 23rd.
The 23rd.
Yeah.
Okay. I did wish her a happy birthday then. I'm pretty sure I did. If you read your messages.
A few days ago. Okay, cool. I didn't
I'm
know
having
that
issues
either.
with my phone. I don't know what happened last month. My power and my phone was shut off on the same day. I had paid the power bill a week before, $489 for the electric bill, and then another $200 for the phones. How were they shut off? I don't know. They had it cost $500 to get the electricity turned back on, and the lady told me, she said, "Well, we shut it off. I can see you paid your bill, but since it was shut off, that you need to make a minimum payment of $589." Oh, so
yeah,
I don't know what
in
happened.
my back pocket.
Yeah,
it's right now.
I never had problems with my bills. What? So I don't know. Now my phone's everything's fine with the thing, but it's
Russell.
not like the data or whatever on it is not doing well. I gotta go somewhere else. The service. I
Yeah,
have
if you're
is-
paying that
it's
kind of
gone.
bill, yeah. Thank God I live in a state that we do hydrological power. We produce power for Washington State and I believe even North Dakota in both directions, and our power bill is way cheaper than that. Thank God.
Right,
If
we
it
just got a
wasn't,
brand new air conditioning thing. Like we moved. I have a small little townhouse, and our AC unit was like somehow it was older than the actual building. when we bought the place. So
Oh,
yeah, that was like 2017, and then I'm thinking like our electric bill was like $400 then, and then I got the new AC unit because the other one like died and exploded when it was 120 degrees out, and then it went to like $64, and I'm like, this is awesome because it's like an energy efficient machine, and now it's back up to $400. I don't get it. I just had it
dude,
serviced.
I would ask for a log of your bill for the last
Oh, I
2
did.
years.
I did after they
Yeah,
pulled
check
that on
into
me.
that.
That
Well,
was
we're all gonna, this is part of what's coming to everybody. We are looking at an economic disaster on many fronts, from electrical bill. I mean, you think you have expensive, you should start to see what people in Texas are paying right now to keep these systems that are breaking down, et cetera, et cetera. And I up here in Montana, I have, I pay $100 for electric and $100 for gas, and which is actually high for me, and has gone up within the last 5 years because it used to be $60 and $70 even on the cold winter months. And if you're paying $400 and $600 a month, wow, I don't know how the hell everybody down south.
Well, I guess we have just one power company here, and they sent out a letter, God, I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 months ago, saying that it was, they were hiking it up so many percent. I don't know.
Yeah,
it went from like $89 to almost $280. Now it's up to almost $400.
That's Public Trade Commission and all of that examples of rate increases. And I'm telling you, move the hell out of there, dude. Oh God.
I know. And then it's like, okay, so they call this thing curtailment. So when it turns 115 degrees outside, they'll remotely, get into your thermostat, and they turn it down from 3 o'clock to 10 degrees. And then you get a break on your bill.
We don't have any of that.
Wow.
So they control turn my air conditioning down 10 degrees. It's 115
we up
degrees outside.
Here in Montana, we do run off of hydrological, and we do still run off of coal, Carol Ann.
Yeah.
We in the eastern part of Montana, we do burn. They shut down the coal fire plant, but they actually reopened it again, I believe. Because they were going to lose all those jobs in that whole area, and those people were going to shut down. Not only that, we do need it for backup, and not only that, we have the air and the open spaces and the people that aren't being polluted within at least 2 states from burning that coal. And we do have a great deal of coal in Montana. So partially, yes, it's inaccurate, incorrect, but it's a clean coal that we sell around the world. It's less cumbersome, and we are not at global warming CO2 levels to actually cause climate change, because climate change is not caused by man-made, although it's a good portion of it. But what actually is causing it is that second damn star that got here in 2010, 11, 12. And the planet and all of the other planets are heating up in our normal solar system.
Yeah.
And they're all heating up after the arrival of the second star. And when it goes back away, that will change, but not until many other things happen, including the crazy weather that we're seeing right now. So those of you who want to live in the system and keep paying all the crazy people all that money, because you live in the southern states and their lack of control of reality, go right ahead. But, this is why I talk about, thank God I live in Montana. Hint, hint. Although you can't move up here because there's no place to move and everything's very expensive.
Yeah.
And I don't know how people are renting. And I think about that all on a regular basis. I own my own house, although I went through an eviction process last year.
Yeah.
Which you don't even want to go into. Oh, wow. We're all screwed with here. Where do you, like I said earlier, Warren Buffett, look up YouTube Warren Buffett currently, what he's saying about what's going on with our economic transition in the year 2024. Do look it up. And, I've been talking about China economic for about a year now. And ladies and gentlemen, we are in deep shit.
Yeah.
We are in deep doo-doo right now. And there's like on 5 different fronts. And let's not even go into the conspiracy theory. Oh my God. Where's rationality? Where's reality? Where's common sense? What the hell happened? Why are we living in bizarro world? I had that conversation with my kids.
It's true.
Why are we in bizarro world all of a sudden in the last 5 years? What the hell happened?
It's hard.
I don't know.
And the older ones on this side of the screen know it more than the younger ones over on that side of the screen.
Right, because they see it as normal transition, and yet we go back.
We
go back to the '60s, and and the knowledge of what society used to be like, and you don't want to be the guy going, "Stay on my lawn, you teenagers!" You don't want to be the guy screaming from your front porch. But yet you were watching a transition in society that is absolutely bizarro world. It's like this is not anything that I grew up with, and the behavior of people around me does not make sense. I do not understand the values. I don't understand the negativity and the hatred and the finger pointing and the lack of value and the lack of social graces and everything that just exists now. I don't understand it.
No, when we grew, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
When we grew up, we never locked our house doors. Windows were always open. You left for a whole day. You didn't worry about it. You didn't lock your vehicles. All the kids' toys stayed outside in the yards. Bicycles, everything else.
Kids used to be able to ride their bicycles 20 miles away and back. And never fear for their loss.
We left in the morning, and Mom didn't see us till it was time to eat dinner at night.
Right.
And we got yelled at if we weren't home by dark.
Well, the neighbors ratted us out. They always told. They had this communication thing with the neighbors.
I don't dare send my children down the block on their bicycle. I want to know where they go, and we don't dare do that now.
Nope.
So this is
Cars are locked, windows are locked. I'm in the house. We even lock our doors while we're in the house.
Yep, me too.
It's just not safe.
So where
It didn't used to be that way. I used to have my front door. I had, I raised 3 boys, but in our neighborhood, it was full of boys, like 9 boys, all the same age range, and it was normal for those boys to come and go. My kids and other kids. So the door was usually unlocked most of the time.
And they were in and out all day long.
Yeah,
all the neighbors' kids were in your house, and you're
no big deal. Yeah.
I mean, it was wonderful.
And
it was
now, if I step outside and I want to refill a cat food bowl or something, I'll step out, I'll grab the bowl, come back in, lock the door behind me, go put food in the bowl, go back outside. I don't leave it unlocked. I don't turn my back.
Nope. Neither do we.
Changed.
I hate it. I mean, even at night when we go to bed now, because we've had people go across our yard, and they shouldn't, because it's like neighbor, and your 100-foot lots. We lock everything.
Right. It's true. It's changed. But we've had 2 cars stolen. One of them was set on fire. It's like, okay.
Serious?
So we got a club, or like a bar that we lock the steering wheel with. So
that's really bad.
Wow.
I know. One of them we found because it still had a GPS on it. So we actually found the car and retrieved it. I think somebody probably stole it for parts, like they were going to part it out. But we got to it in time and went and collected our car back, and
Wow.
So
Russell said, "What about not having fear?" Haha.
Yeah.
Don't come in your front door uninvited. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, I agree with that. You cannot live in fear. You always have to believe in the best of people. But if they screw with you, don't argue with them. Just shoot the asshole.
Yeah, I think we're outsmarting them. Maybe it's not so much scared, but
I am well qualified.
Yeah, I have a really nice 45. It's an Israeli. It's a Colt, 1918 Colt version, but it's actually an Israeli, which is a millimeter smaller than the American version. It really fits in your hand very well, and I do have hollow points. So anyway.
Yep.
I'll do it.
I always say, come in that door, meet Glock.
Yeah.
Forever.
I also have an AK, but we won't go into that.
And I am licensed too.
We don't need one of those up here. We don't need no stinking badges. Yeah.
We have to have it here.
Well, I don't take mine anywhere. I just leave it home. I don't leave home either. I stay home. I go to the store, man. I buy groceries. That's it. That's all I do. I go to the store, man.
That's basically all I do anymore. That's all I want.
Do you remember the old Star Trek movie where Spock walks up to this guy and he says, "What are you doing?" He says, "I dig holes." I dig holes, man. That's what I do. I dig holes.
Sounds like my husband. He goes on one end of the field and digs a hole and puts the dirt in the other side, and then does it back and forth again.
Yeah, let's just start. Go back to the old. It has to do with Spock and old Star Trek movies, way back in the early 80s and 90s Star Trek movies.
Yeah. When you had to practice how to do this.
I forget the name of the movies. But the point of mysticism is there. There's a lot to us and a lot less to us. You can be both sides of the spectrum. You're the digger of holes and the hole of diggers. I mean, whatever. Buddha, crazy. Anyway, we lost Christoper briefly. He waved his hand and he went to black.
Yeah. I was reading what Russell said.
Yeah, he was. I know, hoping for a visitation, so he leaves his door unlocked.
Russell, they don't need.
I know.
They do not require doors.
No, I have my cats. I can't let my doors unlocked. Nobody gets.
All right, guys.
Cats.
I'm gonna head out. I gotta walk to the grocery
Yeah,
store.
it is pretty much.
Okay,
really is. We are at that stage. It is time.
Yeah.
Well, I got
it is.
We're just trying to get across the street. So.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm getting a headache, and so it is time.
Yeah, so am I. It's just like right in.
Yeah, dead center between the eyes.
It's right in here. Yep.
Yeah, me. Yeah.
Full day.
Bingo. Me too.
You might have my headache.
Like
well, something. I know we've been talking too long. I know that.
Yeah, everybody's tired. Let's hang it up. Namaste.
Yeah, sounds good. Yep. Well, thank you all. Really.
Yeah.
It's been a wonderful show.
Love you all.
Yes. Love you
love
too.
You all very much.
And as everybody knows, we'll be back here next Saturday at 3:00 Central. So, and I think, as far as I know, Russell is going to be joining us again because he has more to talk about.
Well, that was nice that he popped on today. That was really
and
nice.
he has some pictures that he sent me that I didn't get showed earlier, so we'll have them to look forward to next week.
New info. Yay.
Yes.
Well, if I have any funny days, I'll take a picture too.
Right. Yes. So, okay, guys, but you ready to go? We ready to end it here?
Yeah, I am too. Yeah.
Good night,
all right.
Rebecca.
Well, good night, everybody.
Sam.
All right.
Good night, folks.
Bye-bye.
Be careful. Be careful.
Good night, Sam.
Yeah,
good
bye-bye.
night, Rebecca. Good night, Caroline.
Bye-bye.
Good night, Christoper. He's so cute.